can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep tell so me just relax, and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul. We're capturing in this distance the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time.
Check 1 and 2.
On this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time.
Check.
You know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out.
Yes, it is Thursday the 28th May, 05:30 Central European Time. That makes it 11 p.m., 11:31 p.m., y'all. That's right, Eastern Standard Time. What's up, everybody? I see you, Rafika. Yes, everybody else out there listening, good morning to you. And right now, actually, it's the 27th in Eastern Standard Time, America. But it is the 28th right now in Europe. And yeah, it's time to get into some news. Yo, y'all, a lot is going on in the U.S., as we always see constantly. I mean, it's the Trump administration, really. You know, life, to be honest, life politically should not be this exciting. I mean, it shouldn't be a fucking roller coaster ride. There should be a normal day. There should be a day that's normal, happy. I mean, most days should be normal, happy, easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying easy like you're not accomplishing things, or easy like you don't put effort into what you're doing, or easy like you don't have a job or trying to get a job or going to school. No. That has nothing to do with easy. Those things can be very difficult. But what I mean is the government isn't supposed to make shit worse. You know what I'm saying? The government's job is to make things smooth. Make it so you can get to school on time. Make it so you can get to work easily and comfortably. Make it to where you can get down the road or get what you need done in a smooth way. You know, they're supposed to make sure there's not a lot of barriers stopping you and all your efforts you put forward. That's the government's role in your life, you know, because after all, they're in your pocket. It's not for free. It's not for free. Nothing's for free. And congressional members in the United States, senators in the United States, the Supreme Court justices in the United States, the president, the administration, the White House, goddamn newsroom. I mean, you know, press secretary. None of that shit's for free. You have to pay for those people every day. And they want money like a slave master wants fucking money. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want a little bit of your money. They want a percentage of everything you do. Like, straight up. That is the commitment you must have to them. And you got to be goddamn crazy if you're not expecting a commitment back. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of world is that we live in? I mean, I don't know. But Americans, we're going to have to figure that shit out. And maybe we need a revolution. Not maybe. We do. In the United States of America, we need a revolution. Now, what type of revolution? I'm not 100% sure. I do know that it should be a revolution where you get what you pay for. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when you look at when you go across the world and you look at other Western countries and you ask, and then you compare it to the U.S. and you say, do Americans get what they pay for? You have to say, Americans get far less for what they pay for. And what they do get a lot of is a lot of yapping back, a lot of bullshit from governmental authorities. I mean, really. Now, I'm just being honest. And because we don't, every show, you can't break down all the data. You know how many times I broke down the data on the tax system in the U.S. compared to other Western countries? You know how many shows I have on that? I wonder if people even watch them. Even if you made the show comparative study between the U.S. tax system and Europe's tax system. This is what you need to know. Would you watch it? Would people watch it? Yeah. Well, my audience will watch it. The people that have been with me for the last year or so, they watch shit like that. We like the details, We have that conversation. But people that just kind of watch sometimes, I wonder, I wonder, because the devil is in the detail. And if you are trying to point the finger at anyone, to blame anyone, blame Biden, blame Kamala Harris, blame Obama, blame Trump, blame JD Vance. Hey, that's right. It's your right to blame somebody, but you should know the details. If you don't know the details, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Like, really, that's what it comes down to. Remember, that relationship you have with the authorities is every time you earn a penny, you must give them their share. Caroline Levitt got her hand out like this every time you go to work. Okay? Don't forget that. JD Vance has his hand out every time you go to work. Every time you earn a penny. Okay? Every time you earn $1 for 1 minute of 1 second of your day, they got their hand out. Donald Trump got his hand out to you. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Elon Musk, gimme, gimme, gimme. I need more of your money. That's what the tax system is. And, if you don't see it that way, I have to question your intelligence. I have to question your intelligence. I have to question how serious you are about life. Because I got to tell you, in other Western countries, people want shit for their money. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see people run amok when shit is not going right. You know what I'm saying? Like the U.S., man. The U.S., what's going on in the U.S. is people are accepting that the government is weaponized against them with their own tax dollars. They're funding the stick that knocks them over the head. They're funding the harassment. They're funding the fucking scammers. They're funding billionaires. They're funding the Howard Lutnicks. Howard Lutnick is the most, he's got to be one of the most, I don't know if it's deranged or if it's guts, but listen, I got to tell you, American people, you all are not taken serious. The day a man can walk out in the White House day after day and sell a tariff plan, it may have been Donald Trump's plan, but Howard Lutnick was the one who sold the plan. He sold it to you. Every day he came out on the news and said, hey, man, this is why the tariffs are going to make America rich. It's going to make America wonderful, wonderful. He literally sold it himself. He is the face of the tariff plan. If anything happened in your life bad because of the tariffs, he is the dude that sold you the idea, that came to your door and signed you up for the fucking program, and promised you something. Now, what kind of country is it where the same motherfucker that tells you all of this shit on TV every day, his son is betting against him in the corporate world, betting that the tariffs get shot down by the Supreme Court, betting that that you, the taxpayer, will then have to pay the very corporations money again, even though you got charged more money. If you went for that scam, you are a sucker. If you accept Howard Lutnick even is anywhere near government right now, you are the sucker. That's like saying, I know I'm going to run for office. I want to be mayor of Washington, D.C. I want to be mayor of New York. Who am I going to hire in my cabinet? I think I'm going to go to 125th Street and get some scammers on the corner. You know what I'm saying? some scammers selling some DVDs and shit. I think I'll get one of them. You know what I'm saying? Let me go. Let me go find. Let me go find Tariq Nasheed. Let me go get some motherfucking scammers. That's Howard Lutnick, except he's doing it on a huge level. He's Howard Lutnick is like the Tariq Nasheed, except he's white. And he's got some money. He matters. He's important. You know what I'm saying? Tariq Nasheed is just down here, down there, slumming, taking your money down here in the slums and shit. Give me your penny. He's like the penny hustler and shit. Give it to me. I'll take 50 cents. I'll take 25 cents. But Howard Lutnick is like, I want $1 billion. I want billions of your shit. Okay? Like, I'm really going to slave you out. And you got to pay for it. I mean, and so if you accept that kind of treatment, what the hell is wrong? Like, all I can say is you have to revolt. People have to revolt. Use the system and revolt. Like, I'm sorry. Everyone take a list, write down their names. Everyone that has not signed a piece of paper that says impeach Trump and impeach this administration, if they are in Congress or they are in the Senate, you must not vote for them ever again. Like, you must fire them this midterm. And it doesn't fucking matter who it is. You know what I'm saying? Because you can always get another. Remember, you got 350 million people to choose from. You can always find another. Okay? Like, God damn, this is really getting embarrassing. But people will be exposed. There's a lot going on inside of the system, and a lot of internal politics going on. You know what I mean? And it is having some effect. But and people running for office need to pay attention, like, because they're getting some surprises are happening, not just on the Democratic side, but on the Republican side too. Like, things are very iffy. Nobody's seat is safe. That's a good thing. Nobody's seat is safe right now. And in some kind of ironic way, Trump, he did something. Of course, he didn't do it for you. He never does anything for you. He actually literally did it to hurt some people. He uses it like, if you don't say what I say verbatim every day of the week, I'm going to do something to try to harm you. How it turns out, he never knows. He never knows the outcome. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, the good part about it is that since it is based on democracy, hopefully there's enough Americans that are tired of being openly scammed. Because if you accept being openly scammed, it doesn't matter whatever else your views are. You are still the worst kind of fucking fool. Because at the very basis of your life, regarding whatever you like or you don't like, you should at least be getting back what you put into the tax system. The tax system is supposed to work for you, regardless of what you fucking think. Regardless if you're a tranny or if you're not. Regardless of whether you're a Christian or a Muslim. Regardless of whether you're a Jew or an atheist. Regardless of whether you're fat, skinny, tall, short. Regardless of whether you have $100 in your pocket or $0 in your pocket, regardless of whether you're a millionaire or you only got $250,000 in your household income, regardless, you should still have the intelligence to know that comes first. That comes first. What are we getting in our community? What we're supposed to get for the taxes we pay? And when you look across the Western world, and you compare the United States to the rest of the West, the answer has to be emphatically fuck no. And if you're not saying that, you have to be more than just a millionaire. If you don't see a problem in the tax system, even if you're a millionaire and you think this tax system is okay, you're stupid as fuck. Like, because it shouldn't work for you either. Like, I can understand now if you got maybe 20 million, but everybody else lower than that. If you're a rapper and you got 20 million, yo, go run and hide, because the rest of your community doesn't. Like straight up. If you're anybody and you got 10 million, 20 million, and you live, you know what I'm saying? Like, where you going to live? In a gated community? Like, yo, time is coming. And big up to Mamdani and this movement about social democracy, social democrats, socialists, whatever they call it in the U.S. In the U.S., in Europe, it's called social democracy. That's pretty much the norm. And it's considered pretty intelligent. Right. It's considered one of the higher forms of democracy on earth. You see what I'm saying? Like the extreme capitalistic version of in the US of democracy is considered gutter democracy at this point. It's considered slumming in the democracy world. It's considered what lower class societies have in democracy. Like straight, I'm just telling you, why do you think all of a sudden you being policed with your money? And it's going to spread. It's going to spread, you know. So I really hope people pay attention to what's going on outside. Now, before we get to the internal politics, I just want to cover a couple things internationally, and then I'm going to see who wants to hop up. Let's see here. Let's move over to the news and see what we got.
A new report by the Pentagon's own watchdog group,
Yeah, this is the Midas Touch.
the Inspector General says that the Pentagon is not complying with federal law in order to reduce civilian harm during U.S. military strikes. That and a former Pentagon employee who worked under the center that was designed to help protect civilians during wartime says he was fired under DOJ. He and his fellow employees in the center were fired to the extent that this center cannot comply with federal law. My name is Dina Dahl with the Midas Touch Network. Let's get into this. Now, as we know,
scamming for your money. We be scamming. I hope you like scamming too, because that is what the Trump administration is on, scamming you. And you should take it personal. He is scamming you. You. If you're looking at this video right now, he is scamming you.
No, this comes on the heels of what was a devastating U.S. military strike in Iran, the killing of at least 150 school children and others in what was an apparent double strike or perhaps even triple strike tap. We have not, of course, gotten any kind of a thorough investigation into what happened there. There are some thoughts that perhaps AI was used, but this new revelation by this watchdog group, as well as the whistleblower, calls into question of whether or not the Pentagon even instituted its own procedures that it had to institute under federal law in order for these things not to happen. Now, back in 2020,
I mean, just think about it. Every argument you make towards these kind of things being okay internationally is the argument you're making for the government to employ the same tactics towards you, the same lack of care about civilians. Like straight up, just straight up. You know, when is it going to be in the U.S. where, oh, no, it didn't matter about the civilians that got hurt. Our job was to come in and take out this person. Like, seriously, you know, I'm just saying it is that the same things are being employed. Is AI being employed? You know what I mean? How is it being employed? What are the companies that are a part of this internationally? These fumbles and these mishaps. Are they the same companies that are responsible for the fumbles and mishaps in the United States? Are they the same ones you're funding with your tax dollars?
2022, this law was passed, the creation of a civilian protection center of excellence, because we did not want civilians to be harmed during wartime. Of course, even strikes, even what they call precision strikes, are not that precise. And we have killed thousands of civilians during our military excursions and wars throughout the years. So this was implemented. The center was created. Now, the whistleblower, his name is Wes Bryant. He was a senior advisor in this center. And he said that he actually...
Big up to the whistleblowers. Big up to the whistleblowers, for real. Like, yeah. It's all about the whistleblowers today, whether you're in the federal government, whether you're in the military, whatever your job is, like, for real. Like, stand up for your country. Like, really.
Worked for a veteran strike team targeter who had served as a United Nations war crimes investigator. This is how important this center was. This is how qualified the people were that were running it. That The person in charge was a United Nations war crimes investigator. Certainly somebody who would know how to protect civilians because has seen the aftermath of what happens when militaries do not protect civilians. Well, evidently, of course, Elon Musk and Doge came around and just
Right. You see, now it's, it's the same group of people.
fired people at will instead of actually trying to find fraud and waste and abuse, like Bill Clinton and Al Gore did when they balanced the budget, asking for the heads of department to go into their departments and see if they could find excess government spending that, of course, always exists to some extent when you have such a large bureaucracy. No, Elon Musk just cut U.S. aid entirely, fired hundreds of air traffic controllers, and we're seeing the near miss airplanes. And then here decided to just fire members of this center as if somehow this was not only not important, but essential under federal law. Take a listen to what this whistleblower has to say.
Most likely caused by an American missile that struck the building on February the 28th. But why was the school incorrectly targeted? Many point to the Pentagon's artificial intelligence software, which can generate lists of targets in seconds as a potential source of error. But now one former Pentagon...
Now, it's worth just inserting right here that the Pope, right, the Pope of the Catholic Church, right, which is the Pope. That's what they call that. That's the only figure there is. The head of the Catholic Church is called the Pope. But he just recently came out in the last week with a, what is it? I don't know. I forget what you call it. Officially, it's a document. It's a treaty. It's an official statement from the Pope, whatever you want to call it. Something people are supposed to follow up on, right? He just said the same thing or made similar comments about slavery, apologizing for the transatlantic slave trade. But he also connected that to what's going on right now with the use of AI, that human beings should be concerned about the use of AI and these in terms of war and these types of actions and its ability to enslave people. Like, seriously. So just pay attention. What you hear of this outside of the U.S. could very well be you inside of the U.S. right now with just a snap of the finger. Why? Because Congress and the Senate are not stopping it. The Supreme Court, they're not stopping it. They were getting paid by the same people that promoted it. Like, straight up, that promote this. This is what you got. So pay attention.
An official told Channel 4 News he believes drastic job cuts to his department are mostly to blame.
I mean, we were literally called fraud, waste, and abuse.
Wes Bryant worked in a Pentagon department dedicated to reducing civilian harm, in part by manually verifying targets before they're hit. But when Pete Hegseth took office, he said the unit was immediately targeted by Elon Musk and his men, and 90% of staff were cut.
The first two words in the name are civilian.
Elon Musk is the richest man on earth. Okay. And this group of billionaires together, they hold more of the earth's of the US's of the world's wealth than any other outside. You see what I mean? This group of billionaires, they have more of the world's wealth than any other billionaires outside, right? So the fact that they live in proximity to every other American citizen, right? And you're seeing this kind of behavior, you have to add it up to they don't care about anybody. They're using similar methods in the U.S. that they're using outside. The Doge, you see it. It's the same group of people. Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and their backers, this billionaire group. I mean, they're just wreaking havoc. And to be honest, I think it's beyond political at this point. You shouldn't look at this as a Republican or Democrat thing. You have to see this as a United Nations threat. Like, you have to see this as a human versus tyranny thing. Like, I mean, seriously, you might want to start looking at it that way. Like, because when you talk about crimes against humanity, this is not a political thing. This is not fucking Democrats versus Republicans anymore. You see what I'm saying? Crimes against humanity is not a political party conversation. It's a civilization, a human civilization conversation. Okay, so just pay attention.
And protection. So it was viewed as woke by incoming Secretary Hegseth, by what they call the transition teams that were placed in, teams under Hegseth that would go in and route through the Pentagon and figure out what they wanted to cut.
How could it be seen as woke?
You see his obsession really with lethality, with killing, this bravado toward violence and power. There's no room for civilian protection efforts there whatsoever.
Now, the ranking Democrat, Congressman Adam Smith, in the Armed Services Committee, said specifically that they are not in compliance with federal law because of what they have done to this center.
What's up,
But
Lori?
it is not just the Democrats saying it. It is the Pentagon's own Inspector General and its report saying that it is likely not complying with federal law. Evidently, back in May of 2025, the Department
Strong
of Defense
flower.
submitted a legislative proposal to Congress asking them to reduce or eliminate the center. But of course, Congress didn't do that. And as we have seen time and time again, Trump, Hegseth decide to do what they want to do, and they do not care about the law. So instead, what happened was that the meetings for the center stopped, according to the Inspector General. Personnel lost or reassigned, as we saw with Doge, and inconsistent with the whistleblower thing. And some funding was also stopped, even though there was no formal decision by Hegseth, no formal decision by Congress, basically hollowing out the center, even though federal law requires it to be compliant.
Howling out the center. That means the part that you contribute to as a taxpayer. I mean, this is sad, but you pay taxes for senators, for congressional members to write law, to decide how things like this work. The Congress and the Senate are the Parliament of the United States, is the most crucial part of the government. When it does not function, nothing else functions well. You see what I mean? You have to consider it like the body, the overall physical body itself. You see what I mean? Like it is connected. The brain, you could say, it's connected to every other part. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like it gives orders. That's its job. That's the Congress's job. Everything else is an administrator. Executive branch is an administrative branch. They go ahead and they do things, but without the actual Constitution and the law, it has nothing to do. Everything the executive branch does, it's quoting some kind of law. If it doesn't go back to a law in argumentation, it cannot happen. You see what I mean? Otherwise, it's deemed unlawful because of that, right? So the very body that makes the laws, they totally went around. So who decides who those bodies are? Who decides who the representatives are? It's the American people. That's the one thing you get for your taxes that's guaranteed, a vote there. That's the one thing that's guaranteed you get, is a vote for that representative to say what the law is. And they just don't even care about those representatives. That's hundreds and hundreds of people there that are elected each year or every other year to represent the American people's views and to write law. Constitutional law that everyone else in the country must follow by law. And they just go around it. So that means they went around every American citizen to do whatever they want. And if you're an American citizen, regardless of what they're doing, if you accept that, what does that make you?
And the really disturbing and depraved thing is that this center is all about saving civilians. It's not even stopping or reining in going to war without congressional approval.
Exactly. Do me a favor. Click the like button, y'all. Let me see. Do me a favor. Click the like button. I appreciate that. Everybody that comes into the stream, click the like button. Share the video if you don't mind. It's going to help more people find us here and get inside of the conversation. The chat is actually open, so as long as the trolls behave, it'll stay open, and we'll see how that goes. But even the trolls are welcome to hop up to. We have the Discord thing on Fleek, right? It's live. If you want to call in, matter of fact, let me drop the Discord link right now for those that can't find it. It's at the top of the chat. right in that little area where it says it might have some other information up there, how to become a member, how to subscribe, things like that. But for those that didn't see it, now it's in the chat right there. You can hop up if you have Discord and you can be a part of the conversation. Six, what's up? Good morning. Good morning.
Which obviously we have seen that happen. They don't have any domestic authorization. The Senate just finally passed the War Powers Resolution Act, and thanks in big part to Senator Cassidy, who, of course, Trump backed his opponent. The House will take that up, but MAGA Mike shut down the whole House before they could take up the vote. We're not even talking about that. We're even saying once you go to war, this is just a way to stop civilians from getting harmed. But instead, it is because we have seen Hegseth say that he's not going to have any more woke policies. Evidently, protecting civilians is a woke policy. It's all about lethality. And we're seeing that and hearing that. And we see them showing video games, like as if this is a game. We're hearing the Pope speaking out about these video game images, saying there are real consequences to war, and civilian consequences are the most important. And here you have the watchdog group, the whistleblower, talking about purposeful actions by the Department of Defense to gut the center meant to protect civilians during this time, seeing the consequence of it in real time with all of those school children dead. And I'm sure many others with the continued strikes that we have had and will still have.
Yeah.
We have a
that's terrible.
Sponsor, avocado.
You know, it's terrible because once you lose that part of your mission, people don't want to believe you anymore, right? People don't want to, how can I say this? Yeah, people don't trust you. So all the leverage that you made, building up to this, all the goodwill, just because of your, how can I say this? Just because people accept that you're humane, that you're dignified, that you have ethics, good ethics and moral, that's currency on the global stage. That helps things. That helps you make ties and bonds with other people, working relationships. You remember how NATO was like, fuck Trump when he went to war against Iran, right? That's because Trump has blown, and this administration, everyone with them, these are their policies. They go out and they speak in favor of them. Every time the news media asks them, it is because they have blown and burnt up all their moral and ethical currency on the global stage. So no one believes them. So no one wants to show goodwill. No one trusts them. You see, it's not the American people. No one trusts the intent. Our allies do not trust the intentions, the ethics and the morals of this particular administration. So they're not going to mix up in it. But they could if they wanted to. But right now, not only do they not see the not going to back up the U.S. in their actions, right? Because of the lack of moral and ethical, stance that our government takes right now, this administration takes right now, right? But they actually view the United States of America as a threat towards Western democracy, like straight up. So it's that bad right now. It's that bad. And I don't understand how there could be. Nobody is invincible. Everyone lives on earth together, but nobody is invincible. When you stand alone, you, in fact, make yourself a target when you stand alone in these things, and that's such a reversal, not that the U.S. has been perfect. No, obviously not. What superpower can you find that has a perfect track record? No, most have ugly track records. Don't forget how many quote unquote Chinese people had to die just to make China. Like, people still talk about Mao, like, damn, Mao. Now you might want to agree or not agree with Mao, but a whole lot of fucking people had to die just to become one nation. You see what I'm saying? And people question the ethics in that, given the carnage, given the death toll. You see what I mean? But there's more examples. You see what I mean? There's more examples all over Earth. So if you don't have a stance against these things internationally, It's no wonder you don't have a stance against them inside your own country. And that's where it's gone. And people in other Western democracies, they don't want that. They consider themselves and are middle powers. And those middle powers don't want to be seen as a threat to the rest of the world. Those middle powers actually want to strengthen their own societies, ability to negotiate on the global stage, to exist on the global stage, to work with others on the global stage. That's what middle powers are trying to do. The United States has gone off all by itself. And again, it comes back to this. Let me pull this up on the screen. As a matter of fact, if you are not registered to vote, then my advice to you is to go and get registered to vote today for the midterms. Play a part in your country's system. Since you pay taxes already, you pay Caroline Levitt's salary. You pay for her dentist. You pay for Trump's dentist. You pay for Mark Rubio's fucking health care. You pay for every senator and every congressional member's health care. You pay for every Supreme Court justice's health care. And you pay for them to have better health care than you, and you pay even if you can't even get any health care, you still pay. Right. So this is where it's at. This is what's hip. It's hip to vote. OK, it's not hip to not vote. It's called looking like a sucker in your own country, and any rapper that's out there right now. And I'm saying rapper because I rap, too. I make music, too, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. But I make music for the people. And voting is part of what is going on with the people. It's part of, your life, everyday real life. How can these fucking rappers be out here talking about, you could say the N word because, we just talking about how it is in real life. You could say this and you could say that because, we're just talking about what's going on in the communities. But you can't talk about this, huh? Can't talk about registering to voting. Can't do that, huh? So, So don't be a fool. Don't be a sucker. Get what's yours and start off saying, if I don't have any power, if I don't have a whole lot of money, at least I can have is my vote. Now, let me see here. Let's see a little more.
Just grilled Admiral.
Here we go.
Avocado, green mattress.
Oh, my God. Here we go. Sorry about that.
Investigation into the strike on the school in Iran. And the Admiral tried to say that it was complex, despite the fact that we saw the New York Times report that the Google images made it clear that this was a school. Take a listen to this exchange.
The United States does not deliberately target us.
Got that part.
Period. Full stop. And nor are the Iranian people our enemy. The IRGC is the adversary in this case.
I heard that in your opening statement, Admiral. I asked you a very specific question, and I'm curious what the answer is.
So the investigation is ongoing. As soon as it is complete, I'm happy to be as transparent as possible.
We will not take responsibility for something we very obviously did.
So it's a complex investigation. The school itself is located on an active IRGC cruise missile base.
Absolutely.
It's more complex than the average strike. As soon as we're complete, I'm fully committed to transparency, given your important oversight role and the other members here.
Just so you know, and I have an enormous amount of respect for you and an enormous amount of respect for the Pentagon, I do not trust that answer. What we've seen out of the Secretary of Defense and his callous disregard for any sort of rules of engagement or protecting civilian life may make us suspicious. And that's the only second question I have for you. Do you think it's ever...
Now you see what he said? He doesn't trust it. And that's very wise, because at some point, this man is going to have to run for re-election. He's going to have to run for re-election. Seriously. I'm laughing, but it's not a fucking joke. Look, at some point, this man is going to have to run for re-election. What is his name? Right. Anjay, right? At some point, he's going to have to run for re-election. And people are taking notes, and you got to understand, when he said he doesn't trust that, he's actually more in line with the thinking of the rest of the Western world. Western civilization does not trust Donald Trump's administration. You don't trust Mark Rubio. They don't trust Elon Musk. They don't trust Peter Thiel. They don't trust Howard Lutnick. They don't trust J.D. Vance. They don't trust goddamn Clarence Thomas. They don't trust any of them a part of the Epstein family. They don't trust any of them, and they don't trust it even more deliberately. Their actions that have been displayed, irregardless of Epstein, are, you know, just totally opposite of what you would expect from a leadership of the United States, you know, or any leader, Republican or Democrat, should all be against what this administration is doing. They're literally destroying the Constitution. They're stepping on every law, national law, international law. Be damned with it. That is what's going on. While they're got AI out there collecting your information, collecting your data, they know who you talk to. They know who your parents are. They know everything about you. They know who your friends are, right? They know what you think. They know what you think. You see what I mean? And they make robots to kill. They make robots to kill. Just remember that. And so if you don't respect law, national law and international law, the only thing you got left is genocide. That's the only thing you got left, you know, on that level, straight up. That's what you got left, you know. Now, heed the Pope's comments. I mean, heed the Pope's words, because the Pope said essentially the same thing. He said essentially the same thing. This is what he said. Pope Leo, whatever this is, Roman numerals, XIV, makes historic apology for the Vatican's role in legitimizing slavery. And he connected it to the use of AI, right? Today. Yes, he actually did. He issued us a manifesto. That's what it's called. I'm sorry. Catholic manifesto. Now, you see? So, but he connected it to AI. Let me see here. Catholic Church has never been innocent bystander in the history of white supremacy, said Williams, but don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, because, you know, it is this whole idea of what white is kind of lunacy in the first place, especially in the context of the United States of America, because their history itself shows that different Europeans did not like each other. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, when did this term white come into play before? When did black? What time is that? So, yeah, you know what I mean? But that's what they mean. They play a particular role because they help conjure this concept. You know, the Catholic Church literally did. You see what I mean? And but at least they're apologizing for it, right? See, transatlantic slavery, slave trade, chattel slavery, based on, you know, that where he gave them the manifesto that said you could colonize Africa and America, and they gave the reasons why, blah blah blah, you know, barbarians and la la la, color, inferiority, humans and la la, infidels, all this shit, right? It's all connected. Now he's connecting what happened in the past, right, to AI. Let me see here. Where is it? A Spanish Kingdom. Damn, they go in this one, right? Wow, you all should read this article, though. This is a good article. His comments are deep, but does this article not talk about his AI? Okay, but in reality, this whole speech had something. He also segues into AI and what it is supposed to, you know, what the fears are and how the U.S. is using it, but the global fear, why people need to crack down on AI. And he's connecting it to slavery. And it's true. It's true. Now, it gives a few people with all this power, ultimate power over everyone else, irregardless of what the Constitution or law says. And when you see that they hit that village, where they hit those civilians in Iraq, you're seeing it displayed how AI plays a role in killing civilians. Yes, based on the data it collected. Yes, that's what you're actually seeing, because they used it for that attack. You see what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind. It has consequences for everybody, all earthlings. It has consequences for all earthlings, irregardless of your color. You know, yeah.
I do not trust that answer. What we've seen out of the Secretary of Defense and his callous disregard for any sort of rules of engagement or protecting civilian life make us suspicious. And that's the only second question I have for you. Do you think it's ever appropriate for anybody in a leadership position to use the words no quarter when describing how we are conducting our operations in Iran?
So I think it's appropriate as military leaders. We follow the law of armed conflict and our constitutional responsibilities, and that's what we've done.
And you would agree that no quarter is not following the law?
I would agree it's our constitutional responsibility to follow the law.
You see that? So he knows that order, no quarter, that's illegal. He knows that. You see, and on top of that, for people that don't know, they're claiming that it was a mistake. This school that was bombed, that's not the only civilian damage, right, or harm that's been committed. But this school, they're claiming that, it's because of backed information. It used to be this, but then it turned to a school, and so the machines didn't know that, it didn't update in time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But in any case, let's go on.
Trust that answer.
Yeah, that's the gist of it. Nobody trusts that answer, and nobody should trust that answer. And the fact that there's American citizens that seem to still trust that answer, just wait until the stick is used towards you, because keep in mind, there are elections happening right now. There's midterm elections happening right now, and pretty soon the tide is going to change. You see, so everything from today to 2028, the elections this year and 2028 is part of that changing tide. And anything you justify in your name of being American can and will be used against you too. You see what I mean? So if you think it's justified, wait till the next administration gets in power.
A disturbing place to be in the middle of war for ranking member of the Armed Services Committee to have to say that to an admiral, but to saying it because of what has happened, the actions, the inactions, the statements by Trump and Hegseth, this watchdog reports, the whistleblower showing the lies, the non-compliance with federal law and basic human dignity and what is being carried out and not carried out in our name. And we're going to cover it all here on Midas Touch Network, so be sure to free subscribe if you haven't already.
Yeah. Okay, that was Midas Touch. Yo, let me see here. What is the chat saying? Zionism is evil. Israel's strategy is to target civilians to generate more fear. Yeah, it's the same thing exactly, to generate fear and hate. Also hate. You know what I mean? Because nobody, listen, no one should be okay with that. It's the same reason why the Nazis did these things towards civilians, is to generate fear. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's to control people, and control everyone else in the society. If I do this to this group of people, the other people watching will know what I will do to them if they don't go along with the program. It's a very, for some people, it might be very subtle how it creeps in, but other people get that you have to stand up and fight against it when you see it. I mean, that's what anti-fascism is, to stand up against those things, right? Using these kind of tactics and against civilians, against human beings. And for some reason, we failed. We have failed in the United States, the moral test. We failed it. We have. We've elected someone named Trump, and we have a good amount of the population that still tries to make a claim that somehow that is okay, that is fine. And no, Trump represents our country, and every bit of bad that he does reflects on our country. It reflects on our countrymen. Maybe not all, and everyone knows. That's the good thing about data, is that everyone knows who and what part of the population is advocating for this shit and is okay with it, and what part was totally against it. And because I don't want somebody blaming me, acting like I had something to do with this when I damn sure didn't, and I damn sure voted against it, and I damn sure advocated against it days before, a year before this administration even, was able to get power. You see what I mean? So everybody's got to stand up. Everybody's
US
got to
Central
stand out. But let's see here. There's more.
It says that the U.S. military conducted self-defense strikes targeting Iranian missile launch sites as well as boats around the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks come as Washington and Tehran continue negotiating and as they may be closer than ever to ending the war. But disputes remain over Iran's nuclear program and the lifting of sanctions. President Trump laying out his plans for destroying Iran's enriched uranium, or nuclear dust, as he often refers to it as saying that it will be either transported to the U.S., dealt with on site, or taken to another acceptable location. I want to go now to CNN's Salma Abdelaziz joining me from London. Salma, you're also closely following the current and ongoing trip of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Is he offering any insight into where the U.S. and Iran are running into issues right now?
Well, it seems like by the hour, America is either on the precipice of full-blown war with Iran or about to get a peace deal, depending on who you're speaking to and what's just happened that hour. You mentioned the strikes, of course, around the Strait of Hormuz. Those just happened a few hours ago. We do have more information on where those occurred, with CENTCOM saying that they targeted missile launch sites in Iranian boats attempting to place mines. The statement went on to say that the U.S. is working to defend its forces while using restraint. Now, a note here, of course, there is a ceasefire that is in place now. Violations have happened in the past and the ceasefire has carried on. So unclear how this will impact that at this point. But we do now have a statement from Iran's supreme leader. Before I read it out to you, I want to make clear that this is a written statement from the supreme leader, and it could have been written before these strikes occurred. Let me read out that statement to you. The United States not only will no longer have a safe haven for its mischief and for establishing military bases in the region, but day by day it is growing more distant from its former status. Again, an indication there of the type of military actions that Iran has taken in the region, striking at military bases, of course, in neighboring countries across the Gulf. It seems a hardening of position. But you mentioned, of course, those talks with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Those concluded in Qatar a short time ago, with the Secretary of State saying, look, it's a matter of wording, a matter of a few sentences that we're negotiating over now. But if you ask Iranian negotiators, they seem to indicate that the United States and Iran are still very far from a deal. The key issue, of course, is enriched uranium. As you mentioned, that no dust, no dollars, a statement that we keep hearing from U.S. officials over the weekend, indicating that 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium that the United States and President Donald Trump, of course, personally wants to see destroyed. Iran, on the other hand, says that a conclusion to the war must be finalized before it speaks about how to handle that enriched uranium. And again, hearing about those strikes around the Strait of Hormuz that just occurred in the last few hours. We're hearing from Iranian state media that there was the sound of at least 3 explosions around the key port, Bandar Abbas port in southern Iran. It says, Iran's government says, and Iran's state media says that air defenses were activated. Again, we do not know if this statement that we've just heard from the Supreme Leader, a written statement that was put out to mark the Hajj pilgrimage, whether that was written beforehand or afterhand. But the key question here will be, will those U.S. strikes affect those negotiations, and how far are they from the deal now that we're seeing
all right. So, so that's the gist of that. Now, there's more. Now we talking about how the world,
this week after
how the world views the United States actions. This is even before, the attacks, but because the U.S. has been using the same type of tactics, ignoring treaties, ignoring international law, and just proceeding to do things on its own. This administration has operated just the Congress and the Senate has chosen to not chime in. They have chosen to not stop Trump pretty much, right? Because they can impeach him. They could have impeached him from day one, but that's the power that the Congress has. They could remove him from office. That is their power. That's why the Parliament, which is the House of the United States, the Congress and the Senate, they have the ultimate say in this, right? So the fact that they allow him to govern speaks to their views also, right? Even when it comes to the attacks on Canada, the verbal attacks, when it comes to the threats of attacking Greenland, invading Greenland, when it comes to Venezuela, Cuba, You see, when it comes to these types of things, the rest of the world is viewing the U.S. as being hostile, and this is the first time in a long time you see pretty much everyone united against the administration. Of course, we know China and Russia, they played a role in Trump's rise. They played a role, particularly, Fryer, is he there? Particularly Putin, right? Particularly Russia played a big role in getting Trump elected, right? And they've obviously, Putin or Russia, people have had ties, Russians have had ties to Donald J. Trump for decades, since the 80s, right? Laundering money, this kind of thing, doing business with him in different ways, real estate business, oligarchs buying his real estate, building, helping him. Trump would pretty much be broke if it wasn't for this Russian contact. He would have been a has-been in the United States. So they basically, lifted him up and used him for every bit. Right? So let's see here. Let me see. As far as in here in the chat, let me see something. Boom. Yo, anybody that wants to hop up, you can hop up and speak. Let me see. Friars, are you here or what? Oh, okay. Well, hop on up when you're ready, man. I'm already inside of the room. So when you're ready, I will just call in. Let me see. Let me put the link also in the chat. Since we're talking about Putin, you may as well hop up. Yeah, let me see now. Is he there? I could also do it like this. Invite. Let me see. Boom. I will invite. Yeah, there we go. And right. Okay. So yeah, there we have it. If you guys, you there, Friars? There you go. What's up? Okay. Yeah. So what do you think about this? Now we're about to get into the part where they talk about China and Russia's views now currently on China's views on Putin, right? China's views on Trump, right? Yeah. So what do you want to say about this, since we got Putin on the screen and I was bringing up his relations to Trump, regarding Russia, and all his actions, because it appears that everything Trump has done benefits Putin pretty much. He's the number one benefactor, right?
Yeah. Well, first off, I want to give a shout out to Rafi and to Eric K. And I think we talked about this before, but I think Eric said it in the chat just now that Putin even admitted recently that they helped Trump win the election. But I saw an article that was saying that they've looked into it and that the GOP has been compromised for a decade by the Russians. So Trump, this is the biggest Russian psyops. They've been pulling a psyops on us for a long time, and it's now successful. We're in the middle of the worst Russian psyops in modern history.
Mm-hmm.
They're winning, and so there's nothing more to say about that.
We don't have enough spies in their network.
No, and anything that we have. Well, anything we have, Trump pretty much gave them up in his first administration, and so he cleaned house and totally made it even worse.
And apparently we can't get enough sellouts. I mean, right? We can't get enough Russian sellouts. Isn't that what it is? I mean, or is it that Putin is pretty scared right at this point?
But Putin kills anything that moves that's a threat to him. So he's completely cleaned house. We've kind of seen it, but most of it's been under wraps. So anybody that he suspects is a threat to him is gone.
He's gone. Yeah,
and so he's done a good job of cleaning house.
Right. And we don't punish our spies. We don't punish our treasonists in the U.S.
Well, we actually. I mean, there's a guy that turned on us. He's I have to forget his name, but he was one of the whistleblowers on the torturing that the U.S. is doing under the Bush administration, and he got completely blackballed from the CIA, and he ended up getting a job working for the Russians. I mean, he does like TV shows now, and he does like podcasts. I forget the guy's name.
Snowden. You talking about Snowden?
No, not Snowden. There's another guy. He's
all of them.
Former CIA.
Yeah, all of them. It's many of them that do that. They leak information, right, and then they have nowhere to run, so they run to Russia, right?
Yes, Snowden definitely was one of them. Like, we don't even know if Snowden was compromised from the beginning.
Right.
Snowden definitely went to Russia. He took a he took an oath. So I swear allegiance to the to the Russian government,
Yeah.
and so he's fully gone. But we used to be the ones where spies would come to us, and then we got to the place that we applauded whistleblowers. Then all of a sudden we turned on whistleblowers, and we've done that for decades now. So any whistleblower in the U.S., you're gonna go to jail. Like there's a guy named Paxton in Texas. He just won the primary against Senator Cornyn,
Mm-hmm.
and Paxton's staff was a whistleblower on his corruption.
Right.
Guess what happened? They all got fired.
Yeah, exactly.
They all got fired.
They all
So
get fired.
we don't. I mean, there was who was the other one? Julian Assange. Hillary Clinton tried to have him murked because he was a whistleblower. So we don't protect whistleblowers. Whistleblowers in the United States have become a dangerous thing.
You said murked. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like they try to X him out. They try to assassinate him. Clinton, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton tried to have him assassinated because of the WikiLeaks. Julian Assange. You know what I'm talking about? Julian Assange.
You talking about Julian Assange? Okay. And so you saying that
whistleblower? I'm saying that we kill whistleblowers in America. We don't reward them. We kill them. And in China, if you want to be a whistleblower against the United States, they'll take you. In Russia, if you want to be a whistleblower against the United States, they'll take you. But you have to be willing to compromise yourself.
Yeah, we used to celebrate whistleblowers. We started punishing them. China and Russia, they still punish whistleblowers, right? So
on their side, you're dead. You're dead.
So the
public,
so the public, when the public sees Americans or the world calling out like the punishment, Americans punishing whistleblowers, right? They tend online, a lot of young people, they tend to not understand that while in the U.S. you're getting people that are whistleblowing, right? And you see the U.S. government punishing them. It's true. They still do, right? Even under Trump, they're punishing them, right? But that doesn't mean that worse isn't going on with China and Russia, right? Essentially.
Well, I mean, if there's whistleblowers there, you don't know about it. Like they disappear. Like Russia doesn't allow. Like you can't blow the whistle on Russia. You know, you can blow the whistle on America and flee there. You can't blow the whistle on China. China,
they don't let you go. They won't.
No, they don't let you go.
But they have operations in the U.S., man. They got operatives in the U.S., right? Essentially, right?
China had a deal. That's why China
Russia
had
also,
TikTok.
yeah.
Russia does too, but China had police stations in the U.S. still, right? They still have them that we just don't know about.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you with us?
Yeah.
So in China, if you say something online, like if you were talking about Taiwan or something about corruption with China's government on TikTok, they target your family. First of all, that's why they had TikTok was to track down dissidents.
Right.
And so whistleblowing is not allowed in China, no. Whistleblowing is not allowed in Russia, no, unless you're blowing against the United States.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. And in terms of the information, like what effect does that have on the information cycle? Like, let's say you hear about, everybody heard about Snowden. Everybody heard about Julian Assange, right? These people are known, right? This is popular. American citizens know about them, right? They get to chime in on them actually. But the thing about it is that when it comes to, oh damn, did I not move this? When it comes to these people, we don't, when we look at the US, because there's not a lot of whistleblowers, we tend to think that, okay, China, or some people tend to think that, okay, that means China does less bad shit, or Russia does less bad shit, and ergo we are the ones. So I noticed that, like, even me, when WikiLeaks happened, not to get too far off, because there's still more about going on, right, in the U.S. news cycle. But check this out. I remember back in 2016, I even saw, not 2016, it was before that, 2013, 2011. Well, anyway, whenever I was on Facebook at that time, right, there was a lot of stuff coming out in the news cycle about Snowden. I think that was 2007, 2008, Snowden, Julian Assange. When was WikiLeaks? When did WikiLeaks officially happen? Do you remember what year?
WikiLeaks with this on, I believe it was like 2005. Without the
2005.
Jack
Yeah.
look it up, but
Yeah.
I think it was that far back because I was overseas. Like I
Yeah.
was traveling when it happened. I
Okay.
came through Amsterdam,
Yeah.
and it was all over the news. And then I
Yeah.
get back to the United States, and there was not one story about it.
Oh, really? In the
And so I
United
was like,
States, it
what?
wasn't one story. Okay, so they were
Oh
blocking
no, when
it,
it first,
right? Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
when it first came out.
But when I remember now, when that time frame came, when that time period came, right? I also remember that when I saw the news, I was like, oh wow, this is bad, man. We're engaged in this. We're doing this. We shouldn't be doing this, right? That's not good. That's it's tyranny, basically. We're spying on American citizens. We're doing that, right? These kind of actions, but at that time, I hadn't, since you don't get information about what Russians are doing or what people do inside of China, that's rare because we lack spies, right? They don't have whistleblowers because they die. They don't run, they die, right? And so the news cycle in terms of this information, right? A lot of the viewers, they tend to think that China and Russia aren't doing these kind of things when they are surveilling their public, right? They're maybe even worse, right?
Twin, do you want to get in on this real quick, or because I got some more to add real quick? What's up, Michael?
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's that.
Yeah, what's up, Michael? There you go. What's going on? Okay, you here? Yeah. So what do y'all think about that? I mean, also you, Michael, you chime in on that too if you like. What do you think about that idea, like the fact that we don't tend to get information about what China is doing that's bad, right? You don't get a lot of those leaks. Maybe they don't air them, right? Maybe they don't put them on the news because why would you put that on Western news, right? I mean. Why would you put that
They
on?
definitely don't broadcast them as much as they should.
Okay.
I think the more recent one was Eileen Wang.
Okay.
She was an assembly member in California who more recently pled out to treason charges for working for the Republic of China. This was more recent. This was like last week, if I'm not mistaken.
What was she doing though? Like describe what she's doing because I know what she was doing. What was she doing exactly?
Well, to my knowledge, they say that she was just reporting back to the Republic of China, and she also wasn't an official registered member of the Chinese Republic. So, if I'm not mistaken, that was more so what she was guilty of, just acting as a foreign agent for the People's Republic of China.
Have the chat look it up, but that's not what I read. This is the crazy part. What she was doing was she was posting positive articles about China. About the Chinese government, and that's what they charged her for. Now the crazy part is, look at the Republican Party and look at how many of them post things about Putin, about how he's a victim and all this stuff. No one is being charged with that. Look how and then don't even talk about how many positive articles they post about Israel in the middle of this genocide, know, and no one talked about that at all. So from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but from what I understand, all that she was doing was she was posting articles saying, "Oh, the Chinese government is doing this and doing that. They're so great," and that's what they were basing this on. So
yeah, it had to do with the genocide of the Uyghurs. So the persecution, she kind of explicitly like denied the persecution of the Uyghurs in China, and she was found to be giving Beijing direct articles and reported statistics back to Chinese handlers over WeChat.
Okay, because I didn't read that part. I was reading that she was actually posting articles for herself here about China. So, but even that, I don't see how that's even an issue. And here's why: because it's open source information. It's not like he's giving anything classified. So I just find it weird that's what they charged her with. But nevertheless, she was I guess she was a mayor in California, so but it gives this image. Oh, look at California mayors are spies for China. Yet how many of them are working directly for the Israeli government, and how many of them are extremely sympathetic toward Russia or toward Hungary?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, I kind of gotta like roll my eyes at that case. There's other cases that are bad, there was one where a Swalwell, Senator or Congressman Swalwell's secretary was working for as a Chinese spy.
Okay. Okay, that's
So
interesting.
that kind of stuff. But I saw that one recently. I was like, let me see what she did, and that was something I could find. Maybe the chat could find more, but all that I could find was that, and maybe she was in the articles back. I never read that part. That's the part I missed. But I definitely read that she was posting stuff that was speaking positively about China. Now, I don't know if she's been shown to take money from the Chinese government, and in that sense, she's working as a spy, or she's an official spy, or if she's like what they call a knock, a non-official cover.
But is she active? That's what I'm curious about. Is she active or non-active now?
Well, she was the mayor of a California city. I forget which one.
Yeah, but she's done now, right?
No, I think she resigned. Yeah, I think she resigned over that, and they're gonna put the mayor in charge.
Okay.
But again, but I
remember that though. I remember her exactly, and I remember what you were saying too. Actually, Michael, what they said about her also. It was kind of a mixed bag, but what I'm trying to get at is this. Just why we view this on the international stage, because what we're looking at here is China met with Putin, right, with Russia. This was after Trump's meeting, right, and so they're discussing their relations and how they're going to move or organize on the global stage, right, themselves independently, and obviously they're discussing how they're going to collaborate, right. But having said that, when we look at what our government is doing, which is bad, obviously, right? And how it helps China and Russia on the global stage, right? Our government's behavior is helping them right now. All experts pretty much agree with that, which is why everyone is pissed at the U.S., particularly our own allies, right? It weakens our allies. It weakens the U.S. And people are like, why the hell are you doing this, Trump? But you could see that they're capitalizing. Now, does that mean, because I'm just saying a lot of people are happy that, oh, wow, the U.S. and the West is maybe becoming more marginalized, given Trump's ability to fuck things up and the way he moves, his policy and everything, right? There's a lot of people that are happy with that. But does it necessarily mean that China doesn't have its own dirt, or Russia doesn't have their own dirt? Should people view it that way? You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean by dirt?
Because they're active on the global stage too. Right? China and Russia, they're active, on the stage. What I mean by dirt is just human rights violations, monitoring their own people. We talk a lot about what Peter Thiel is doing in the U.S. and doing in the U.S. government and Elon Musk. But what are they doing? Do they have the same type of issues monitoring their populations? Thiel is doing that, right? But didn't China start even before Peter Thiel?
Yeah,
go ahead, Michael.
We have an example, a prime example, in Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba. He went missing for almost a year. They didn't see him, and the Chinese government was threatening to take over and break up Alibaba. Right. So they control every company that is publicly visible to the world on a global stage. They have influence and they have say. Right? They don't even reach the Chinese stock market if the Chinese government doesn't approve of its ethics and its views on the global scale.
Right. It's even tighter. It's even under more control.
To circle back, I think a great video to continue and to segue into what we were speaking about previously is Breaking Points has a great video on Trump more recently pausing Taiwan arms sales as Asia abandons the U.S., right? Asia, anyone who's not necessarily associated or aligned with China is essentially abandoning the U.S., and the U.S. is doing the same, right? And this is directly after this meeting with Chinese officials in China. Okay. Right? Now we're pausing arms in Taiwan. Breaking Point is a great median. It's kind of a very bipartisan. Mm-hmm. So they do have their libertarians, and they also have their, social democrats on there, and they kind of go back and forth. Obviously, I don't necessarily agree with most of the libertarian views, but it's a good insight into the bipartisan mindset of America, right? But it does have a great 20-minute segment on just that.
Okay, when did they do that?
This was about a day ago.
About a day ago.
A day ago.
Okay, let me
Breaking
see here.
Point. I may have posted it in the Discord chat,
Oh, really?
but you could look it up. Trump pauses Taiwan arms sales breaking points and see
Okay.
what pops up there.
Okay,
Yeah,
damn, that's
Trump
interesting, bro.
Trump
Oh,
Trump paused arms sales because we're running out of ammunition. And again, he's so the difference is like I said before, we talked about the foundation of geopolitics. This is the plan that the Kremlin has been on for since the early 2000s, since 1995. All right, so that plan really hasn't changed. Only there was a hiccup in it because he was supposed to take, or the Ukraine was supposed to take a month instead of taking years.
mm-hmm,
That's a hiccup that they're kind of building around. All
mm-hmm,
right, everything else is in place for them. China is on 100-year plan.
mm-hmm.
I say again, China is on 100-year plan. So that's something that, and the United States right now, Donald Trump is undoing everything that Barack Obama did, everything that Biden did, everything that George Bush did, everything that everybody else has done. So we're tearing up rather than moving forward on a 100-year plan. We're going back to almost a zero plan. And so this is one of our biggest problems. He has no idea what he's doing because he's been giving these marching instructions from different people. One group tells him we want Greenland. Why do you want Greenland? We want to build like our own little freedom cities there, which we already discussed. Russia tells them we want you to take the Western Hemisphere and pull out from all the other places.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's undoing everything that the U.S. government has done for the past since World War II. So we're falling way behind, and it's not going to last because when Trump is thrown out of office in 2028, all this is going to go back again, and we're going to try to go back down the same road. And so now we have to be cautious that something can happen in 4 more years, and one of these guys can come back in office again and just screw us all up.
Right.
So the U.S. is really in a very awkward state right now.
Any of our presidents can do this now, essentially, right?
Yeah. Well, anybody can undo it because he's not doing anything. He's just undoing. See, the thing is, he looks at what President Xi does. He looks at what Russia does, and he sees that they're using authoritarianism to do whatever they want to do to get these plans in place. And that's not how the United States works.
And he's so simple-minded, he doesn't realize the reason why we're strong is because we don't do it that way.
Exactly, we don't do it that way,
and people like us
because
we
have diversity.
Exactly.
We have diversity. We have allies. People know that they can trust us. They know we're not coming to steal the royal. We're not going to come in and usurp their lands. We're not going to come in and do this. And everything that those guys do, the Russians do, and China does, that's what he wants to do now. And so that's what we're facing. We're facing a president who admires Xi. He admires Putin. He admires Kim Jong-un. And then he said, I want to be like them. And he wants to do that with America. That's kind of what Orban did, and it really threw Hungary off for a long time. And now Hungary is going back to zero. But one thing I wanted to point out: China is definitely conducting human rights abuses, and some people talk about it, but it's not really getting out. Russia does the same thing. Russia kills any kind of dissent. Like anybody that goes against them pretty much gets killed. I forget the guy that tried to run against Putin a while ago.
Right.
He ended up going to jail and ended up being murdered.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And
openly in front of the world, if people watch this guy be detained, he said they're going to kill me and he got killed and he's all gone now.
Yeah. And China does the exact same thing. So I mean, remember the reason China is so popular. China proved that communism works because it's the only socialist or Marxist country that the U.S. has to put sanctions against, and that's why it's working. So they can work. Look at Vietnam. Vietnam's a Marxist country. It's working great, because we don't have sanctions against it. And so but nevertheless, when you allow capitalism to work with Marxists, what you do, and to work with communists, what you do is you are basically giving a thumbs up to
you embolden them.
Authoritarianism.
Yeah, you're emboldening them exactly, and it's going to have an effect on us. It's going to come home. The chickens are going to come home to roost.
Well, it comes home like he was saying, about the Uyghurs. We never even discussed the Uyghurs. This is the people that are having their lives basically torn out from them. They're being forced to simulate or assimilate.
Right.
And again, Trump doesn't care because Trump thinks that's what we should happen here in America. He wants the exact same thing here.
Right.
So that's the problem that we're dealing with is that it is happening over there. And no, whistleblowers aren't talking about it. And in this administration, we wouldn't even let them talk about it.
Right.
I mean, we're not going to say anything bad about Russia, and now Trump's not going to say anything bad about China because he's basically trying to crawl in bed with Xi. You know, it's weird. Xi is helping Iran, right? So their whole thing is that Iran helped Iraq, during the war. They gave them the munitions to help kill U.S. service members. Well, guess what? You know who else also gave them ammunition to make those IEDs? Russia.
Right.
You know who else did? China.
Right.
But yet he's in bed with China.
Exactly.
And he's in bed with Russia.
Well, remember that, the majority of oil that China uses, aside from having their own, comes from Iran, right?
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. I mean,
And
yeah, go ahead.
they're still getting it. They're getting the oil right now. I think India is, and so they're still getting the oil. Like this whole thing right now, allegedly the Trump administration is controlling Venezuela's oil. None of that's coming to the United States. There isn't a single American benefiting from that conflict down there.
That is crazy, bro. And we're in our Congress, in our Senate, and too many of our own population is not even concerned about it. Like, I mean, let's say it's changing. Maybe it's changing. All right, let's get back. Let me watch this breaking point thing real quick. Let's peep that and then get back to the other legacy media stories today. But this one is Trump pauses Taiwan's arms sales, right? Just so people can kind of get an idea of how we're not even paying attention on the global stage to what's going on. We're getting now he's back in Iran. It's so interesting you bring this up, but something seems to like it's about to happen with Taiwan. So let's peep it. Let's see here.
To conserve ammunition. Let's take a listen to the acting Navy Secretary Hung Cao under questioning from the Senator Mitch McConnell, or what's left of him. Let's take a listen.
To buy arms from us, and all of a sudden there's a pause. What are you hearing from the Taiwanese about the pause?
Chairman, I have not heard. I have not spoken to the Taiwanese. However, we have done some foreign military sales to them, and it's just right now we're doing a pause in order to make sure we have the munitions we need for Epic Fury, which we have plenty, but we're just making sure we have everything. But then the foreign military sales will continue when the administration deems necessary, sir.
I'm just going to put McConnell's health to the side and we'll focus on the
political class just rotting and decomposing before our eyes.
So first and foremost, that's important. So when we're talking about declining empire, that's a significant part of it. But let's focus on the substance, shall we? Let's put the next one up here on the screen. The Iran war and China thaw complicate U.S. support for Taiwan. A $14 billion Taiwan arms sale is now on hold amid the strain of the Middle East conflict and Trump's reconciliation with Beijing. So this was confirmed by Hung Cao, the acting Navy Secretary, before the Senate committee on Thursday. It has now been confirmed officially by the Pentagon of this, quote, pause, fueling concern among lawmakers and Taiwanese officials for President Trump's support of the island nation as he juggles the Middle East war and a desire for détente with Beijing. And the reason why that we're sitting with this, it is the single most important part of this entire strategic defeat that we have now suffered with Iran. No matter which way the ceasefire goes, this was the inevitable consequence. And I think it was inevitable from day one, but especially some 2 to 3 weeks into the conflict, when we started to see the munitions math begin to dwindle. It just became mathematically impossible to seek a different solution. And then second, Trump, by getting into this disastrous situation, by removing almost unilaterally himself some sort of military option on the table, reducing deterrence, you now have a situation where you have no choice but to seek détente with Beijing. You genuinely don't. You need Beijing to bail you out of this global crisis. One of the reasons, and this is fascinating to me, one of the reasons why oil oil is only $100 a barrel. China is importing less oil today than it ever has in modern history. And it is doing so as a favor to the global economy, saying, hey, we have a huge strategic petroleum reserve. What we're going to do is we're going to import less, so we're going to keep the oil price down. If they were importing at normal levels, it'd be $150 a barrel, something like that, based upon the analysis that I've seen, which means it would be $6 a gallon here in the United States. You think that there's not some back and forth, give and take between the United States? Like, it's obviously not just a gift to Trump, it's a gift really to all of the other nations in Asia who are very reliant here on the U.S. And what we're seeing here is that Taiwan is the tip of the
So basically, this is Chinese diplomacy happening in our face, and Trump capitulating to U.S. diplomacy. It's crazy, bro. Like, I mean, it's insane. Am I getting this right?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You're getting it very right?
Okay.
And this is more recently after the meeting, right? And let's take into account that when they discuss the oil prices, that they're obviously not, having it be its true peak. Why do you think that is, right? Like, at the end of the day, China has market manipulation over its own money, right? So if they wanted to, they could jack up this oil price, lower the value of their own currency, and really benefit, right?
Right. They could. I mean, but I wonder, I mean, ultimately it's like this. I think for most people, how most people view this on earth is most people want peace. Most people want prosperity. Most people want a standard, how can I say this? Dignified income, right? A dignified life, wherever they live. Most people want that, some sort of peace and dignity in their day to day, right? And right now, it seems like China, Russia or Trump has put China in the lead. Essentially, right? Because the way they do it is they say, you know what, instead of being a part of jacking up the prices for everybody, even American citizens, because our own government says that we can't even produce enough gas from our oil. Isn't that crazy? So our prices will go up too, period. Our prices are stuck on the global market. So if China says, I'm going to do what I can do to keep the price down, what is that? That's international diplomacy, right? They're finding ways to make friends everywhere, including in the Western world, right?
Yes, they are. I mean, even going as far as this clip goes further on to say that you have partnerships happening between Korea and Japan. Think about that, right? They have a history with each other in terms of comfort wives and obviously World War II, where Japan occupied
They have a history.
Korea.
Yeah, they have a history together.
And here they are now working together because of things like seeing how Trump is backing off of something as simple as sending arms to Taiwan, right? And yes, I think it's a bit of twofold, right? Yeah, we probably do have dwindling, ammunitions, but the clip further, goes further on to say that this is years. They had just committed to sending arms to Taiwan, and now they're saying, hey, look, this could be years before we make enough arms to be able to reinstate our negotiation to send you arms to defend yourself, right? And again, think about it on a strategic level. This comes shortly after the visit with China, right? Like, this is not a coincidence, because they could have announced this. They could have announced that they were going to pause arms well before, once we knew we were getting into the war with Iran. But that's not the case, right? They waited until after this meeting with China to be able to announce it publicly, to say, hey, look, we are going to pull back on sending these arms to Taiwan, right? And that directly benefits a country in China, right? And even to circle back to Russia actually killed the head of Wagner, right? Because he was on his way marching with this same private militia to be able to take over Russia. They got as far as St. Petersburg before they got killed, right? Before he ended up negotiating, quote unquote.
And that is
he wasn't trying to kill he wasn't trying to kill Putin. He was trying to kill. He was going after one person in particular, who in the end there would have been a conflict between him and Putin anyway. So that's who he wasn't going after Putin. Just to be clear, but
Okay. But just the fact that can happen. I mean, come on, and he killed him.
Also,
I mean,
also, I want
go ahead.
I want to point out something. So in his first administration, Donald Trump stopped all training with South Korea and the United States. Did you not know that? We do military drills every year. We've been doing it since the 50s.
Yeah, I
and Trump
remember.
stopped that training process.
Yeah.
And again, because why? He was trying to show, hey, Kim Jong-un, I could be your buddy. Here, look I'm doing. I'm gonna stop training because Kim asked him to stop the training, and so he stopped the training. And then again, like Michael's saying, this time, privately, there's a conversation. All of a sudden, Trump comes back and he says, "Hey, I'm not gonna send those weapons to Taiwan." And this sends a really bad message. It's not just a message to China. It sends a message to all of our allies and to our adversaries that this administration is the time to attack. Like, this administration is weak. This administration doesn't believe in supporting your allies. If I have a conflict with somebody, now's the time to attack.
This sounds like it, bro. But go ahead.
Putin's pushing for it. This is why Putin's pushing for it. Putin's pushing buttons right now all throughout Ukraine. So it's like this. They have until January 20th, 2028 to attack any of our allies, because Trump's not going to do anything, and he'll let it go, especially if he loses. He'll turn a blind eye.
Yeah.
He'll pout. Remember, like when Trump abandoned Afghanistan.
The Congress won't actually. No. I think. Well, don't get me wrong, man. I hear what you're saying, 2028. But listen, I agree with what you mean. Right now is. But 2028, I think how they should likely view this is that the closer it gets to 2028, the less possible it will become. Because look, pretty much what's going on with Trump right now is every bit of Congress's fault. It's every bit of the Senate's fault. It's their fault, right? So once I would say this. One thing, maybe that's possible 2028, but I would say the American public will definitely know how, if they are in danger, if they will remain in danger after this midterm elections, because they are in danger. They just may not have figured it out right now. I mean, like you said, Friars, Trump is not, it doesn't matter who they attack. Trump is going to respond poorly, even if they attack the U.S. They could even help. I mean, look, Russia could bring a nuclear bomb to fucking Cuba right now. God forbid. I'm not saying that I love Cuban people and Cuban history and Cuban culture, period. Right. But and of course, our other brothers and sisters in America, throughout America. Right. We're all the same. But not to this lunatic Trump, but we'll get on that in a little bit. This story about history in America. But this situation, I mean, you don't know. He's aiding Russia in Cuba. He's aiding Russia in Venezuela. He's aiding China in Venezuela. He's aiding China in Cuba. He's aiding everyone else except the United States, while claiming to be doing something. It's like, it doesn't make any damn sense. And really, if he can do those type of acrobatics right now, basically we are exposed. We're pretty much exposed. But I just don't think I don't think it's going to continue after the midterms. If Americans get newly elected officials that want real change, it's going to stop after the midterms. They're going to get rid of Trump. I mean, but in any case, go ahead. Yeah, you get the last word on that. Go ahead.
They can impeach him, but they're not going to be able to remove him unless there's an absolute blowout and we have 2/3 in the House,
right?
And we have
exactly
a super majority.
Yeah.
So I think, like you said, again, the date for me is January 28, because that's when Trump leaves office.
I agree.
After that date, on 21, it's over. You can't take any of our allies the day after that. Trump will surrender. Trump will surrender. He'll give up. He will surrender before he leaves office. He will surrender. Look, read the Doha Agreement. Trump surrendered to the Taliban. He gave them, he withdrew our forces down to 2,500 and he released 5,000 Taliban back into the country.
It's insane.
It's in the Doha
And
agreement.
He will do the same the entire time. It doesn't matter what it is. He will do the worst thing for the United States and their allies. Then but mainly the United States. He will do the worst for us. But you did say 2/3. You said if we don't get 2/3 of both houses, right? And I agree with that. If we don't get 2/3 of both houses, we are in serious trouble anyway. If we it only prolongs our suffering. And it prolongs in that period, that window for our demise to take place. Like the longer that window is open, the closer we are to demise. Like straight up, it cannot be seen any other way at this point. So if you don't want the U.S. to go into total demise, you need to get your ass over to this website and register to vote. If you have not registered to vote yet, smack yourself. Like, come on, save your country. Register, call a neighbor, register. Doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. It doesn't matter because the signs are showing that the voters who voted for Trump are not really digging this man right now. Not that many, but we will see. But in any case, let's hear a little more of this. Let's see.
Because Taiwan, if you were to compare Taiwan and Israel, let's say one country now, as of this morning, just surpassed the entire GDP of India, India. All of Taiwan, just tiny little island nation based on semiconductors for all the electronics. It's been a reasonable ally over the years with the United States. Israel, causing problem after problem after problem after problem with a GDP of bilateral trade between the U.S. of 50-something billion, which ranks along Chile. All right, Taiwan is in the top 10. Which would you choose to defend? You could ask me or anybody else. I think it's a pretty obvious answer. We have chosen instead to throw the full force of the empire behind Israel, and by doing so, have sacrificed even the ability, if you...
Those places in terms of industry with the United States of America, they are more crucial to our economy. Like facts. He actually is 100% on point with that. Like it cannot be misunderstood. This region, in terms of our industry, is way more viable than Israel it is because we have. I mean, we don't need to abandon any. Right. But right now we're abandoning this, and this is more relevant. The trade we do here and the effects it has on our economy, because our economy is still mixed with other nations. Right. So it's particularly Western nations and China. This is a necessity for us also. And it just makes me wonder, man, Trump, what's up with the voter? But let's hear some more.
To do so with Taiwan and possibly even with South Korea and Japan, which I'll get to here in a moment. But I mean, this is it. And I thought it probably always was, but there was at least 10% deterrent, I would say. I don't even know. It's gone. It's gone. And Trump has evaporated it as a result of this war.
Yeah, I mean, $14 billion weapon sale or not, it's over.
It's over.
What we can't defeat this, middle income at best regional power of Iran, and we're going to go up against China for Taiwan. No, we're not going to do that. I mean, we can say whatever we want, maintain ambiguity, blah, blah, blah. The reality is clear to everyone. It's certainly clear to the Chinese. And this decision to pause the weapon sale is also, this is a direct result of this meeting and of this trip to China that Trump just went on. Just to recall how this all went down, the public statements from Trump were completely sycophantic towards Xi, very praiseful, worshipful. Xi was much of sort of more hard line and clear cut about, hey, we are going to try to avoid the Thucydides trap, which means we don't want, as you are a declining empire, we don't want to go to war with you. And they expressed upset over this weapon sale. And lo and behold, we said, okay, we'll do what you want, because we are not in a position to do otherwise at this point. That's the reality. And, this has been made manifest by the Iran war. Now it is undeniable. As Sagar is pointing out, whatever sort of imaginary deterrent there was previously is now wiped clean. So when China says, hey, I don't really like the fact that you're doing this $14 billion weapon sale right now, guess what? Our best course of action is to say, okay, we won't do it then, because we need to have good relations with you so that you do not cut us off from not only, what we need in terms of semiconductors in Taiwan, but other various rare earth minerals and other supply lines that we are completely dependent on China for. So that is just an acknowledgement of the reality of the world that we live in now. It is a different day. Regardless of how the Iran war concludes and what the contours of a deal are, blah, 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 and when that comes, whether it's this week or 2 months from now or a year from now, the world has changed. And everybody's opened their eyes to the fact that we are no longer in any position to throw our weight around in the world in the same way.
Right, and this is a disaster, really, for the United States, because the entire basis of the American empire, especially in Asia, was built upon the security guarantee, not just for Taiwan, but for Japan, for South Korea. And in exchange, what that means is that there's open and navigable trade waters for cheap shit to flow to the U.S. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm saying this just is the basis for the U.S. I personally would like to change some of that. However, if we were going to say who are the best out,
right, it wasn't perfect, but it was way better than what Trump is aiming for. That's the problem. Instead of improving it, finding ways to improve it, Trump just made it worse. Like, he just totally said, fuck all of it, which is like disastrous for the U.S. I mean, oh man, it's bad.
I would say Japan and South Korea,
especially when he has no plan. And that's the thing about it. China's on a 100-year plan, Russia's on a plan. The United States has a plan, and he didn't stick with it. It is essential that we protect Taiwan. And Trump should have been very clear. Hey, look, they're very important to us. That we love doing business with you, but it is essential that we protect Taiwan. That's all he had to say, and that we're going to maintain that. You have to stop Xi from attacking Taiwan. You have to stop that, Donald Trump, and he's not doing that.
He's not doing it. He's not doing it at all. Instead, he's worried about attacking Cuba. What the fuck? He's worried about little old Cuba. He's worried about Cuba. He didn't have that shouldn't have been a priority, Cuba. You know what I mean? But he's made it a priority now in the most negative way. Oh my God. Go ahead. You want to say something?
Remember what we discussed before, right? In terms of realignment of the superpowers, right?
Yeah,
China has already have these disputed waters with Taiwan to slowly encroach on the rest of Asia, right? And so that in conjunction with us pulling back, again, it just all makes sense when we look at the broader picture. And while, we continue to play in our own backyard, right? In the Americas, when it comes to things like Venezuela, Cuba, if we can't hold up our own moral compass to the world to show an example, do we think we can stop Russia or China from doing the same, especially China in terms of Taiwan? We can't. We can't. We'd be hypocrites. We'd be hypocrites to do what we do, right? We're already showing our hypocrisy by still sending aid to Ukraine while Russia continues to fight, while we just took over Venezuela and now potentially Cuba.
It doesn't make our foreign policy is all over the place in the wrong ways at every point. It's just waste or weakness. Yeah, go ahead, Faraz.
But there's something important to understand, okay? Before Donald Trump came in, why are we defending Ukraine? Two reasons. One, it's Russia's attacking Europe. He's not just attacking Ukraine, he's attacking Europe, number one. And number two, I think the Budapest
NATO
Memorandum.
Too. Yeah.
He's attacking the Budapest Memorandum was a deal that we made between France, England, the United States, and Russia, and Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Ukraine gave up the nuclear weapons in exchange for a guarantee, and they wanted a guarantee. Really made an assurance that they wouldn't be attacked. Now, Obama messed up because the second that Putin attacked them, Obama should have said, "Here's your nuclear weapons back." Because that's what the Budapest Memorandum was for. Either give them back their nuclear weapons or you help defend them. And all they had to do was help them defend. We're not sending troops to Ukraine, but we should definitely be sending them every kind of ammunition that we're giving Israel.
No, we should have defended them. We could have put a no-fly zone. We could have done any of that so easily.
Done all that.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that is very crucial because this is the whole purpose of a treaty.
But if
you want to finish your word, you're dog shit.
But let me ask you first: the Budapest Memorandum. Are you saying that they were guaranteed to get their nukes back if we didn't defend them?
No.
Okay.
I go through the Budapest Memorandum, and the problem is Obama was a lawyer
Right.
Even though he taught law, I thought he taught constitutional law, and
Right.
so his guys went through it, and they go, well, technically, the way that it was written, we don't have to give them the Article 5 guarantee. Because the reason why we gave them that, and it was done under I think it was done under Clinton.
Okay.
And when they did it, actually, Christian, it was done under Bush. It was done under and I
Bush.
can.
You want me to
Yeah, it
look
was
it
done
up?
under Bush. Yeah, look it up. There's also another guy. I can't remember his name. Zolik. Robert Zolik. He was on the ground when it happened, and so it was '93 is when it happened. So it would have. I don't know when.
Guys. It was Clinton. It was under Clinton.
It was under
Yeah,
Clinton.
so
1994.
It was in '93. As a matter of fact, the ambassador to that was who was just our State Department under Biden. Who was the State Department guy?
Under
Who was
Biden?
director of the State Department? Yeah.
Who was
His
that?
father.
Under Biden. What was it? Hold on.
His father was the ambassador that was there for the signing of the Budapest Memorandum.
Okay.
So it's not like they didn't know this; they were all a part of it. I forget his name, but his dad was the U.S. ambassador during that time. And so and again, Russia violated the Budapest Memorandum.
Anthony
Russia
Blinken.
violated.
You're talking about Blinken, right?
Anthony Blinken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Blinken. His father was the U.S. ambassador that was there at the signing. And there's also a thing called the Russia-Ukraine Friendship Treaty Agreement, and Russia violated that. And they said that that we guarantee that we won't invade your territory. So you have to live up to your treaties. Otherwise, you're just a brute, and that's the problem. And so that's why that's different. There's no treaty. There's no treaty with Palestine. Actually, Israel does Israel have a right to defend a genocide? No, I don't. I now believe and agree that Israel doesn't even have a right to defend a genocide. So they don't have the right. There's no defending themselves. You're defending. You're launching a genocide. There is no right to launch a genocide. The Germans didn't have the right to launch a genocide.
Just so people know, it's not actually a treaty, but it's significant. It says here instead of it's classified as a politically binding agreement. So
yes,
because sometimes treaties aren't even binding, right? Exactly. Sometimes they're unbinding.
Most treaties, but they're supposed to be binding. So most treaties are binding, but that's what the Obama administration said, that it's not an Article 5 guarantee.
But
so that's why they really.
But this is a binding agreement. That's what I'm saying.
It is.
It says that while it sounds subtle, technically the difference between a memorandum and a treaty matters significantly. It in how international diplomacy works. All right. So it's a matter of how the diplomacy is working. No ratification. A formal international treaty must be ratified by the country's legislative body, like the Senate or the Russian Duma, to become official. Right. A treaty needs to be ratified first in the state country. But the Budapest Memorandum was never sent to any parliament or Congress or ratification. It was signed directly by the heads of state, like Bill Clinton and Boris. So it's binding. Yes. It's binding. It doesn't need to be ratified for it to be binding. That's okay. Yeah, I got you. And,
that's why it's extremely important that we defend Ukraine, because otherwise, our word is kind of shit already. That would actually make our word dog shit. Like who's going to trust us with even any kind of promise of protection if you can't even take care of that right there?
Yeah, it just means the next president can do, if you're accepting the fact that, okay, well, if this is an agreement between one president and the other, right, even though they're the heads of state, come on, how often in history has it played out that way? Of course, we've honored these, not just treaties, but these memorandums we've honored for long periods of time anyway. And all of a sudden to capitulate against that, and it would mean that as soon as the next president is in power, nothing stands anymore. That doesn't make sense either, right? That makes no sense. Yeah, because what's at stake here? You're talking about taking somebody's nuclear weapon for 4 years and then no agreement after that? After 4 years, no agreement? Of course that was binding. Yeah, but go ahead.
And again, it goes back to Taiwan. We used to have an actual treaty with Taiwan, but that ended. But we have an agreement with Taiwan that we will look out for you. And so these are countries. And again, for Taiwan, it's a lot more important, because if we lose the chip manufacturing, first off, China will have that, number one. we won't have that. So that's a zero-sum game on that one. Either you have it or you don't. But worst off, we can never recover that. It'll take us 20 years to make those type of chips again, and China is already getting ahead of us. They'll leap ahead of us as far as that. That's technology for our weapons that we use, and for robotics, and for stuff like that.
Right.
As of right now,
our cell phones, right? So you know things like think you know your iPhones, your Samsungs, even though you know it's primarily property of South Korea, they source through Taiwan as well, right? When it comes to production.
I think a lot of the stuff also like this NVIDIA chips that they're making, like some of those parts come from Taiwan, and they
everything Taiwan Semiconductors. So they have their own chip maker, which they essentially get contracted through NVIDIA to make certain parts of the chips, certain parts of our iPhones, certain parts of Samsung phones as well.
Right. Exactly.
And so
but that's the significance right there. That's we have trade with them, significant trade with them, right? And we sell those things on our so they're actually underwriting a lot of our mobile phone market, iPhone market, right? A computer market, dude. They're underwriting it, basically, right? And Trump's not concerned about that, huh? That's crazy.
But a bigger part of that has to do with weapons. And no one's talking about that. We have a lot of high-tech weapons that we used, and we have our guidances and all that stuff come from those chips from Taiwan.
Right.
So that's what we're going to lose right now. So I was watching this thing about World War II, how the U.S. At its peak was making more military hardware than Russia, China, Japan, Germany, and England combined. Okay, that's how far ahead we were. Now China can make ships 10 times faster than we can. For every ship we can make, China can make 10 ships. So we definitely fallen behind. And remember, like the U.S. used to be the leader in everything. We believed in research. Trump's killed all research. So we don't have the head in research
exactly,
anymore.
bro. And that's what I'm saying. How could people look at the totality, the sum of what Trump has done, his actions, and not be able to look at it as like possibly he's the center. He is the main tool of the attack. The attack happened inside first.
He's the main reason why the empire is crumbling. Like look at our leadership. We elected Trump in 2016, who was a dying leader. Biden in 2020 was a dying leader, and Trump again. And not just dying in age, they're dying in their ideas. Like none of them were forward thinkers. So we basically had the last three presidents, Trump, Biden, Trump, that are dying leaders, and this is why our empire is dying.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree 100%. Our leaders have not been the most progressive ones. They've kind of held things back. They stopped us from being number one, essentially, and they did it in every way. I mean, the fact that we had our left in the U.S., right? Our left has been center for a long time, and that center position is not how we got powerful. It's not how we got powerful. We got powerful being the woke ones, literally. Isn't that it? Really?
Yeah. That's exactly it, right? Like what we did is after World War II, when
I'm
we
talking about in
exhibited
terms of superpowers. In terms of superpowers, right? Obviously, because there's a difference there. Right.
The harshest forms of hard power reset in terms of soft power by giving aids and reconstructing and developing a lot of these underdeveloped nations, right? And through the form of aid in terms of, financing their major infrastructure and slowly giving them arms so that way they can essentially defend themselves against Russia, right? Against China, against Japan, right?
Right.
And now we're seeing that revert, right? We're seeing things like, Ukraine, we're seeing things like eventually Taiwan. And then on our end, again, to circle back, Venezuela and Cuba, right?
Right.
And this is just the beginning, right? Like, again, I think it all circles back to, trying to see how far we can reach. These superpowers can reach out within their own space to regain some of that control and some of that territory that they didn't hold, right? And so when we look at something as, the memorandum, the Budapest memorandum, to circle back to that, a lot of those countries who signed that memorandum, with the exception of Ukraine, are essentially loosely allied with Russia. Belarus is used as,
Right.
Russia's microphone to NATO and the world, right?
Yeah.
Like whenever someone needs to go in to some sort of annex, they go straight to Belarus, right? And
Yeah.
they, that's Putin's, safe haven right there. That's his
That's what he was
signal to the
complaining
free
about.
world.
No, that's what he was complaining about. He's
Can I say one thing?
he's complaining about people making agreements with sovereign nations, nations that said we don't want to be a part of Russia anymore. He's mad that other nations have agreements with them, essentially.
I want to say one thing about that. So, yeah, he's right. From the outside appearance, it looks like they're allied with it, but that's not what's really going on. These nations are under siege. Belarus government, you can look this up. There were protests in Belarus. 10,000 people were put in jail. They've never been seen since.
Right.
For protesting. This is just one protest.
It's very similar to what happened in Hungary, right? It's like, except Hungary turned away from it, right? Yeah, the people are like, fuck this. Yeah,
because
they have Buddha.
They can't escape out of Belarus.
But that's what I mean. They got Belarus as an example. That's why they were like, fuck this. This is going to take place. And Kakistan, exactly.
Pakistan was the same thing. The Russians sent in 10,000 soldiers, and they crushed rioters there that were protesting. And I could have it wrong. I think like 100,000 people got fucked up. I could have the number wrong. It could be less.
The initial talking point that V had, right? Does Russia and China suppress their people, right, or suppress what comes out of these countries, or what does that look like? And that is in the form of obviously like a Belarus, right, of a Hungary, right? They're the ones who are directly impacting, these protests, right? I mean, we can go as far as just again Ukraine, right? We saw what they did and how they utilized these uproars to essentially force takeover, right? To force military discourse, right? And military action within these countries to try to regain a foothold of these very countries that they signed a memorandum with, right?
Right.
Essentially, whatever was left over from the USSR and Greater China.
Facts, yeah, exactly. They had the history behind them, so they could evaluate it and see where they're now. It could be their moment, where they have to either fall under the Russian influence again or maintain some forward movement outside of Russia. Continue to work in that direction together with others, right, in the region. And unfortunately, fortunately, Hungary made a good choice. Unfortunately, Belarus didn't, right? So Belarus is all caught up in that right now. I mean, their president, who's the choice? Go ahead.
I forget their president's name, but they don't have a choice. Like they crushed it. They can't even have a fair vote in Belarus.
Right. Yeah.
They can't even get a can together. He gets arrested. They can't even vote. If you vote against him, Kazakhstan is even worse. And you can't even vote.
And can you run? Can you even run from Belarus anymore? I don't even think you can get out of Belarus, bro.
No, you can't. And Russia right now they have armies. So they signed this new thing where the Russian military can go from country to country and arrest people that are fleeing the war.
Yeah, man.
So
his name is the president of Belarus.
What's his name?
I forget his name off the top of my head.
Lukashenko.
Lukashenko. That's right. Lukashenko. Yeah. That's his name. Exactly.
Yeah. So, and that's why Russia took nuclear weapons and they put them on the front lines in Belarus, aiming them at Europe. So that way, if they launch on Europe, it's not Russia launching on Europe; it's Belarus.
Belarus will take all the damage. Yeah, they will take all the damage. And Putin will run. He would be first they would try to put up, I told you so, the NATO is coming after us again, and then he would run. That's crazy.
So Belarus is the safe haven, right? The opposition leader to Putin, he was exiled to Belarus, right? And so was the head of Wagner, the former head of Wagner. He was exiled to Belarus, and shortly he ended up dying, right? They ended up getting killed, right?
Oh, shit.
The head of Wagner, who was taking a plane, a private jet, back to Russia to have discussions on what the next steps in his positioning was going to be, since he essentially, threatened to take over Russia through military action in terms of taking over Russia's military leader, right? Like he wanted to overthrow Russia's military leader, right?
Yeah,
Essentially, that's a threat against taking over Russia in general, right? To disturb their their uh their positioning in terms of structure, right? So, on his way back from talks, right, he was exiled to Belarus as a part of that agreement, and on his way back to St. Petersburg to have that discussion with Putin, miraculously a missile came and obliterated him and whoever else was in that place.
Man, that is crazy. Yeah, man. I mean, and that happened right on the world stage, and that should be a lesson to what. Yeah, I hear you. That's a lesson to Belarus, the Belarus president. That can happen to you too.
Yeah, anybody can get it.
Anybody can get it, and he's allowed to operate like this on the global stage. And again, you could see in the U.S., just like in many ways, our chickens are coming home to roost. Right? It can happen with anybody. It could happen with anybody, essentially, Yeah, but let's hear some more of this real quick. Let's hear some more. Unless you want to say something else on the matter?
Let's hear some more for sure.
Okay.
I'm good.
Let's hear some more.
This segment is a really good one, and it goes into further talking where we currently are, right? It goes a bit deeper. It goes into, towards the end. Trump initially, we don't know what his mental state is in terms of, having that mental capacity of delivering nukes or, using or deploying nukes, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
great segment. Yeah, we can continue with this one for sure.
All right.
These European nations. Well,
here we go.
What's going to happen now? C3, please. Let's put it up here on the screen. Just yesterday, the U.S. has now warned Japan of a severe delay in Tomahawk deliveries due to the Iran war. The missiles will come 2 years late, as the Pentagon now has to replenish its own stocks depleted in the Middle East military campaign. So remember, we went to Japan and we said, hey, you guys have to buy Tomahawk missiles. They were like, okay, let's do it. So then we took their money. And now we're like, just so you know, we're going to have to wait a few years to give it to you because we blew it all with the Iran war. This was the interruption is the big blow to Japan. Ordered Tomahawks again for the first time in 2024 at the insistence of the U.S. to enhance its deterrence against China. The missiles would have given Japan a, quote, counter-strike capability to hit coastal China, and it was a $2.5 billion deal after Washington urged Japan to increase its defense spending. So Japan does it, and they give us the money. They're like, all right, so give us the missiles. Nope, we can't even turn those missiles over right now. This comes on the heels of this, increasingly all of these reports that are coming out, which, you don't need a report necessarily for the obvious, but let's put this Washington Post piece that I sent in post-production. U.S. allies in Asia are now trying to shield themselves from Trump's unpredictability. And what they say is that Trump's seeming ambivalence about the value of allies has created a sense of urgency among nations with close U.S. ties, as China now shows greater willingness to strong-arm its neighbors, and Trump injects waves of unpredictability. Japan and South Korea are banding together as smaller nations redraw the geostrategic balance in Asia, despite their complicated history. So to get Japan and South Korea to work together, that takes a titanic feat from the United States, two countries which hate each other for good reason. Yeah, I don't blame it. But not my place to judge about who is comforting women who. But just saying, I don't blame the South Koreans for still being upset.
Trump is uniting the globe in ways we never could imagine. In ways
we never could have imagined. But what they're pointing out is this, quote, growing urgency.
Trump has united the world in ways we could not have imagined. And he's having that effect. And I don't know if it's apparent that MAGA, his Trump supporters don't see that. They don't understand that that's what's happening. That for some reason they're poor with the geopolitics, right? Isn't that essentially it?
It's framed as America first, right?
Right.
That's the narrative, right?
Yeah. They framed it as American first, and it is like, no, it's actually last, and they still can't fucking see it. And it is not last by accident. It's by design. Like, this man has a deep relationship with Russia. you know, and others.
Exactly. Yes, you are hitting the nail right on the head. This is exactly right. You've been preaching this for the longest, right?
Yeah, he's hit every geopolitical point that needed to be turned over. You know, Asia. It's not really that complicated. It's the Middle East, right? How do you give over the Middle East? How do you turn it over? Bad diplomacy there, right? And then Asia, and you can't
Israel.
fight. Yeah,
Israel.
Israel is the Middle East, and you can't fight both. You know, and if you stir the pot too much, that's your only choice left, is to fight in both places. And our admirals already said that, listen, we're not prepared to fight in both places right now. And really, you know, that's what they said in Biden's term, right? And somehow Trump has found a way to make every place even worse. You know, move away, like you said, Friars, move away from every agreement that Biden made or Obama made. That is Trump's actual goal. Right. But hold on. Let's go on. Let's go on.
Not my place to judge about who is comforting women who, but just saying I don't blame the South Koreans for still being upset.
Trump is uniting the globe in ways we never could have imagined,
ways
Sagar.
we never could have imagined. But what they're pointing out is this, quote, growing urgency was felt from the big powers, from the South Korean president hosting the Japanese prime minister for a 2-day summit, including a banquet and traditional fireworks show, something that, you know, rare generally. And what they're doing is they're pushing them together to say, okay, we have these two great nations, you know, the giant economies. However, both have total security guarantees, previously thought ironclad from the United States, not so ironclad anymore. You take those THAADs out, you take those Tomahawks away. You have Trump, you know, saying, oh, we're going to pause weapon sales to Taiwan. They're like, well, remember, for Japan and South Korea, they have two twin problems. They don't just have China. They've got North Korea, which literally fires missiles over Japan and, you know, near South Korea all the time, who is a sworn enemy. So for them, what they need to do is they need some sort of guarantee. And look, some of this is healthy, like in the long run, because it gives them strategic independence, but it will come as health for the globe and detriment to the US dollar and to our own security guarantee, our ability to buy cheap goods, our ability to have good relations with these nations. And again, like just be very clear, like who is more important to the United States of America? Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, or Israel, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia? Like, it's a joke compared to their actual economic importance, especially in the future when we transition generally away from fossil fuel.
How many Trump, Kushner, and Witkoff properties, though, exist in the Gulf region is, I guess, the more important question to ask here in terms of the type of decision-making that is being made. And
essentially, I mean, it sounds to me like what they're saying is that the Middle East has paid off. They basically paid off Trump, Witkoff, and you know, for their policies, right? First, you got the additive of Putin and Trump's relationship, so that's always going to be pro-Putin. But then when you go into the Middle East, you have the rest of these guys buying off shit. They're paying for policy. I mean, how do you give these people? They're giving them billions of dollars. What do you think they're giving them billions of dollars for? To help the U.S.? No, they're giving this president billions of dollars to undermine the U.S. That is insane, and they're just taking it, and the U.S., the American people are accepting it. It maybe not the American people. I keep hearing the poll and the data are suggesting something different, but the fucking representatives are allowing it, and those are supposed to be the voice of the people. The congressional members are supposed to be the voice of the people. The senators are supposed to be a direct connect to the people. That's how we run the country. And those people are allowing Trump to do anti-American policy. I mean, undermine the United States, the entire country. That is like, I'm sorry, American people are like, what's the deal, man? What is the deal? When are people going to say something is up with our fucking elected officials? Like, really, this is so problematic right now. It's not even a joke. It's the worst crisis the U.S. has been in a fucking 100 years. Listen, if you're not registered to vote, make sure you go and register to vote. You can register to vote here at vote.gov. It's online. The process is all online. I think maybe you might, depending on what state you have, you might need something like a ID to scan, while and you can upload it, but the process is relatively simple. Do this before the midterms. Some of the special elections and midterms are happening already, but the main ones are happening in November, right? But don't wait till November, because look, it takes time to make ID. If you have the incorrect ID, then you have to go downtown and get the right ID. It takes time to get a birth certificate or a passport or whatever your particular state might be asking for. I think a lot of them already have IDs that work for voting. So just go ahead and see. You can just choose your state right here. If you live in DC, you can say like this, District of Columbia, boom, and your state will come up. That's how easy it is. Now let's go back and hear a little more. Yeah,
look, also, the same logic that we apply for the U.S. bases in the Middle East, where now many of them have been destroyed. Countries are realizing, hey, we thought having these bases on our soil would help protect us. Instead, it made us a target. That logic applies to a certain extent in places like South Korea, too, and places like Japan as well, where they're saying, this whole idea that this was really going to protect us as you're pulling weapon systems from our soil and sending them to the Middle East, not sure that this fully adds up for us anymore. So I'm not saying that change will happen overnight. But again, the logic and the calculus has completely changed. Trump threatened to pull our military out of Germany. And there was a significant number of Germans on sort of like the far right and the far left who were like, okay, good.
By the way, that actually would be a great thing.
Go ahead and do it. I mean, that sentiment exists in South Korea, especially among young South Koreans as well. That sentiment exists around the world, and the logic of it has also changed since the demonstration of our weakness in the Middle East and in the Iran war.
I know you guys cover this, but C4, I cannot emphasize enough how ass backwards this whole thing is. From John Hudson, the U.S. bore the brunt of Israel's missile defense, which means that while Iran was shooting at Israel, the United States military expended far more of its own interceptors to protect Israel than Israeli forces did. Let me sink that in as deep as we possibly can.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That is... Oh man, particularly for a war that Israel started. I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy.
We have a very limited amount of these advanced interceptors.
I don't agree with Sager on a lot of things, but like pulling U.S. troops out of Germany is an absolutely horrible idea.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. That's not good.
That's because we have a hospital there. That's the big thing. And so, those are all American doctors there.
Yeah.
And so when we get into it in Kuwait or any place in the Middle East, this is the first Ramstein airfields where we land, and we go to the hospital out there. I forget the name of the hospital, but that's where we send our service members.
That's the closest place, bro. Yeah, exactly. It's true, and people went there even during this war. Pilots that were shot down, military that was injured in this conflict with Iran. That is the closest place, the closest hospital they have to go to outside of the U.S. So that's saving lives. But go ahead.
Lives. And Germany is an ally that, like, NATO was really formed initially to make sure that Germany wouldn't start a war again, and so that's what it was formed for.
We have a military, right? So they're heavily dependent on us to provide that military aid. They're heavily dependent on the formation and the cohesiveness of a NATO to continue to protect them as a whole nation. They have no military, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, they do have a military, and their first real operation was Kosovo, and I saw them smoke some guys over there. I was like, we do not want the Germans to start doing the goose step again, because that's the last thing we want, is to say, hey, you're on your own again. Let them build their army, and then we have no say in what they do.
Right.
Plus, that's going to be a target for Russia. They're going to either go after Germany, they're going to go after Poland.
Yeah.
If a war starts back up, and so for Sager to say this stuff is very dangerous, and he just doesn't read history. So I don't agree with him on that.
But maybe what he's saying is, I mean, I shouldn't say this, but I think what he's saying is, in terms of what the most important issue is affecting the U.S., right? The Germans in other NATO countries, their military capacity, they're building it pretty rapidly, right? I mean, so when we pull these troops out, of course, it wasn't a good decision to do. That was a bad decision, actually. But they're able to fill in gaps easier there than they are in Asia. I think, isn't that what he means? Or I don't know.
No, he wants to pull U.S. forces out of every foreign country.
Oh, who are you talking
That's
about?
what he's talking about.
Who are you talking about?
Sager, the guy on that's his name, right?
This
Sager,
guy right
the
here.
Guy on,
the male host.
Yeah.
He just said it. But I've heard him talk about it before. Like he's Trump light. He's MAGA light.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. He's a far righter.
Yeah, he's
a neocon or a libertarian, essentially. And he was forced to capitulate to what's
out of his
happening
mind.
now. I'll do you one better. His wife and him himself, they're best friends and close friends to JD Vance.
Oh my God!
Really?
Okay, so we shouldn't even be playing this shit.
No.
You have to listen to. I mean,
he just so happened like this was before JD Vance even got elected.
Right.
But it is essentially a bipartisan view of what your educated conservative would look like, and Crystal Ball. She's more Democrat. Right.
She's
Kyle is her husband. He also holds a very liberal platform, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. Thank goodness.
Kyle, they're both progressives. They wouldn't want to be called liberals. They're progressives.
Yeah.
Extreme
progressive. Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's play some more of this.
While Iran was shooting at Israel, the United States military expended far more of its own interceptors to protect Israel than Israeli forces did. Let me sink that in as deep as we possibly can. We have a very limited amount of these advanced interceptors. As I've emphasized over and over again on the show, they take years to rebuild. They're highly, high precision. They're ridiculously multi-million dollars expensive. One of the reasons we give money to Israel is so that they can have the weapons to defend themselves. This is the logic. Then when it came time to defend themselves, the United States stepped in and we defended them. We expended many of the stocks that we have so that Israel could conserve theirs. Why? But Israel might need them in the future. Then why did we do it in the first place? And so
what if we need them in the future, the immediate future? What if we need them now? And you could kind of see Trump is already signaling China that they can go ahead and take Taiwan, essentially, by doing this. Because if you don't have missiles, if you don't have missiles yourself, if you got a missile problem, then what you going to use to defend your allies in the Pacific, and it just it's terrible, bro. It's terrible. But let it play.
We are now dramatically less safe because we protected Israel from Iranian missiles in a war, by the way, which they got us into and which they started. Remember, day one of the war, the United States Secretary of State, one of the historic statements ever uttered by a chief diplomat. We had to do it because Israel was going to attack them and that we knew Iran would attack back, and that's why the United States had to get involved. Mm-hmm. That was his reasoning, the U.S. Secretary of State. He said it, not me. And so here we are, several months later. The United States has expended the vast array of its advanced interceptors, costing some hundreds of millions of dollars on behalf of this tiny little nation, while Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, they go dry. How does that make any sense? I'm losing. It genuinely, this demonstrates to me the level of which there has been a complete strategic inversion in the Trump administration. This will go down as one of the greatest follies in U.S. history. I really it's not even hyperbolic now at this point. Yeah. This is it. This is the big one in terms of the turning point. Yes, you're just saying that. Listen, I don't just say these things willy-nilly, because when you stack up the balance sheet and you look here at Japan, a G7 nation, South Korea, same thing, top trading partner of the United States, Taiwan, I just described 3 nations which are in the top 10 trading partners of the United States who are like, I don't know about this. And
Sagar, I don't see anyone really disagreeing. Even the neocons now, the ones who are like, we got to do more war. Yeah. Lindsey Graham in that tweet that we talked about with Shrita Parsi on whatever day that was, on Sunday. He said, if this concludes with the deal right now, I don't know why we went into this war to start with, because even that, the Robert.
You know what? It's so sad too, man. And it's also very telling too. Let the United States, if you were to do this, remember our generals, they said under Biden administration that the United States doesn't have the capacity to really fight that strongly in both places. Like they can fight, and of course we would inflict a lot of harm. And who would want that? That's insane. The amount of harm that we could inflict is insane. You wouldn't want that. But if you really want to compare who could win, and can you guarantee winning in both places, the Middle East and Asia, our generals already said they can't guarantee that pretty much, right? Now, this was under the Biden administration. Now, so if we were to have a conflict in the Middle East, right? Or not in the Middle East and in Asia, in both places, right? In the Pacific, we could win. Maybe it's a little bit easier with your allies, but that also seems to be another strategic blunder with Trump. He fucked over the relationship with the allies on day one. He's like, we're going to attack Canada. We're going to attack Greenland. Fuck Europe. You all are backwards. You're falling. Your society is falling. And then he goes and starts a war with Israel, and then asks for their help. And they're like, no. And now this shit is back on the table because we don't have enough missiles. It is going to go down as the big blunder in U.S. policy of the century. But hold on, y'all want to say something, or should I keep playing? Should I keep playing this?
I just wanted to mention that, when we speak about the stockpiles, in order to make some of these missiles, they're only essentially made in one place in America, and it takes almost up to 2 years to make most of these missiles. So think about that, right?
God damn. Yeah, man.
Not only that. So when the Trump administration came in, if they knew they were going to do this, the very first thing they should have done was to start up production. Because we're still on ammo, we're still on rounds, we're still on bullets even these days. I'm reading. That's why they've canceled training, because soldiers can't even train right now because they don't have enough ammunition. So Trump, and by the way, Trump has not ramped up production at all on any of this stuff.
No.
No, what it is
he's trying to scare people.
Look at the big beautiful bill, right? Like it took for him to inject that cash first through the bill, right? Through the big beautiful bill, before he can even ramp up production, right? So he needed Congress's money. He needs our money to boast, our defenses before, right? Like they have to get paid. They have to pay these contractors before we even start to build it, right? It just so happened to be that he didn't expect these initial conflicts to escalate so fast while the bill just passed, right?
Right.
Well, it's not even in. That's what I'm saying. Trump isn't a planner. He didn't think this out. Like if you look at the new Pentagon contract, the $1.5 trillion contract, ammunition isn't in there. This is I'm saying. He hasn't even thought about resupplying the ammunition for this conflict, and so we're using our reserves right now. Again, I think Kyle mentioned this, that we've used more ammunition in the 120 days of this war is taken in with Iran than we did in the entire Iraq war for Tomahawk missiles.
And
that's why we're out.
Yeah, and this is like month 2, right?
We're out.
This is like the second month.
Is like 90 days, but the thing is, it's
3 months. 3 fucking months.
We're really screwed. But again, it does leave us in a position if Trump loses, which he's going to lose, he leaves office. Now the U.S. can't defend its allies, and so Taiwan falls. It was his hope. He wants Taiwan to fall. He said that before in the past. Yeah, he told like Bolton has a thing where he says he talked to Trump, but Trump says, "You see this ballpoint pen, the tip of this pen? This is Taiwan. You see my desk in front of me?" And he's looking at the big Oval Office desk. This is China. And so Trump's already said that before. Like he doesn't think it's worth saving China. But again,
Taiwan. But of course, it's not just saving Taiwan. Yeah, it's not just saving Taiwan anyway, because it's a chain effect. It's a domino effect. It's the entire damn region. If Taiwan goes, then why wouldn't anything else in the region go? You know, it's just one piece. It's one brick in the wall. Look, I mean, where's Taiwan here? Hold on, let me blow this up. Where's Taiwan?
Yeah,
You see, exactly right there. Taiwan's the closest. They're the closest to China.
Taiwan, Japan,
yeah,
and then North Korea at the same time.
No. Taiwan is the closest. Taiwan is physically the closest. That's insane. And so if you lose that one, they're just on somebody else's doorstep, and which is the Philippines is next. And
they'll take the Philippines. Eventually, they'll go after Japan.
Eventually, definitely. They could go after the Philippines or South Korea, but they probably know Japan and South Korea will organize together. But the Philippines is on its own.
That's essentially what this segment is discussing, right? Like,
right.
And these waters are the very waters that are in dispute, right? This is where China is slowly and strategically building their own islands. They are building man-made islands to claim these waters, right? That's how, and they've been doing this for years. And, the U.S. has known about it, right? Like, what are we going to do? We don't have, any major military force, in Asia, right? We don't have our equivalency to Israel in China or around in Asia in general, right?
Right.
Well, we have Okinawa. We have bases in Okinawa. We have, so we do have an Asian fleet still. That I mean, that's our job is to patrol those waters. Yeah,
we have a base. But it is nothing in comparison to what China's physical military presence is, right?
No.
We would have remember we just finished Venezuela, right? We are currently in Iran. If you think we can hold multiple wars or conflicts at once, this is what China is banking on, and this is the reason why Trump went to China, right? I'm sure part of those larger discussions were on an economic base, but also on a geopolitical base, right? Hey, slow it down. Hey, we'll pull back. If you slow it down, we'll pull back on our aid to Taiwan, right? Like, it's slowly developing right before our eyes, right? And we will not be able to, regardless of where we hold bases at, we need to divert military attention, and guess what? Primarily weapons, which, and according to every metric, we don't have those things, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're failing on both sides of it. Yeah, the geopolitical side and the weapons side now. And China's been sitting back, just waiting. They haven't been using any of their weapons. Right?
No,
they've been giving bullets. They've been giving bullets to Russia, basically.
To Russia. Well, they give them different stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a thing called it was a policy that came into play under the Bush administration. It's called Fight One, Hold One. Okay, and it's a concept that was proposed to the military, and because they did in training this, they said that we can fight one conflict while we hold another conflict. You can't fight two conflicts, but you can fight one and hold one. And George Bush tried that. He tried it, and this is one of the reasons why he was so excited to have two wars at the same time, to just test this concept, and it was an absolute failure. Because once we started with Afghanistan, we went full force, and the second we went into Iraq, the Afghanistan conflict went idle. And that's why it drug out for so long. So right now, China knows this.
Timing, logistics, and exactly.
Yeah, okay. you can't do it. So China knows this already, and this is the reason why Putin knows it too. This is the reason why Putin attacked in 2014, because the U.S. was still in Afghanistan, and we really couldn't do anything about it. So he knew that we couldn't do shit. And plus, we're still in Iraq. We're fighting the ISIS in Iraq. So he knew he had us. That's why he went after that. And right now, with Trump doing this, Putin's got him getting into 3 wars. Venezuela isn't done yet. As far as we know.
Who does that? Exactly.
Then Cuba.
Right.
So this way now, China can go in there knowing that we can't do shit. We've depleted all of our ammunition, and our forces are spread out.
Exactly.
And we have wounded. So the China taking Taiwan in 2027 looks like a real possibility.
You know what they basically did was, I mean, Trump is so insane. You know, he found a way. He found a way to do things, but with the worst type of consequence. Instead of doing things trying to achieve, maybe, you know, I'm talking about what he claims he wanted to achieve. He claims he wanted to denucleify fucking Iran, right? He claims he wants to remove the terrorist regime. That's what he claims, right? Now, the question is, how do you go about it? Right. And he claims he wanted Europe to start defending itself, making, stop using the U.S. That's what he claims. But the question is, how do you go about it? So Europe is definitely ending up with a bigger military, right, and more armed, right? The question is, okay, well, but how are we stronger in the U.S.? How are we stronger? And we're not. And so it's really sad the way it's interesting the way some of the things Trump claims, but how he goes about shit. It's like, look, you said 2 war, right? Hold one, win one, right? But now it's like we're in 3. Yeah, but now we're in 3 wars. We're trying to be involved in 3 fucking wars. I mean, they haven't all started yet, but it looks like that's what the makings are. You know, piss off Central America, piss off South America, attack them enough to where they will have to work with Russia and China more. And you know what that's going to mean. If they're afraid, they're going to have to receive weapons too, right? And so then by the time 2028 comes, it might already be a war in all 3 places.
Yep. I mean, and let's not forget, like, we keep forgetting that the main reason why our levels of ammunition have depleted is the fact that we are currently still involved in the war in Ukraine. That is where the majority of our backlogged ammunitions have gone to, right? In the forms of selling our arms that we were actively using to Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
And so,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I would say one thing about that. So that's not 100% accurate. It is slightly. And here's the thing: everything that Ukraine had was depleted munitions for us. Like the Stinger missiles, they were out of stock. We were never using them again. The Bradleys, we weren't using them anymore. So and plus most of the sales to Ukraine, what happened with the money was it went to U.S. contractors. Yes. So U.S. companies got paid, and we sent that money, those weapons, over to there. So it's not 100% accurate on that, and so that's not what hurt our supplies. What hurt our supplies is the Trump administration and the first administration stopped training, but worse off, they didn't increase production. And we have a production problem in this country. And like we used to have the military-industrial complex. People think we do. We don't. We don't. The military-industrial complex doesn't exist in this country. We have a few contractors that are doing it, but not really. And that's what's hurting us.
To circle back to that, right? Let's look at the ammunitions that Russia's still using. They're using some of the oldest ammunitions and arms that they've had, right? So, for us to not, like, obviously it's a partial truth, right? That we were no longer using some of these ammunitions, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't have armed allies with these ammunitions. We chose to, continue to support Ukraine.
I see what you mean. I think
we're their ally, though. Ukraine's our ally.
Yeah,
so
but I think
our ally.
No, but I think what he's saying is this. I think I get where he's coming from. They're supposed to be our allies, Ukraine, right? Right? But the way
us in the Iraq War.
But what Trump has done is this agreement about sharing arms with them, sending arms to them that we don't use. That was part of Biden's strategy, right? That was a strategy that was set up. So that all fits. Correct. That makes sense under Biden's lens. But Trump came in and he fucked that whole strategy up. So even though we're still giving them these weapons, we're not helping ourselves because we're aiding Russia at the same time. We're allowing them to, you see what I mean? Like, so in a way, that help that we gave Ukraine has been neutralized.
Yes,
and we're still giving it to them, and it's neutral. It has right. Go ahead.
Even more so than that, like the big beautiful bill, right? Like we've globally pulled back funding to a lot of these countries which acted as soft power moves, right? Now, with the defunding of a lot of these programs that we used to help these nations, right? Let's consider the fact that the aid that we contributed to some of these nations obviously alleviated their financial burden in other sectors like these countries' militaries. Now they're focused, right, to redirect whatever funds that we're not giving them now to essentially prepare for militarization, right?
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's true.
One thing, Ukraine is buying weapons. We're selling them. We didn't give them anything.
Yeah, they're buying everything.
Israel, we're giving them all this stuff for free. That's the big difference.
Yeah,
Plus,
that too.
And also the one thing that Ukraine really wanted that we can give them with ease is live intelligence. It costs us nothing. We're monitoring. We could have given them live intelligence. The Biden administration fucked up. They wouldn't give them 24-hour live notice. They gave them to them 72 hours late, which I mean, guys are gone sometimes. And the Trump administration cut off all intel. So I'm saying these are simple things that we could have done.
Yeah, we fucked up with Ukraine. Yeah, it's true. We flip flopped on Ukraine too many times. Basically, we didn't stay as a steady ally. I mean, really, you know what I mean? Because we changed our policy so many goddamn times. You can't, and that also makes us look weak. It makes us look weak.
And remember, Ukraine fought in Operation Iraqi Freedom. They were one of the few countries who read it and goes, you get your intel wrong. They told them you get your intel wrong, but we're still going to support the troops on the ground. And they sent soldiers to come fight in the war in Iraq, even though they knew that we were wrong about the intel. Okay, Israel has never sent a single person to fight alongside U.S. service members. They're not our ally. They're a partner, but they're not our ally. So let's just be crystal clear. I hate when people try to say Israel is our ally. Israel is not our ally. Show me a single conflict that Israel's fought in with us. Israel shot a U.S. service boat in 1967. So let's not forget that they're not our ally. They're a partner, and really we're their bitch. They own us.
Well, on paper we're allies, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're their bitch. That's what it is.
On paper we're allies. On paper, man. You know, but.
An ally is somebody that you fight with, and when someone comes to fight with you, they become your ally.
Yeah, but
so they've never once fought with the conflict. But even in this conflict, we're doing the fighting, and they're not going to go on. They're not going to put boots in the ground. Israel can never put boots in the ground in any place because if the soldiers get caught, they're going to get skinned alive in public. You know, so they will never put boots on the ground for the U.S. ever.
I mean, these are just facts. I hear you. I hear both of you. I agree. Like, is the bottom line is Ukraine has put boots on the ground for us before, and and we should have been aiding them the entire time. Come on, man. It's this memorandum, like you said, the Budapest memorandum. Goddamn, whatever happened with that, right? And who signed the Budapest memorandum? You know what I mean? So why is it that we capitulate? You see what I mean? But in any case, we've wasted a lot. We've wasted time and energy with Ukraine. That was a gift to Putin under Trump, right? Trump, his bitch, his main squeeze, right? And Trump is Putin's main squeeze. That's some shit. But look, and then Israel. And then Israel, man, they fighting over this bitch. They like, no, she my hoe first. No, give her back to me. This bitch is mine, man. You know, they're like, it's like, damn, man, I never seen two. They obsessed with Trump, Israel and Putin, boy. But when are they going to fight each other? That's what I'm saying. Why don't you fight each other over this bitch? All right, now anyway, let's go. They won't take it that far, will they? They do us all a favor if they did, but obviously
they're the secret lovers in this soap opera.
That's what makes her a hoe. They don't even care. They're like, fuck it, you take her next week. You have her next week. you take Trump. We'll share her. We'll share this hoe. All right, now let's continue, man, because there's more news. Hold on. You let me know when this when we should segue out of this. But let's continue here. Let's hear more what
piece that we talked about in the Atlantic, where he says it's checkmate. Like, we lost in Iran. I don't think that there's really anyone who can disagree with that at this point. Now, some of those people use that as a justification, is that that's why we need a ground invasion, that's why we need to nuke them, or whatever insane plans they have. But it's pretty undeniable at this point, unless you are the just most blinded, MAGA, sycophant loyalist you could possibly imagine, who just hears Trump go, "We won," and are like, "I guess we won." Outside of those people, it's pretty undeniable. It's really undeniable. And that's actually one of the obstacles to being able to secure some sort of a deal at this point, because even Trump knows he's not going to be able to sell this as a win. Even he knows, with all of his powers of persuasion and reality distortion and all, something that he's very
reality distortion
talented as, the probably greatest bullshit artist in American history. Even he knows people are going to see this as a loss, as nothing more than a devastating strategic loss and one of the greatest blunders in history. So, I think it's fairly undeniable. And this latest, okay, well, we're not going to do the weapon sales to Taiwan at China's request. By the way, we're just got to go along with what they want at this point because we're in such a position of weakness. It's just a sign of the new reality.
Iran is the excuse, but it's also the truth. Like, it just is. Right. There's is there something we do about it? Yeah, we would have to basically Manhattan Project our defense industrial base. Here's the problem. It's not a horrible idea, but it would be a horrible idea under the current political regime because, and I'm not just talking about Trump, I'm talking about both of them. Because under the current political regime, what we know is that, let's say some neo-liberal Democrat or Trump, the neocon Republican, if you give them more weapons, they're going to use it for more shit like Iran and Israel. The whole point would be to have a sensible strategic defense and say, we're going to use this to protect us and to protect Japan and to protect South Korea and maybe Taiwan, maybe, right? Which even then, this is like it's basically a dream. But we want to make sure that it doesn't get invaded, or at least we maintain some strategic connection to make sure we can get all these chips, which are deeply valuable. All this democracy, it's bullshit, and everybody knows it. But even that, under the current regime, like, we know that if we put $1.5 billion into our Pentagon budget, the vast majority of it will be squandered into the mansions of Northern Virginia.
It will be squandered. So we're at a problem. This is really this is where it comes back. The chicken's coming home to roost because they want more money. They say they ran out of missiles. They say the military's missing this and this, but they're not even going to use it properly. We're going to end up paying the money ourselves, putting us in more debt, and actually they're going to squander it because the U.S. has no clear foreign policy at this point. They've capitulated. They've rolled back U.S. foreign policy. And go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. I was just like, Staker's an idiot. I mean, he's talking about, all this democracy, that's irrelevant. Well, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? That's the most important part of all of this. Is people need to be able to have a right to democracy. That should not be taken away from them. Russia will take it away from Ukraine. They will genocide the Ukrainian language. They will genocide the Ukrainian culture, and they will not have a vote. China will take away any kind of freedom in Taiwan. They will genocide anybody that supported the regime. They will genocide anybody speaking out against the regime. That's the most important thing. How does he not see that? That's why.
Yeah, he's talking. It's true though. I know what you mean. In terms of the UN, United Nations, and in terms of our footprint on the global stage, it's because of that we have to adhere to certain values, right? And part of that is supposed to be the UN. We're supposed to understand genocide and what's going to happen and how we operate. What is going to happen if we pull out of there is not just that we're going to lose money. These people are going to be genocided. That's pretty much it. And they're going to, because they don't want them to have their same culture. A lot of people just think that Asians all have the same culture, all the same language, and therefore they belong together, right? But that's not true, and it's the same thing in Africa, same thing in Europe. There are distinct different, same thing in Russia, man. Even Russians don't have the same damn culture, even though they might likely all speak Russian, but not too long ago, they didn't all speak Russian. You see what I mean? And whoever told those people's stories, people are largely not even concerned about half of Russia and its indigenous population anyway. at this point because nobody talks about it, right? But the same thing can happen in Asia. The same thing can happen in other places in Ukraine, and we should be concerned about that. It was our best move. It was in our interest to continue our foreign policy the way that it is. Donald Trump has pulled back on both. He's pulled back on the human rights thing long ago. He doesn't give a fuck if genocide happens. That was the first thing Trump did, was go against the UN and every agreement that we have with them, right? Every treaty, every treaty that we signed or ratified with the UN, he's just said fuck it, right? That's one problem. But then even if you just think about the money, even if you claim to be about American first, it is still the wrong thing to do because we're so closely in business connected with these people. They're a part of our economy. They hold us up economically, and this motherfucker wants to even cut that lane. I mean, but I hear you though, Fries. It's important to know it's not just about dollars. Oh yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you, man.
And if you could pull up for the chat, soft power versus hard power.
Okay, on this same one?
No, just pull it up as a read through, so they understand more or less what we're trying to discuss overall.
Right. Versus hard.
I mean, this is another thing this is why I really believe that Trump is working. I think Trump took notes from Putin. He got him first time, he got him the second time, and getting rid of USAID was one of the big things that Putin wanted. But that's what helps China too, because again, this hard power versus soft power. I love soft power. People are like, it's the CIA's involved. It's more than just the CIA's involved. What it does basically, it says, hey, look, we want you to work with this not because we're going to put a gun to your head, but because we can improve your lives. We can help you out. And so countries are like, well, we love to do that. And so, for example, we put a program in their country so we can give them mosquito nets.
Right.
Okay. Wow. Malaria. 10,000 lives. We give them malaria pills. Okay, we didn't have those before. We give them HIV medication. We give them condoms. Okay, and that's how stops the spread. Like trouble, those guys
globally, right? Not only just locally, globally, right?
Yeah, globally, exactly. Because people come to that country, they have sex, and then they go back to their country, and then they bring HIV with them. So all these things are soft power, and the U.S. was the best at it. All right, we led the way in it. We had researchers involved. We had little companies that were forming. If you want to start your own company in Afghanistan making paintings, we'd help you do that. Because now this mother's making money online selling her paintings, and that helps. This is what we got rid of because the Russians hated it, the Chinese hated it. Because it interfered with their Belt and Road Initiative.
And so now China has been the front forward, superpower to exuberate soft power, right? Through places like Africa, right? And a ton of other, we have Guyana, right, is another example. We have a ton of, they've learned from our playbook and have implemented it a lot better than we have. And we've flipped the script on that. Right, leaving us with no ammunition, several conflicts, right, and more to come.
I was in Rwanda. I was in Rwanda a few years ago. I was doing some training over there, working with the Rwanda military, and we would make a deal with them, like we wanted to help these guys out, we wanted to give these guys some money, but we had to vet them all first. And so we vetted guys, and so luckily Rwanda wasn't that bad. Most of them weren't involved with the genocide. So they were good. I think in Namibia we had some problems with some guys that were involved with some genocide stuff. So we couldn't give them money. China came there and they says, we're gonna give you $1 billion.
Yep.
To set up to set up at your military for the military school, so you can build a base, build this other stuff. Yeah, and so they gave them $1 billion, no questions asked, right? So this is the catch though. They did this, and so they set it up, and then the Chinese were like, no, we want to come in and build it. And they're like, okay, so let them build it. And the same thing happened in Ethiopia when they set up the African Union building. So China built the whole thing out. They bring all their own workers in. They do all the building of it, everything, right?
And they filled it full of cameras. They filled it full of cameras and spy shit.
Surveillance equipment, yeah. And so
you're not lying, dude.
Yeah, they had to come in. That's exactly what happened. So they had to come in, like it happened in the African Union building. You can look that up. but it was also happening with the Rwandans. But Rwandans figured it out real fast, and they tore most of it out, and they let the U.S. come in, and we cleaned it up with them so that they were being monitored and spied. So China gets it, but China still does it kind of fucked up, and the Russians do too. Russians will come in and they'll help you out, but they're going to be spying on you too.
They want the appearance. They want the appearance of that, but they don't want the actual job because why? Because they're imperialists also. Right?
Yeah, and the thing is with China will leave you in debt. Like a lot of these countries, they make a deal. They give them a loan. And so they give like this government a loan, and then they give the government leader like an extra $1 million on the side. And so then the country, when he's out of power, the country's left with this loan. And then 20 years from now, when they default on the loan, China comes in and they take this mine and they take that mine, they take this resource. And so it's kind of a new way to wage war. They can wage war through debt. Yeah. So that's really what the Belt and Road Initiative is. It's waging war through debt.
It's not even new. It's not even new. It's called neocolonialism. It's just for some reason people don't recognize it because it's China, because they think that China has never doesn't colonize. That's the assessment a lot of people make. They think that China hasn't used that as a tool before. I mean, how colonization look? It looks different depending on who you are, proximity, and all of these things. But China is very knowledgeable in how to colonize. That's what they're doing. Yes. That's what they're doing. Yes. And in a similar fashion to the U.S., like they repress elections. Now that's happening in our country. And when you suppress elections, you get this kind of behavior externally also. And, more oppression inside and more on the outside. I mean, the machine is just building itself to oppress. It can attack the same people on the inside that it does the outside. It can employ the same means, Yes. I don't know why folks don't understand that about China. But anyway, let's go on. Let's hear some more. You want to say one more thing?
I'm good.
If you can go over for the chat, the soft power versus hard power.
Yeah, exactly. This is soft power and hard power. This is how the U.S. You could look at any government and examine it, but it doesn't matter. It is the actions are the actions regarding whatever government you're talking about or nation. But here's the synopsis: hard power, the carrot and the stick. Right. So hard power is the use of tangible, measurable force, usually military or economic, to compel another country to change its behavior. It relies on coercion, threats, or rewards. The stick: coercion, military invasion, drone strikes, naval blockades, or economic sanctions, like freezing assets or trade embargoes. The carrot: inducement, offering military protection, billions in foreign aid, or lucrative trade deals in exchange for political compliance, right? So China operates like this. Russia operates like this. And the U.S., we also operated this way before, right? We're pulling out of this now. Under MAGA, Make America First, soft power has no point. Soft power is woke. It's compared to woke. It's weakness. You know what I mean? Just pull your pants up and be a strong man, and you don't need soft power, according to Trump and Rubio and Hegseth and all of them in MAGA, right? But China and Russia, they're using soft power everywhere. Okay. Example: the United States places severe economic sanctions on Iran to halt its nuclear program, or Russia using its force. So these are examples of the stick, right? Soft power, the power of attraction. Soft power is an ability to shape the preferences of others through appeal and attraction rather than coercion. Instead of forcing a country to do what you want, you inspire them to want what you want. It relies on culture, political values, and foreign policies, right? Culture. This is going to be interesting how this plays out in Asia also. It's not so interesting, I don't think, with the Middle East, because I don't see Russia being that good at this part. But they're successful, but I think they have some negative components there that make them weaker. But they're being very successful where we remove ourselves. When the U.S. is not there, Russia is cleaning up. Right now, here, cultural. Global export of movies. music, fashion, and food, Hollywood, K-pop, anime, Italian cuisine, political views. A nation's commitment to democracy, human rights, and freedom can inspire admiration and mimicry abroad. But this is the United Nations. You see? So a person might look at this and say, yeah, but we don't need that. What are you talking about? This is what the United Nations is based on. Every country has signed up to this, right? A nation's commitment to democracy, human rights, and freedom. That's the United Nations, right? So you might think it's weak, but everyone else is somewhat having to navigate through that lens too, right? Political values, a nation's commitment to democracy. Okay, hold on. Foreign policy, providing humanitarian aid, hosting global events. Yeah, like you mentioned aid, right? That could be AIDS medicine. That could be tents. That could be fresh water or whatever. That could be, food aid. Yeah. And actually, the UN is participating a lot in that. I don't know why Trump wanted to back up from that. But literally in war zones, this stuff matters. This stuff matters right now. And in places where there's famine, this stuff matters. Those who help on the humanitarian side are first in line to doing trade once a nation is on its feet anyway. That's the whole point.
Well,
right?
Also, another thing is if there's a famine going on and you go in and you feed the people there and you prevent them from leaving, it prevents refugee crises from flowing. So like I was helping out with Darfur.
Yeah.
There was a thing called they're called internally displaced personnel, IDP camps.
Yeah.
And so what they did was they set up IDP camps throughout Darfur so people could flee, like when they were being attacked, and they could flee to these camps rather than fleeing the country. And so that's what soft power does. It uses, rather than having this refugee crisis, you want to prevent the refugee crisis. And so that you go there and you provide food, you provide aid, and you help to solve the problem there. And this way we have less refugee crisis abroad. So that's one of the things that soft power does.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's an important thing, but MAGA doesn't care about refugees, right? Okay.
They don't get it.
Yeah, they don't get it.
Right? And that was in the form of asylum seekers, which directly impacted our immigration levels, right or wrong?
Facts. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's see here. Diplomacy builds moral authority and goodwill. Exactly, right? So, engaging in peaceful diplomacy builds moral authority and goodwill. Exactly. Now, examples: South Korea leveraging Hallyu, the Korean wave, including BTS, K-dramas, and skincare to drastically increase its global diplomatic influence and tourism. Okay, so it says, let me see here, key differences. Wow, wait a second, can you all see this? Okay, I see. I'm gonna have to 2 seconds. I'm gonna have to change something real quick because you guys can't see all of this like I can see it. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let me make this just a little smaller. Damn.
I mean, it's a lot of things. It's funny they mentioned music. Like there's a reason why Americans or people around the world like American music, and that makes them like something as simple as like I saw this documentary on Bob Marley. Bob Marley's heard around pretty much every country in the world. Places that people listen to Bob Marley are less likely to want to go around and kill somebody.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it's just, I mean, it makes you think about peace. He does talk about revolution a lot.
You mean the least likely to go
the
around.
least likely? Yeah.
Okay. I thought. I'm sorry.
No, it decreases your desire to go out and kill your fellow man.
Yeah.
When you're thinking about So little things like that really help make the world a better place. People hate the idea of a global community, but that's really what we want. We want people to recognize, like Americans, for the most part, we're safe going any place in the world because people always want to be like America, and that's what 50 years of soft power have done. It makes people empathize with Americans. We want to be like you. Like if someone's going to harm you, like someone's going to warn you because they want to look out for Americans. Trump is getting rid of all of this.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's so weird because
let's look at the peak of cinema with the 80s and early 90s with the Schwarzeneggers, with the Stallones, right? That imagery was perpetuated throughout the globe, right? And that made everyone want to be American. That made everyone want to be like America, right?
Yeah, yeah. But when I was in Iraq, this 2005, I was talking to the Iraqi soldiers. We trained the third battalion that stood up. I was training them, and I was asking them, when you think about America, what do you think? He said the first thing they said was Tom Cruise. Do you know Tom Cruise? And that was like a huge deal for them. Tom Cruise, we love Tom Cruise. Like, wow,
That's
really,
crazy.
Tom Cruise?
Yeah, it's true. It's true
I
though.
didn't know about the Scientology stuff.
People recognize our culture, and so they're able to communicate with us and connect with us more easier, right? I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And instead now we're becoming the oppressor. You know, Russia and China is winning the idea that the United States is the imperialist nation, and and people are totally forgetting that China and Russia, they're also they have a whole history of their imperialistic endeavors.
This is off the subject for a little bit, but I don't agree with one China policy. I don't agree with it at all. However, there's one thing I do agree with. Imagine a world where the CCP collapses. Now, if the CCP collapsed tomorrow, what happened to Russia? Russia disappeared overnight. The USSR leadership, but the country didn't. Right? If that happened, I think it would change the nature of what the one China policy means. You know. Because I have no problem with the idea of China being under one political rule. It's just, it would be nice if it could be one that was more democratic. I don't know, maybe that's the opposite of what the one China, I mean, I've read one China policy. I just think that it could dissolve if the Communist Party went away into something that could be, I mean, imagine a world where Americans go to China every day just to hang out and to travel. You know, and because it's like Taiwan. Imagine China being like Taiwan.
I can't imagine it.
So that's the future, though. That's the future that may eventually be.
Yeah, they're gonna. Okay, I hear you. I mean, yeah, it's so tragic because we're 350 million people. We're supposed to have a footprint, right? And it's hard to not have a footprint. Just think about that. Russia has a footprint. They have 150 million people. Their footprint is huge. I mean, they have Europe. It's 450 million people, and they have Europe afraid, right? Essentially, they have Europe concerned about every day of the week. China has a billion people. They have the world. Yeah, the world is not necessarily so concerned about China because how they've positioned themselves in opposed to Trump. They've been able to become the middle power, right? Now, they've been able to become the one who's more reasonable, the one who's willing to negotiate, the one who's willing to communicate, not attack and kill everybody, right? Russia is caught with the attack and killing thing because they do that. They've done it. They opened up the gate in Ukraine, right? And they've stayed steady with that. They've showed you their willingness to stay committed to it because they've lost over 1 million soldiers. Who the fuck loses that many soldiers since World War II? That's insane. And so they're committed to that behavior. And so people see that. People see it, but yet people are still willing to deal with them because they're far away. Like Africans don't see Russia as a threat in that same way because they're off in the corner of Europe and Asia, right? They see Europe as more of a threat, the United States more of a threat, because I don't know more direct contact is made, or maybe they're closer. Yeah, basically there's an argument to be made trade-wise. They're physically closer, right? Less obstacles to gain access. So they see us as more dangerous, right? But under Trump, we are logistically, we could represent the same amount of threat. But under Trump, we are clearly seen as nothing but a threat. Like, that is insane. That's going to kill us, man. That's going to kill us. Yeah.
I think. I mean,
people are seeing Russia and China as an alternative.
Well, Africa has always had a problem. I can understand colonialism started with Europe. First, I think it was the Portuguese came first, then maybe the Spanish, then came the the English, and then the Belgium, and then the French. So colonialism, like they still feel colonialism. I think Mali, one of the countries over there, have been paying France comes in, and then, I think it was Mali. France came in and they took like 90% of a certain mineral that they needed for light bulbs, and they were basically taking it. They weren't even paying them; they were just taking it from Mali, and so they can still feel colonialism. The U.S. really, like, we have what's called AFRICOM. Do you guys know what AFRICOM is?
Yeah, the U.S. military presence in Africa.
Yeah, African Command. And we've never colonialized anything. That's the one thing that we've been a fairly good ally up until now, where if you have a problem, we're going to help you. And they have a big problem with insurgencies of like Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, and these other Islamic extremist groups that come in there. So we've definitely been useful in helping them out to fight to combat that. And in exchange for it, I wish we were asking for mineral rights. We really haven't asked for anything. We've just been willing to help them out, and it's been our policy because we're fighting these same groups. Where France has been, they've been colonizing, and then Russia kind of came in recently, and they're like, hey, we don't really want anything. We want to just help you out.
Right.
But they do take stuff, and the DRC, Russia's coming there. They're mining, and in a lot of these places, Russia's brought in the Wagner Group. So the Wagner Group, even though Russia's like, hey, like Russia plays two hands. They're like, hey, here's our hand of friendship, and on the back hand, they send in the Wagner Group, and they go do illegal mining. They kill people. Like the Wagner Group is taking gold out of Sudan. They're working with the Rapid Security Force, who are basically the old Janjaweed.
Yeah. Russia's getting stuff for their weapons.
Yeah, but they're doing it two ways.
Remember, Wagner Group is essentially partially separated from Russia, right? It's not essentially Russian military forces per se, right?
Oh, yeah.
At least how it's framed, right?
No, they're 100% a proxy for the Russian.
There you go.
They're in Putin's pocket. So
that's how they're able to move the way they're able to move without foreign interaction, right? Without foreign military opposition.
No, but
because essentially they're a proxy.
Yeah, but they're like the Russian mafia. They deal directly with the Russian state. So it's just,
we know nothing like that. We have nothing like that in the United States. We came in it would be like if the Proud Boys had a military contract.
Right. It would be like the Proud Boys. All right, let's hear some more now. Let's get back, because I want to steer back towards the U.S. again. So let's hear a little more about what's going on in legacy media with China and Putin real quick. Let's see here. What were they saying? Let's go.
Vladimir Putin to Beijing. The Chinese leader said his country's relationship with Russia had reached, quote, the highest level in history, unquote. Their meeting came only a few days after a high-stakes visit from President Trump to China. I'm joined by Richard Haas, former top State Department official, President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations, and the writer of a great Substack, as well as Kishore Mahbubani, who is a veteran Singaporean diplomat and a distinguished fellow at the Asia Research Institute at the National University of Singapore. Richard, we now have a kind of interesting dynamic between these three great powers in the world, where everyone's getting on a little bit better, I suppose, but the Russians and Chinese do seem to have formed a kind of axis.
I'd call it an alignment. It's not quite an alliance. The last I checked, China's aid for Russia is, shall we say, finite. It's limited. It's also very much a relationship between unequals. That, to me, was the lead part of Mr. Putin's visit, which is how much he's become almost a supplicant, pushing China to open up this new pipeline, almost more for Russia's economic benefit than for China's. So I don't think it's all that significant. It also highlights the difference. China's a multifaceted major power. Yeah. Russia's pretty limited, pretty one-dimensional. And by the way, the last I checked, it's not winning its war of choice against Ukraine, and it's paying an enormous price for it. So Russia's going to emerge much weaker as a result of what it's doing.
You made this point, Richard, in I think on X, that Russia and the United States are both, went to China, and in similar circumstances, they are both losing their wars of choice. One in Ukraine, one in Iran.
Yeah, for all the differences between the wars, that's the bottom line. They're both going to emerge worse off as a result. The really interesting point for me, Fareed, just what Kishore thinks, is what message China takes from that. And when Xi Jinping sees this, does he say, maybe these wars aren't so obvious. They don't turn out the way you think. So I'm hoping this might be a moment of some sobriety, if you will, for Xi Jinping.
Kishore, how do you think Xi Jinping is looking at these two wars of choice where the United States and Russia are both floundering?
Well, I think from China's point of view, in many ways, things couldn't be better now. Because the United States very clearly now is stuck in the Gulf. And so in that every war that the United States fights in the Middle East is a gift to China because it buys time for China to keep growing its economy and to become stronger. And at the end of the day, the Chinese are always playing the long game. They're trying to figure out where they'll be 10 years from now as a result of the current developments.
But when you look at, when they look at how difficult these wars have been, despite Russia's massive asymmetrical advantage, and is much bigger than Ukraine, the US is much bigger than Iran, do you think they look at that and draw a cautionary lesson about Taiwan?
Well, the way the Western media describes Taiwan is absolutely wrong. And I say this because everybody thinks that China is just preparing to try and invade Taiwan militarily as quickly as possible, and then seeing whether or not the examples of Iran and Ukraine will apply to Taiwan. And here again, I must emphasize that the Chinese take a very comprehensive long-term view and ask a very simple question. On whose side is time on? Is time on Taiwan's side or is time on China's side? And trust me, if the Taiwanese declare independence tomorrow, which is what will cause a war, how many countries are going to recognize Taiwan? When I was in Taiwan a few months ago, I told the Taiwanese people,
yeah, it's true what he's saying. It's more nuanced. There's some more nuances. There's some more things to consider. Maybe China, obviously China is not going to run out there. It doesn't serve them to look as the aggressor. They don't want to seem as the aggressor. So right now they're going to navigate through the carrot, right? They're going to try to do things like reduce the price of oil, help the globe. They need to appear like they're sensible, right? They don't want to appear like they are the aggressor with Taiwan, right? Because that would blow their cover. Plus, right now, as long as Trump is in power, the U.S. is losing. The U.S. is losing. So China doesn't have to be in a hurry. What it wants is stability and more money, right? The moment there's instability, it's going to hit everybody in the pockets, right? Does that make any sense?
So I'm going to push back a little bit on what he says.
Okay, go ahead.
And here's why. Time is not on China's side because China is up against a deadline. China is up against the 100-year anniversary of the forming of the CCP, of the Communist Chinese Party, right? And so Taiwan has to be complete for there to be a one China in place. Otherwise, the policy is a joke, like it all crumble. So if they not only have to have Taiwan, they have to have Philippines. Look up what one China indicates. They have to own it all by 2049. So time is ticking away for them. If this war drags out 10 years, they're screwed. So time is not on their side.
And U.S. policy could easily change, right? Suddenly, with an election or with the midterms.
It's currently changing, right? With the aid to Taiwan, right? But yeah, go ahead.
The U.S. policy has been on their side for a long time because as far back as Ronald Reagan, they were like, oh, we like this idea of one China policy. And so we're not going to be opposed to it. That's where we fucked up. We should have right then. And so then the Bush administration was like, yeah, well, we're not going to be opposed to it either. And then the Obama administration had to say, okay, well, we're not going to be opposed to it either. Even though, like Michael was pointing out, China was building islands in the sea. Like they're building fucking islands and putting they're building islands. There's nothing but water there. They're pouring sand in until an island forms, and they're putting a military base on it.
Right.
Like that was a red flag right there, and that's when we should have stood up. But time is kind of on no one's side because China has the time to do it. The U.S. we've been trying to stall them as long as we can. It's just that we were ahead on the clock, but Trump kicked it down. Like, understand, if you've ever, do you know have you ever seen Taiwan? Taiwan is a giant mountain. All right. So it is from the beach up until you get to the main city, it is all uphill. And China can't take it. China cannot send forces up that hill and take it. And Taiwan has been preparing for this war since 1950. And in the 1950s, when the Korean War started, they were going to go into China, and they had to stop to fight the Korean War. And so it's been on pause ever since then, since the outbreak of the Korean War.
Wow, I didn't actually know that about Taiwan, bro. Yeah, okay, let me look at that again.
Building. Like when I was in the military, we went there, and they have this hill you have to try to go up. No unit's ever made it up the hill. No unit did. I mean, the Marines, no one. I think one Marine unit might have made it, but they're preparing for it to be bombed, to be this, to be that. You know, no, China's going to lose more men that are lost in Ukraine. They're going to lose 2 to 3 million people easy. We're going to knock out before we're going to knock out all of their fleets. Like and they're scared if they hit a U.S. if they hit one submarine, one aircraft carrier, one battleship with the U.S. and sink it, that's in our minds is Pearl Harbor, and this is what they're concerned with. You know, if you kill too many Americans, we know what they're going to do. They're going to stop all construction at home, and they're going to start being on the warpath again. And that's like we'll use nuclear weapons on China. We've already discussed, we've already mapped it out of what we're going to do. We're going to drop 2 nukes on 2 of their biggest bases and shut them down. That's what we're going to do if a war breaks out. So China has already seen our plan. We've been rehearsing it for years. When we in the military, when we used to do those war games, we would plan to fight a China 10 years ahead.
Yo, you right, man. You're right. It's all here on the beach. You know, the rest is mountains, right? So they're dug in the mountains, basically.
So if they try to jump in, you can do an airfield seizure, but what does that mean? How are you going to get airfield seizures mean that you can put boots on the ground, and then you have to resupply them though. Like any units that go there are not going to be able to be resupplied within 60 days, and so you got to be resupplied every 3 days.
They can only win if we capitulate totally over time. That's the only way they could win if the U.S. decides it. If the U.S. doesn't want that to happen, it won't happen. You know, yeah.
I agree with almost everything that's said, but we have to remember this is geopolitics. We are all economically tied into each other. Our second largest debt holder is who? China.
Is China,
right?
Yeah.
And that, you know, our financial structure is dependent on ownership of U.S. debt. That ensures the power of the dollar, right? Not only oil, but debt, right? That ensures that these countries essentially have a part of our interest and growth.
Yeah, you're right too. You're right. And
tied into their political, their military options. Right now, let's say we do start a war, or war just so happens to break out. Now both major countries, the US and China, suffer on an economic level, and guess what? Everyone we support suffers, everyone China supports suffers, right? So they're going to try to avoid that by any means possible, and that's where we have someone like a Trump going to China, right? Like, hey, let's make sure that on a financial level, when it comes to oil distribution, when it comes to, you know, what we're doing over here with Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, you know what, maybe we do tone it back on Taiwan. Maybe we make it seem as if, what China's trying to do with Taiwan, isn't as bad. Maybe we slowly scale back what our support for Taiwan looks like, even though on a logistics level, when it comes to weaponry, yeah, we do have a shortage, right? But, us flat out, stopping our aid in terms of military services to Taiwan is a very big red flag, right? It's a very big red flag that, behind the scenes to not disrupt, anything on the financial level. Let's start showing what we can do behind the scenes in terms
You
of
know what?
letting an inch. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, it looks to me like it's so many variables, right? That could swing either
Yep.
way. None of it's guaranteed, right? For anybody. And which kind of shows you that the foreign policy that is igniting these things is ignorant. It's the same thing. Look, the war, Russia going to war against Ukraine was stupid for Russia. It wasn't good for anybody. It was, and so that's what makes it an insane war. China supporting it, that was insane. It doesn't make sense, because if the U.S. adopts the same policy that China supports, China supported Putin doing that. Well, what if the United States starts doing that? Is that good for China either? I mean, and look what we did. We went right over there and attacked an ally of Putin, Iran, fucked up the global oil market. It even fucks over China to a large degree, right? I mean, does all of this none of it is easy to, it will take place overnight. Ukraine didn't take place overnight, right? Russia didn't get what it wanted from Ukraine. It's still going on. The situation with Iran, nobody's getting what they want. It's still going on. If you ignite something else in Asia, like you said, Taiwan, I mean, and given the fact that you pointed it out well, Friars, the fact that they have these mountains, right, and these actual hills here, it's not going to turn out that way. It's not going to be an overnight, 1 day, 3 day. And they keep proposing these crazy things like these events are going to be quick. Even Trump, look, Putin said the same thing. If you notice, Putin said the same shit about Ukraine that Trump said about Iran. It's going to be quick. It's going to be easy. We'll go in there. La, la, la. Yo, this is all mountain. This is all mountain.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
So there's one thing to note. And again, we've already war gamed all this out before, so we know what it's going to be. The one thing that China needs grain, and they need a lot of it, and they need gas and fuel. They need a lot of it. Right. So if
and water mainly too,
and water too. But see, they can maybe get water through Russia, through Mongolia. Right. Not Mongolia, through Siberia. So one of the reasons why they couldn't turn against Russia in this war is because in their 100-year plan, they have to take Taiwan eventually. So if they turn against Russia for doing that, what Russia's going to turn around and go, hey, motherfucker, what about when we needed you there for us?
Right.
So this is why Xi's kind of playing his hand. And also, you can look this up. Back in, I think it was 96, the China and Russia, when we were threatening, who were we threatening? We were threatening either, I think it might have been North Korea. China made a deal with Russia that if either one of us are attacked, we will come to your aid. The U.S. attacks me or you, doesn't matter. We're going to come support one another. So that was a treaty that was made, and then they do a lot of military to military training as a result of that. But if a war does break out, like, I mean, again, China's thought about this for a long time. They're looking for that opening, and the closer it gets to 2049, if it doesn't work out the way that they think, they're not going to be able to have one nation, one China, and that's going to hurt them politically. I think that they're going to do it sooner than later, but we're going to cut off their water first, or a grain, because I think somebody said that within the first 6 months that like 500,000 Chinese will die of starvation. And this is the thing: China doesn't care. No. China will lose 500,000 people to make one China. Like Russia doesn't care. Putin doesn't care how many soldiers die for this conflict. What's to be gained out of this? Nothing. Right. They could have had all the mineral rights that they wanted from Ukraine.
Actually, man, that's what I was saying. All this shit, it's all bullshit, bro. It's all bullshit.
Well,
it is wasted
there's
so
more
much
to it.
energy. Oh, go ahead. No, I just
Yeah, but
mean
there-
like, go ahead. All right, go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, no, but you're right. But there's more to it because this isn't about what they can gain. This is about Russia was falling apart, all right, and they needed to have a conflict to unite the country. And so now they're a wartime nation. So they're going to be doing this for a long time. And China's getting to that point too. China is a growing nation, but it's getting to the point that it's going to need something to hold everything together. And that nationalism is war. Is going to war. And China plans for one war. China doesn't plan to be attacked by Russia or anything. They have one war in mind: a fight with the U.S. over Taiwan. That's the only war that they ever plan out. So we're the perpetual bad guy, even though we're the number one, trading partner. But this is a war that China needs. Eventually, when the CCP falls apart, what are they going to do? They're going to go to war. They're going to launch an attack. Just like Russia. Putin's losing his grip on power.
You
What
lose
does he do?
political power,
He
right?
launches
It
the war.
it accelerates your political goals. It's true. Weakness inside
That's what Trump is doing
accelerates your. Yeah, same thing with the Republican Party. They're just like.
That's why Netanyahu's doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Netanyahu
Netanyahu needed October 7th to keep in power. He was going to go to jail for corruption.
Right. Yeah,
So
facts, bro.
this is what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with these fake wars, and for China, it isn't necessary. Like they could have a one China policy and not have Taiwan.
Right.
I mean, they could, but they're not going to. So that guy's wrong. The time is not on China's side. Time is ticking away against them.
All right, let's hear some more of what he got to say, though. Let's hear good analysis, though. By the way, let's see. Also, Michael, good analysis on that. All right, let's hear some more.
You have a Republic of China passport, which brings you to over 180, 190 countries. You change your passport to Republic of Taiwan, you'll be lucky if 5 or 6 countries recognize the Republic of Taiwan passport. So time is on China's side, on Taiwan. Obviously, they're going to...
Maybe he's getting a check from China, to say this. Who knows, man? It is interesting that he, regardless of what you think, he is obviously saying that China doesn't intend on doing anything with Taiwan. And even if they were, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Note that, because if it happens tomorrow, this guy said the opposite. So
emphasize that the power...
They said the same thing with Russia going into Ukraine. Come on.
Yeah, they said it. Yeah, it's plenty of people that said the same thing. It's loads of people that said Russia is not going to attack Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're not going to. Those 100,000 soldiers that they just sent over to the border that are gathering up slowly day by day, they're not going to attack Ukraine. And then they attacked. So, and
I don't
China,
believe any of these guys.
Exactly. And China's doing the same thing. They got swarms of ships all over, airplanes, they were raiding, going over the skies of fucking Taiwan, and it's going to be interesting, man, to see which way this plays out. But I'm happy that I'm saying all of this from Denmark. I'm in Copenhagen, Denmark, so big up to Denmark. Although I'm an American citizen, I'm kind of here. I like the approach that the Danish government has taken with security. And taking this matter in Ukraine serious, and these threats, these hybrid threats from Russia serious, and other countries. I'm so glad that I'm in this region where it's happening, because you feel safer, and you know that they're going to respond, and you know that they do understand the threat historically too, because they have a history in this region of dealing with Russia and having conflicts, so they know what Russia's goals are. But let's play some more here.
On their favor, they're going to show signals of strength, but they're not in any way dreaming of a military invasion of Taiwan anytime soon.
Richard, we were talking about who has the advantage in terms of time, China or Taiwan. Whose side is time on? And Kishore makes the point. Of course, China's the bigger economy. They will get larger and larger over time. That's clearly the Beijing strategy. Do you agree?
I actually don't. China right now is 1.3 billion people. By the end of the century, it's projected to be closer to 800 million. The ratio of working age people to people who are elderly is going to move much in the direction of the latter, of the elderly. Defense technology is increasingly through drones and anti-ship and anti-aircraft systems moving in favor of defenders. So I actually think that could help Taiwan if they adapt that. The key variable, I think, is the United States. I actually agree with Kishore to a bit. China doesn't want to do an invasion. There's no Chinese soldier who's fought in a war. to do a combined arms
Since
invasion.
the Korean War, if
Exactly.
if you take Vietnam out of it, which was a very brief war.
And so they were basically all retired. So, I don't think they what they want to do, almost in the principle of Sun Tzu, they want to subdue their enemy without having to fire a shot. Well, that puts a lot of pressure on us. So the real question coming out of the summit, and that interview that President Trump did with Bret Baier on Fox, is the United States prepared to trade off support for Taiwan for economic access to China's market? If he's willing to do that, then China might get its wish.
Kishore, I've always thought that the real thing deterring China is not the U.S. military, but it is the fear of losing access to the American market, the European market, the Japanese. China wants to sell to the world. It's integrated into the world economy. That's why I tend to agree with you. They're not going to willy-nilly invade Taiwan. But
in any case, nobody knows. But listen, this is from the geopolitical side of the U.S., right? How they're arguing it on legacy media. But when you look at how the people in the U.S. are responding to this, it's actually very different.
Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland. He's a member of the Foreign Relations Committee.
I mean,
Senator, thank you so much
we're going to be, if we want to take this seriously, if China attacks, we can't do it like we did Ukraine. When Russia attacked Ukraine, and we put some sanctions on them, but not really. Like, Americans are going to be hurting if they attack China, attack Taiwan, because we need to cut off every single bit of products that come into the United States from China. We need to cut it off completely. We need to shut off all grain from them. We need to shut off all gas from them, and it's going to be brutal. So that's what needs to happen.
From a standpoint globally, we are the largest consumers. I continue to say this, right?
Yep.
We are the largest consumers. We won't have TVs. We won't have sofas. We won't have apps. We won't have the basic things, which is why it is at, the U.S.'s best interest, along with China's, right, to avoid any hard conflict, any major, military conflict, right? And so this is where we have to keep an eye open for meetings like this, right? Like, just the blatant pullback from this current administration in terms of supplying, weapons, even if it is correlated to our own current conflicts, right? We're not behind these major seats, right? We're not involved in these geopolitical meetings, right? But we can infer from, our headlines, right? Our headcanon, and go by, the fact that we are, limiting aid in the form of weapons to Taiwan, right? These are all major signals that, slowly but surely, they're negotiating somehow behind the scenes what a potential soft takeover would look like. I mean, it would hurt us, obviously. I do think it would take years, or, at least years for that to build up, right? Like, depending on our next administration, if it isn't someone who's progressive and democratic to kind of reset what that looks like, we could potentially see more encroachment in terms of China's part towards Taiwan, right? And the difference between manufacturing in China versus Taiwan is Taiwan has more intricate manufacturing, right? So they deal with chips, right? Mainly chips and other, more complicated manufactured parts, as opposed to China, which is more broad, right? But yeah, I agree with everything, obviously, you both are saying. The only thing I'm saying is that, we do have to be hyper aware as to, as to what the inferences of what things like this look like, right?
Yeah, because
let's forget.
You can't,
Go ahead.
you can't, because you can't just go into it saying one way or the other what China is going to do. Period. Anybody who does that is not someone trying to plan for their own country, because you always have plan A and plan B in case they don't do plan A. What you expect, you got to go with the alternative one, and you have to plan for both. You got to plan for A scenario, B scenario, and C scenario. That's what your tax dollars are supposed to do for you, right?
Well,
ideally, right?
The one thing that we can determine is we can take a look at what happened with Hong Kong to get an idea of what will happen with Taiwan.
Yeah.
And what happened with Hong Kong is they basically, anybody that didn't agree with them, that was arguing with them before, they're gone. they're no longer they're no longer in normal society. They've been arrested, they've been detained ever since they took over, and they're never coming back on the streets again.
Yeah, and
So
Trump's not going to say
that's what's
anything
gonna-
about them. Trump's not coming to
No,
their
but-
defense, right?
No,
and,
they
and
didn't.
the
They
U.S.
didn't in the first
media
administration.
and legacy media is not coming to their defense either.
No,
Right? Yeah.
Legacy media sided with China. It's like, oh, they have the right to take over Hong Kong. It's theirs. Well, what the fuck are you talking about? Hong Kong was a democratic city, and a great. If you had a Hong Kong passport, you could go anywhere in the world. Okay, a lot of places where you can't go with a Chinese passport. You can come to America and stay as long as you wanted to. And same with Taiwan. You know, we let China come here, but the truth is we are hesitant. But we should be, because we can't trust China. We can trust people from Taiwan. You know, like those are they're our business partners, one of our closest business partners in the Asian Pacific.
Now, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
I don't know what happens if a war happens, because they're all going to be gone. They're all those people are going to be disappeared.
Let me ask you this. Regarding, somebody in the chat said that's probably why Americans should start bringing back manufacturing. Let me ask you this, okay? How come the Trump administration? Oh, no. Has the Trump administration in its year, have they brought manufacturing back to the United States of America like they promised they wanted to do? I mean, is there a reason why that's not possible under this administration when they enjoy the majority of Congress, the majority of the Senate, the majority of the Supreme Court, and the White House, all branches of government? Why hasn't that happened?
You want to go first, Michael, and then I got something to say about it.
I wanted to chime in on this. So when it comes to that, first off, we're so entrenched in capitalism that the reason we've got so accustomed to cheap goods, right? In order to manufacture things here in the US, let's take into account our minimum wage, right? The federal minimum wage hasn't raised for a reason, but also it's still significantly higher than someone, you know, who's getting paid in China to manufacture, right? We don't even have the infrastructure. We've become so much consumers that we've neglected our manufacturing infrastructure. Right, so it would take years upon years to even build the factory we would need to manufacture some of these goods on a basic level.
So
not alone.
Right, I agree. But so what has Trump done in line, since you say you got to develop the infrastructure first? What has Trump done in line with developing the infrastructure?
I'll do you one better, right? You know what he has done? He's impacted it in one of the most negative ways, right? And what people don't necessarily take into account, because they don't look at the broader picture, how Biden brought in manufacturing jobs, and the increase of manufacturing jobs was through what? The Green New Deal, right? So a lot of the manufacturing that was happening on a green level was happening here in America, right? And I have one of my best friends who just so happened to worked for a solar panel company, and they were booming under the Biden administration, and now they're forced to make major cuts and scale back on the largest of levels, because now they no longer have that initiative.
Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, Fries, what's up? What are you thinking?
So if you go back to World War I and World War II, like we shifted manufacturing into the United States to make weapons, you know, because everything was a war economy. Everybody made tanks, like Ford made tanks. We were all making that kind of stuff, right? And after that, it goes back to civilians making stuff, making chairs, making this, making that. That was the American way. But you know, like Michael was saying, we're predatory capitalist. And so we realized I can get my widget for a penny less if I make it in China, you know? And so we switched overseas to that, and those manufacturers here couldn't compete, and so they went under. And so they started doing other things. Now we're on a different level. We can't switch back. So Trump tried to. He talked about it. He lied about it. We're going to do this. But when he went on boots on the ground, they're like, sir, we haven't made widgets in the United States in 10, 20 years, you know? So we can't go back.
Who wants to work? Who wants to work at a cheaper rate? Who wants to take a reduction in their wage, right, in order to catch the United States up with everyone else? Are you willing to do that? Dead man lives.
Yeah.
You want to get paid $4 an hour? You ready to do that?
Yeah. We're never doing it. Like we're never going back to that, because
more like housing for work, right? We would have work camps. That's how much it would need for us to even think about making some of the basic goods that we outsource on the cheapest of levels. It would take that.
Yes.
It would take, literally work camps of people working for housing and basic food without pay in order for us to even try to reach that
It
manufacturing
ain't
level that we
happen
could.
exactly, and we don't need to go backwards into the old way we did manufacturing either. We need to do it the new way, the green way, right? If we're gonna lay out infrastructure, you know what I mean? Like, come on, what is up with? Sometimes I just wonder, man. But then again, it's our fault and it's our media's fault, legacy media, for not explaining this shit to the American people well enough, and it's also our government's fault for not getting people in fucking school so that they can hear the message when it's given to them. You know, a lot of our people don't even understand the language, bro.
Yeah, they don't want that. There's a reason why the Trump administration, in the first one and this one, cut out the Department of Education. They're trying to defund that because they don't want an informed populace. But we're to the point now. We're to the point now, like Michael was saying, that with the Green New Deal, they're making solar, they're making this, they're making that, things that are planning for the future. We're putting in EVs, stations everywhere. We're building those out, and that's what we should be heading to. And then we have an economy where we can get stuff made cheap abroad. And by the way, if we get in a war with China, we just take our manufacturing to. We take our manufacturing to India. And
Yes.
The same size population, they're extremely intelligent, and we can take all of our manufacturing to there and shut China out completely.
Look at this. And then look, the response to that was people in America don't have to do manufacturing when AI robots are coming. Listen, and
that's a valid point to some degree.
Listen, yeah, but check this out. Yeah, because you ain't gonna have a job. But check this out.
Yeah.
The thing is that you're gonna be begging for that $4 an hour if you don't really wake up. But check it out. What's ironic is that Trump moved to he did AI and fuck green energy. That makes no sense.
It made no sense. And by the way, on that thing, who do you think makes those chips for those robots? Taiwan.
Exactly.
Okay, so without
Ding-dong.
Taiwan, we're fucked.
Exactly.
We're fucked without Taiwan.
Why are you trying to go AI and you said fuck green energy? That makes no sense. You're relying.
I'll do you one better. Right? In order, let's say, obviously, we're leading more and more towards the AI takeover, right? Without universal basic income, right? This current administration is rolling back on any welfare or subsidy programs that benefit the people, right? And so without that, those jobs are now going to have people displaced out of the workforce or making pennies on the dollar. And with wealth inequality, that's not the greatest mix. Right now, you can afford your housing. Right now, you can afford your basic food, which is already an issue. We can imagine how much more exasperated it's going to be without the social programs to essentially cushion us into a society where we properly integrate things like AI.
True, but you got to be able to breathe in the meantime, and your water's got to be clean. I mean, I don't get it. Sometimes people look at this, they think that you can have AI without green energy. And so when they hear this argument about, universal income, that's going to be great, but you ain't going to be alive if you don't have clean water and clean air, bro. Like, you ain't going to make it that long. Like, where are you going to get it from? In the interim. And I just wonder, but I agree with all of that. We need those things, but they just don't make sense when you abandon green energy. It's like it's cutting the people short. It's all the arguments for people. Where do you think they're going to have these AI data centers? You want to drink the water where they have those AI data centers? What's the price of the energy going to be in your town, in your neighborhood? You know what I mean? You want one of those AI data centers in your town? Like, I don't get it. It just makes no sense. And on top of it, it is the exact opposite of what everyone else wants to do with their AI. China is not even good. They're going green energy so that they can go boom AI. And what does that allow? And like you said, the drinking water is one of those reasons, right? But they got Russia, an agreement with Russia, right? So in any case, let's hear some more of this.
With us, what kind of a deal could the U.S. strike with Iran that would make this war worth it?
No
so,
deal.
Anna, there's nothing that would make this war worth it. This
You could. Why didn't they just ask Obama? What the fuck? I'm losing it, man. It just seems like I don't understand. In any case, there's more news. Let me segue over to something else regarding Trump's fucking mental health, because like the guy just said, there's nothing you could do to make that shit make any goddamn sense. But in any case,
deeply ill, and that is not just
is because Trump is deeply ill. So
me watching him slur his words, walk around with cankles, or hide the bruises on his hands. No, we can all see it, yes, but a doctor is diagnosing Donald Trump with a severe illness as he travels to Walter Reed for the third time for testing that we don't even really know about. And the White House is doing everything it can to hide Donald Trump's medical condition, which is why it is so.
Now, those of you that think Trump is in great health, put a 1 in the chat. Those of you that think he's on next to coma status, put a 2 in the chat. I think he's next to just falling out, man. Straight up myself. I think he's next to falling out. But if you're in the chat is open. So now we got questions for the chat also. And of course, Friars and Michael, you might have questions too. But right now we want to know in the chat, 1, put a 1 if you think Trump is in good health. Put a 2 if you think he's next to coma status and going to fall out on the floor very soon. Let's see.
So important that a former
I think
White
he's
House
building a
doctor.
hospital in the Oval Office for a reason.
Say that again.
I think Trump's building a hospital underneath the White House for a reason.
Yeah, he wants to be in there, like connected to a fucking heart, a machine where what do they call it? Life support. He wants to be connected to life support so he can stay in charge, bro. Dude is not going to be able to move anything. He's going to be bedridden and he's going to be fucking in charge. And you're going to be seeing Trump tweet at 2 in the fucking morning.
Dude, you know about what's his name? Dick Cheney lost his heart years ago. Dick Cheney was going off of an artificial heart for like 15 years. So I think Donald Trump is the same thing. I think that he's. I mean, we're getting to the point now that, and medically we're way more advanced than people talk about. But I think Trump is. I think he should have died during the first COVID outbreak. He was on deathbed then. I think he's almost died like 4 or 5 times. I think he's got cancer. I think he's got a whole bunch of other problems.
Well, I think we could speculate, but I personally think it's frontotemporal dementia, right?
That's what that had.
He's showing a ton of signs, right? He's coherent enough, but he rambles. He believes his own grandeurs, right? And to address people, some of the people like Nelsphere in the chat, bro, he's doing far better than Biden. Well, Biden showed signs more of stroke related, right? And Biden's not our current president. He's currently battering stage 4 prostate cancer, right? So he's essentially facing his own mortality, right? And when we speak about our current, commander in chief, right? Well, we could circle back to Biden. Biden essentially let Kamala run for president because the Democratic Party saw his decline in cognitive, right?
Exactly.
And so something the Republican Party can't do because their whole party depends on the imagery and the ideology behind Trump.
Facts, bro. Facts. They can't let go of him. They can't. He's more like a cult leader, and once that type of symbol is gone, you don't just recreate it. It doesn't. It's over. You can't. There's not a number 2 that takes over the cult. It never is that way. It's always when the leader goes, it's done. And if you didn't like Biden, why the hell would you like Trump? Because of his age. That's what I don't understand. Like, I'm sorry. If you even believe what you say about Biden, then that makes you mean, if you don't have the same position with Trump, that makes you a hypocrite. It means you didn't really think that about Biden. Come on, man. Biden's not even the president now. And Biden didn't actually capitulate. Biden's not in the fucking Epstein files, man. Let's just be real. Trump is in the fucking Epstein files. His wife is in the Epstein files. He was the business. He's the buddy. I mean, these people make it seem like they care. You know, Biden did this. Okay, well, since Biden was sick, let's take it off of how sick he is. Why wasn't Biden in the Epstein files? Hello? Kamala wasn't in the Epstein files. You know, it's amazing. Anything they give Trump a pass on. And the most obvious thing to say, okay, if it's all political, if the Epstein files are all political, notice how they say that's political. Well, then let's just talk about what you said about Biden. That obviously is something worth stating. The Democratic Party said, yeah, you know what? These Republicans are right. These young people are right. Biden's too old. And then they said, Biden, you can't run for office anymore. And they gave the ring to Kamala. So was that real? Now they're saying that was real, but the shit about Trump's age is not real. Okay, I got you. No problem.
8 years old is 80 years old in like 20 days, right?
I mean, he looks horrible to me. He looks
he's
horrible
80 years
to me.
old. Trump's turning 80
Yeah.
on January 13th, January 14th. He's turning 80 years old. Yeah. I think he may be the oldest serving president in history. So he's definitely old. Yeah, Eric Klein said something in the chat earlier I wanted to address, talk about Paxton, because Paxton won Texas because Trump endorsed him. So this is a cult. I mean, and Paxton's bad. Like someone in the chat said, look up Paxton's accomplishments, which was hilarious because he does. I mean, he was charged with embezzlement. He's charged with taking bribes. He's charged with adultery. You know, he didn't really do a whole lot in office. He let a pedophile guy paid him money. A pedo guy paid him money, and he let him off the hook rather than going to jail. The guy got his record cleaned out after like abusing a boy.
Right.
So, and Paxton won again. Only 8% of Texans voted. Again, only 8% came to the polls for this runoff. So.
Wow.
And again, there was a Republican, there's a Republican running, and there's a Democrat running. The Democrat, I think Congressman Green lost his seat. But he lost it to a really progressive new guy. I forget the guy's name, but he's Christian something or another. He's actually a pretty good guy. So it was definitely an interesting race here in Texas. But Trump is doing better than we would like to admit. He has a cult following. And they're going to be with him until the last drop of Kool-Aid is drank on that great day when they're all going to drink the purple Kool-Aid. They're all drinking it. There's not one of them. And in this race, there's not like, even though Cornyn, I mean, they spent so much money against Paxton just exposing him. And I don't think Cornyn will vote for Tallarica. What he would do, because he says, I'm sticking with the party. But I think they'll go to the poll, they'll vote the rest of the ticket, but I just don't think that they're going to vote for Paxton. Not a lot. Their base will. And so you can't reach MAGA, you can't reach the Republicans, but you can reach the independents. Because the independents are going to be the ones who make the difference in the Texas race.
Yeah, the independents don't. The whole point of them being independent is that they're not loyal to anybody, right?
Allegedly.
They stay away, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, yeah.
Yeah.
And to address the chat, we have Nellisphere in the chat who's claiming that what he referred to as the plandemic in the Epstein files, and he named several democratically aligned individuals in the Epstein files. You know, I mean, we can go over that. First of all, COVID was not a hoax. Right, it was not planned. Plenty of virologists were saying for years that the next major impact was going to be something on the viral level, especially with China and in terms of the bird flu being a thing, right? That we combat every year. Every year we combat the avian flu, right? Every year we combat the common flu the Spanish flu, or the common flu that we now know every year, right? Viruses are ever evolving, right? And it takes us to continuously, fund our tracking, tracing, and research on these viruses to stay ahead of them, right?
Yep.
And so when we and to circle the other talking point of, when it comes to, the several people related to the Democratic Party in terms of the Epstein files, Trump was named numerous amount of times. In fact, the most person mentioned was Trump. Does that take away blame from someone like, like Clinton being in there? No, but Clinton also was forced to testify, right? He was forced to testify.
Right.
Why hasn't Trump been forced to testify, right? Even as the
Facts.
sitting president, he can still answer questions around his relationship
Okay.
with Jeffrey Epstein, be it as that it's one of the most public, right?
You're right, but
But yeah,
they will argue that because he's president, it has national security. I would like to hear the arguments. So everybody in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear Trump testify regarding his relationship with Epstein at some point. Put a 1 in the chat if you think you definitely need to hear him testify. If not today, tomorrow. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't need him to testify at all. I'm just curious here because I definitely think I need that motherfucker to testify. Like I just want to see who's against it.
I think he'll lie no matter what. I think he'll lie no matter what. What I want to see is how he's mentioned in there released. And I want to see, there's two things. I want it unredactedly released to a Senate hearing, to a Senate committee, so that they can determine whether or not he should be prosecuted, number one. And then I want the public to get a redacted version of it so that we can see it. There's not a word that Trump could say that I would believe. So his testifying means nothing. I want to actually, only reason he should testify is so that he can purge himself. And then he can go to jail. But no, 100% he can't be believed. Yeah. Yeah,
I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear some more here about his health. Oh, go ahead. You want to say something, Michael?
No, we're having some discourse in the channel to clarify what some of these individuals are.
Yeah, the chat.
Are saying.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, I think it's cool that the people in the chat, people have different views about this, right? Folks have different views. And I want to hear them as long as it's a two-way.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? As long as everybody's
I mean, and they're welcome to
participating.
call up, right?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the chat, the Discord is open too. So the panel is open. So if anybody wants to hop up and speak, also, come out of the chat and speak. Come on up and let's hear your views. All right. So now let's take
Make it
another.
factual.
Yeah. And actually, so there can be a deeper dialogue on it too. So people get to really engage, But all right, now let's hear some more about his health.
Dr. Reiner, whose medical analysis we cite all the time on this show, is coming out and saying it. We are going to get into the diagnosis he gave of Trump, but I think what might have been just as important is how he described Trump's visits to Walter Reed in this clip right here, in which he talked about how weird it is that he's done certain testing. I think this is the place we need to start before we get to the breaking diagnosis.
We have also, Trump back in January, I was looking back, he had told the Wall Street Journal in an interview, Dr. Reiner, that he actually regretted getting the cardiovascular and abdominal CT scan that he did back in October because of speculation that it sparked. And at the time he told the Wall Street Journal in an interview, in retrospect, it's too bad I took it because it gave them a little ammunition. I would have been a lot better off if they didn't, because the fact that I took it and said, oh, gee, is something wrong? Well, nothing is wrong. And he seemed to be presenting something of a catch-22 of you want the president to be getting frequent checkups, especially when the fact of the matter is, as you get older, you do face medical issues. People in their late 70s and 80s, they will have medical issues. There is no escaping that. But then saying that every time he does, it sparks some wild speculation. What do you make of it?
Well, first of all, we've never had an adequate explanation of why the president went to Walter Reed in October for off-cycle testing. The president's team hates taking the president to Walter Reed, and they only take the president there when there is testing that they need to do that cannot be accomplished at the White House. The White House has a prodigious capacity to test and treat the president and his team. So you only go to Walter Reed when you need something like a CAT scan or an MRI scan or some other invasive modality. And it's never been adequately explained why they took the president there. His physician later said that he went there for preventative testing, which really makes no sense, because it creates the kind of concern and speculation that occurs when the president, in a almost unannounced way, goes to Walter Reed for unusual testing. So I'd like to hear much more of a fulsome explanation from Dr. Barbabella about what that testing showed. One other thing, I'll be very interested to see what testing they do today, because if they repeat some of the scans that have been done in the last year or so, then that tells us that they are surveilling something, and that's never been disclosed to us.
Now, Dr. Reiner talking about the fact that the White House has more than enough medical equipment and the ability to carry out extensive tests on Donald Trump obviously shows that when he travels to Walter Reed unexpectedly, or when he goes on one of his dentist visits in South Florida, it is something else. It is something deeper. It is something that they are hiding. And this is especially important to me when it relates to cognitive exams, because Donald Trump always brings up his cognitive test as if they're something he wanted to take. But he's already stated there that he doesn't like taking tests because then it raises questions. So obviously they're being administered to him. And when Donald Trump provides anecdotes like this, which are just batshit crazy, he's lying.
So the New York Times does a story to show the test that I just aced, and they only used the first question. They didn't go into the other questions. They didn't go in. But toward the end, like they had a question like, pick a number, sir, any number. Okay, 203. Multiply times 9, divide by 2, add on 1,324, subtract 1,292. Sir, multiply it out one more time by 19. What is the answer, sir? And I got it right.
Donald Trump is not asking to take.
I need to ask both of you, do you think he got that right? Who would get this right, man? This is ridiculous.
I'm sure he got that wrong. I'm sure he just made that up.
There's a video. There's a video of him on the Howard Stern show when somebody asked, like Howard Stern asked, like Donald Trump Jr. what's like 19 times 6, and he's trying to do it in his head and gets it wrong, and then Trump doesn't answer, and Trump's answer is completely wrong.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Trump couldn't fucking do. He can't do 8 times 8 times 3 and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell is he talking about? Man, Trump is on some bullshit.
He's a pathological liar, dude.
Yeah,
pathological liar.
Yeah, he is. If you believe that, now going back to the chat, how many of you believe Trump told the truth there? Let's roll this back. We got to have a honesty check with the chat. You can say whatever the hell you want, but this is going to be revealing to the rest of everything else you say. Did Trump get this correct or not? Put a 1 in the chat if he got it correct. Put a 2 in the chat if the answer is hell no.
Sir, any number. Okay, 203. Multiply times 9, divide by 2, add on 1,324, subtract 1,292. Sir, multiply it out one more time by 19. What is the answer, sir? And I got it right.
Donald Trump is not asking to take cognitive tests. Donald Trump is having cognitive tests forced upon him. Donald Trump is having heart scans and brain scans and all the other scans and all the other blood work forced upon him because he's a deeply ill old man. And he doesn't want to talk about that. But we are going to on this show, and I'm so glad Dr. Reiner did. And I'm very worried about the diagnosis that he called severe that Donald Trump shared. I want to read an article about it and watch the clip of his breakdown, so stick around for all of it. Top doctor and former White House doctor, Dr. Reiner, diagnoses sleepy Trump, 79, with severe illness. A top doctor has sounded the alarm on Donald Trump's habit of falling asleep during meetings, saying it could be a sign of something sinister. Trump, who turns 80 next month, has appeared to nod off during several engagements, most recently at a Memorial Day event at Arlington Cemetery on Monday. Dr. Jonathan Reiner, a professor of medicine and the director of the Cardiac Catheterization Laboratory at the George Washington University Hospital, and also cardiologist to late former Vice President Dick Cheney, has said this could be evidence of a severe illness. Speaking about Trump's long list of issues ahead of his visit to the Walter Reed Medical Center for a checkup on Tuesday, Reiner honed in on Trump's sleeping habits. The president has severe daytime somnolence. He falls asleep very often. He's fallen asleep
daytime somnolence
in the Oval Office on multiple occasions with people talking to him in the cabinet room, and I was concerned yesterday that he might have fallen asleep at Arlington National Cemetery, Reiner said on CNN. He added a warning: chronic insomnia is a severe illness. It can result in an increase in risk of dementia, decrease in cognitive effects in older people. Davis Ingle, the White House spokesman, called Reiner a hack doctor. Of course he did. The White House says that Donald Trump is the sharpest, most accessible, except for the Epstein files, and energetic president in history. That's a bunch of bullshit. But despite the White House's assertion, there have been many examples of Donald Trump falling asleep, and we have seen them again and again. Last month, Democratic Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin pressed the White House physician for a full evaluation of Trump's cognitive abilities in a letter to Sean Barbalabella, the Navy captain serving as Donald Trump's official doctor. Raskin argued that Trump's behavior warrants a comprehensive cognitive assessment. Raskin, who demanded the...
So essentially, Trump is pretty much out of here, right? How many days? How many fucking days? Now, I know that we said, he's building this ballroom
Dr. Sanjay
thing.
Gupta, CNN's chief medical...
He's building this ballroom to evade being taken out of power. We've also said that he plans on having this new medical thing. Like he wants to be in power past his health. Right. Obviously, that's a possibility that's what he's working on, how to stay in power past his health. Right now. But how many of you think Trump wants to stay in power after he is unable to leave a bed? Let's say that. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Donald Trump wants to be in power after he is not able to leave the bed. Put a 2 in the chat if you think Donald Trump wants... Hold on, did I say that right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he wants to stay in power even when he can't leave the bed. Put a 2 in the chat if you think, no, too, not being able to leave the bed is too much. Let's see this. Let's see. Do you think he's going to try? I'm just curious because I think he's going to try to stay in power when he can't leave the bed. I don't see it. The sickness starts here in the brain with him. So as long as the brain is still churning, this man is not going to release power. I mean, and I don't see myself, Congress interfering as long as Trump can issue a threat, right? And people are willing to live it out or actually do it. I don't see him giving up power for nothing. But what do y'all think? Friars, and Michael, what do you think, man? What's up with Trump here? Is he going to try to hold on to power even when he's way past his ability?
I think I have this right, but when Trump got caught COVID in his first term, I think there was some situation where they were going to have to I don't think it was induce a medical coma, but they were going to put him to sleep for a few hours. And he refused to do it because it would have been Mike Pence would have had to be in charge for 24 hours.
Okay.
Yes.
So I don't. It was around the COVID, but there was some reason they were going to put him under for a little bit, and he didn't want to leave power. So that should answer your question right there. He absolutely will not give up power for even 5 seconds.
Now here's another question, Mike. What you want to say something on that? Yeah, go ahead.
I personally think, the MAGA or your strong conservative is going to retort to Biden's state of mind and Biden's reference before they even address Trump. They
True.
won't even get there.
Yeah, bro.
They're gonna go, but Biden was in office when he was speaking incoherent and couldn't hold the sentence together. But Biden, and it's never going to hit reality.
I
Yeah,
think, yeah,
but
yeah.
but Biden,
Go ahead.
but Biden, yep, he's right.
Yeah, it's true. But Biden did this and Obama did that. And what about Kamala that day? She was doing this. You know, it's like, yeah, they never really actually like to examine Trump for who he is. It's anybody else but Trump. They love to invest. I mean, they talk about Kamala so much, you know, they make up things. That's how much most of the things people believe that are bad about Kamala Harris, they made them up, basically. And I'm not saying there aren't things to criticize, but most. I said most. Now, same thing with Biden. They make up a lot of shit, bro, about Biden. And listen, you can criticize people, and that's fair. But making things up that is actually whack. That means you're part of a cult. Now, we're only talking about Trump today. We're not talking about Biden, Obama, or Kamala Harris, or the Clintons. Guess what? Everybody has their day to be talked about. And today, since Trump is the president, he's the one that affects our lives. The other ones don't affect our lives. So we should be concerned about his health, right? But me personally, I don't think MAGA, and I don't think the Congress, and I don't think the people in power care. I think the one thing they do care about is keeping power. So as long as the American people are willing to go along with it, they're okay with it. Do they have a plan B? Yeah, they got a plan B. The plan B is Marco Rubio or JD Vance. Simple. If he has to be removed, that's already part of the cake. That's baked in the cake. He was they were appointed and elected to fill those roles, right? Now, I don't think they're going to go too far out of that. I don't think they have anybody else to point to, right? So they're going to, hold firm on whoever else. But let me ask the chat. Do you think Trump is functioning well right now as a president? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump is functioning well as a president. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not think Trump is functioning well as a president. So 2 is for no, 1 is for you think he's functioning well. I'm just curious about this. Now, of course, there's a lot of trolls. The chat is open. You know what I mean? But
Hazel, please. The Discord link is there. You're more than welcome. We encourage this discourse. We want to hear your perspective, right? Even if we agree to disagree, we still want to hear your perspective. Please call up.
Right. Yeah. I want to hear also. Yeah. That would be
my
Go ahead.
My thing on that is, I mean, I don't. There's a reason why Cornyn lost. Cornyn voted 99.2% of the time with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I'll say again. Cornyn voted 99.2% of the time with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He agrees
didn't agree
with
on January 6th. Yeah, and they got rid of him because Trump said I want Paxton instead. So
Yeah.
I don't think even though you think Rubio is there, a lot of stuff. Nope. I think the entire movement falls apart the second Donald Trump is gone.
Yeah.
And I think Donald Trump knows that, and that's like Putin won't allow anybody to be in power for a single second. Xi won't allow anybody to be in power. Neither will Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un at least is preparing his sister to take over.
Right.
But I don't think Donald Trump is not endorsed Rubio. Donald Trump has not endorsed JD Vance. They're just filling positions because he was told to, and he was paid like Peter Thiel paid Donald Trump to put JD Vance in there. He doesn't give two craps about JD Vance. So I think all that matters is his cult. I don't think for a single second that he can if they won't get rid of him, because if they use the 22nd Amendment on him, remember what happened to Pence. If they get rid of Donald Trump on the 22nd Amendment, his entire cult would revolt and turn against them. We're dealing with a real cult like that. Imagine if James in Jonestown, when he's in San Francisco, if they turned against him, they would have lost their minds. This is the same level of cult. We're just not really acknowledging it. There is no second place. There is no replacement. The only replacement is Barron Trump. That's it.
Damn, dog.
That's how bad this is.
All right, let's hear some more. I agree, man. It's hard to. I think more people are going to stick behind him. He has that cult, and it's between the cult and Peter Thiel and Musk. And I believe that the billionaires, they are always going to sell out any politician because their thing is that they just want to keep their influence. They want to get their relationship with the government to stay, to maintain. They want to continue to get the money after the next administration comes in. So they're not so committed to Trump in that way or MAGA in that way. They're probably preparing their alternatives, their talking points and shit like that to be able to apologize for Trump and try to segue into dealing with the left again. Because they don't give a fuck, bro. They're not loyal. I mean, why would MAGA put all their trust in Peter Thiel and Elon Musk when both of them have 3 citizenships and 99% of MAGA has 1? Like, these people are stupid, bro. Like, in any case, man, let's go on. Let's hear some more.
Correspondent Sanjay, so great to see you as always. Donald Trump is the oldest person ever elected president in the U.S. He's about to turn 80. What do we know about his health?
Well, we know what they've told us. That's the nature of when it comes to health reports. Obviously, we can just go by what they tell us. As you mentioned, Pamela, he's had 3 visits over the last 13 months. One was a scheduled visit. We knew about it. That was in April of last year. And here are some of the things that we learned at that visit. Obviously, his age, his weight, slightly elevated blood pressure, has some sun damage, which we can talk about, to his skin. And then that cognitive assessment exam, that Montreal cognitive assessment exam, which he's talked about having taken a few times now and always scored perfectly. He's on various medications, most of them for cardiac sort of stuff, statins and cholesterol-lowering medications, and then that aspirin as well, which he takes at a much higher dose than would be recommended, if it's recommended at all, 4 times higher dose. Family history-wise, his father had Alzheimer's disease, passed away of that at age 93. I think had symptoms 7 or 8 years before he passed away. But that's kind of what we know. And then again, a visit in July to assess, at that time we were told, what was going on with his legs. And then again, a visit in October, which we weren't told about, and then got a report 2 months later about what those exams were. So it's a cloudy picture, but that's kind of what we know.
And there's been so much made of the bruising we've seen on his hands. He says it's because of that aspirin he takes, and you said he takes.
Okay, what is this on his hand? What is this on his hand? Just curious about that. That is from what? Why does he have this growing on his hand, bro? Like, and I'm curious, in the chat, tell me, what is this on his hand? It shouldn't matter whose hand it is, but what is this? What the fuck?
I think I've heard that's been explained, but like he has to get a shot there, and like Michael's saying, it has to do with dementia.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, ooh. It's from dementia. Okay. So he's getting treatment.
Kind of medication he's on.
He's getting treatment for dementia. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Injection injury. Okay. So
yes, injection.
Look, somebody else said vitamin K deficiency. That's interesting. You might be right. But that would be my second guess. Vitamin K deficiency. All right. Or maybe this is just where they link him up, to small baby blood and shit. Because I heard he was on Epstein Island drinking baby blood. But in any case, let's go. Let's see some more.
More than what most physicians would recommend. Tell us more about that and what the concerns might be around that.
So, first of all, when it comes to using aspirin at all, the question is, does someone have some reason to be doing that? Is there some history of heart disease or something else that would warrant that? And again, we haven't been told that, as you just saw in the clips earlier. He said he doesn't have heart disease, but he's had tests that have shown heart disease, but they maintain he doesn't have heart disease. There's this back and forth. So that's the one thing. Should he be taking it at all? Second of all, again, the dose. If people are taking it, 81 milligrams typically is the dose, and there's concerns about bleeding. Maybe that's causing some of the bruising in his hands, but also concerns about bleeding internally. He's taking a dose that's 4 times higher, 325 milligrams, which is an adult dose of aspirin. He says he wants really, blood that just doesn't clot, but there can be concerns with that in terms of bleeding, and I think that's the back and forth there.
The president, Sanjay, was diagnosed with what's called chronic venous insufficiency back in July. Here you can see the president's badly swollen ankles. Look at this. Yeah. See the pictures there. How concerning is that diagnosis?
Hold on. Look at this shit, man. Wow. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying this. But look, anything that's talking about his demise, I'm cool with. Let's check it. Look at that. This is an ankle. This is an ankle from Trump. Let's see if I can get this more on the screen here. Here it is. Look at this. This is the president's ankle, y'all. Now, do you think these ankles can hold up under? What if you were in a fight? Let's say Trump had to defend you in a fight, right? A physical fight. How long would he last with these ankles? Would it be 10 seconds?
You ever listen to the I've Had It podcast?
No, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Let me know. Tell me about it, bro.
I've had a podcast. That's why she calls him Cankles.
Yeah, I do. I know, man. That's
Cankles 47. That's what I call him.
I mean, I'm just saying, who in the chat believes these ankles can last more than 10 seconds in a defense posture? I'm just saying, man. This is your life ending and your life staying. This is what stands between your life and your death. This man is making life and death situations for your ass every day. All right, let's go.
See the pictures there. How concerning is that diagnosis?
Well, if it is what they say, chronic venous insufficiency, that in and of itself is not that concerning. Relatively common, 1 in 20 people, I think, on average. More common as you get older. Think of it like this: the blood is pumping blood through the body. If it's pumping well and the veins are returning the blood well back to the heart, you shouldn't have swelling. But sometimes those veins become insufficient, so the blood tends to pool in the lower legs and in the feet. You may see that after long plane rides, for example, in people. But the question is does this have something to do with this heart? And I think that's what sort of prompted that exam back in October, and maybe some assessment again today. White House has said, no, this is just veins that are insufficient in his lower limbs.
All right, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, thank you very, very.
It's good to know exactly what the illness is, right? Because a lot of times people don't know. They just don't connect the points. Blood flow, right? Circulation around the body, and the effects of it. Why he could have it. Other effects. It's not just his blood flow. That's obviously creating a lot of other things you see and things you also don't see. For example, what's going on since his brain requires blood and circulation too. What's happening in his brain, while this is happening in his ankles? This is not just like an injury that disappears, right? No, this is a constant. This is part of his body now. What's happening there is happening in other places, even if you don't see it. It's crazy.
Very much.
The president turns 80 years old next month, and questions about Trump's physical and mental fitness have followed him since before he entered office. You will remember that letter from his then personal physician back just in 2015 that famously stated this: if elected, Mr. Trump can state unequivocally will be the healthiest individual ever elected to the presidency. It was later learned that Trump dictated that line himself. But in recent months, now fast forward to today, the White House and the president have been fielding new questions about some of the visible injuries like bruising seen on the president's hands, swelling at the president's ankles. The White House explaining both as minor and benign issues, but questions persist as this White House has long been, at best, opaque about the president's health. With us right now, CNN medical analyst, Dr. Jonathan Reiner. It's good to see you. And worth stating, of course, Dr. Reiner, as you well know, as you've worked with and around White Houses in the past, that presidents are not legally obligated to release anything about their health. Whatever is disclosed is done by choice. But still, what should happen, would you say, with this annual physical for the president? How should the exam be different for a president who is turning 80 in June?
Yeah, well, Kate, this is really a tradition. The tradition for the annual physical exam really was started by Richard Nixon in the aftermath of Eisenhower's large heart attack. But the president and his team are not legally required to release information to Congress or the public, and I think that really should change. There are so many roles in our society.
Yeah, so you could see that cognitive test, there's no way possible. He couldn't get it perfect. I mean, it just shows you how the media is not able to discern or even do their due diligence, because look, if you're not welcome in the exam, right? Like, then how do you know? How do you know? Especially if they're not obligated to tell you, right? So this is not really real, essentially. But the media, this is CNN, they will broadcast it across the airwaves regardless. And that's just how it works in the U.S. So nobody knows if that's real or not. No one knows if he lied, if he made it up. They do know he made some things up. They definitely know that, but they don't know, exactly which ones that he made up in this cognitive report or in this last visit, right? So, but in any case, let's hear some more. This speaks to his mindset now. People are laughing at Trump, his brain. Okay, so here we go.
The reflecting pool. We didn't do the same old thing the way we'd done it in the past. But just a reminder.
The entire administration. This is what's being laughed at right now. The entire administration.
Another war you helped to settle, Mr. President. It's exciting to see your vision.
You're leading us to the greatest economy that the world has ever known, and that's why they tell you to tell me to tell you, Mr. President, thank you, and they love you.
Wow. And that is how they view Trump. And some of y'all in the chat sound just like that.
I had to make sure that was real. I did not believe that was real. You know, AI is everywhere, and I thought that was AI. I didn't think that was real. I didn't think people could actually act that way in front of a president sitting at about 32%. Hi again, everyone. It's now 5 o'clock in New York, and that was real. And with hard-hitting cabinet officials like those, it's no wonder Donald Trump thinks the country's hot right now and that America is experiencing some sort of golden age. It's just one of the many signs that Donald Trump is either willfully staying in the dark by having them talk to him like that, or completely unaware that people are actually really, really mad and they don't all want them to tell him that they love him. Or he's in denial about how angry and frustrated millions of Americans are now with him and his presidency. If he went out and talked to his own voters, he would get a very different account. Donald Trump is continuing to hit record polling lows as voters express disgust with his economy. We should tell you that if the Economist YouGov poll out today finds that just 34% of all voters approve of the job Donald Trump is doing as president. Here's what they say about those numbers. Quote, only 1/3 of Americans approve of how Donald Trump is handling his job as president. That's lower than Trump's approval in any weekly Economist YouGov poll over his 2 terms as president. 2 terms. Trump's net approval of -26 is also a record low for either of his terms or Joe Biden's term as president. Donald Trump hit record low net approval for either of his terms among Democrats, -96, and independents, -44, and a brand new low for his second term among Republicans, plus just 61. Donald Trump's record low approval ratings.
Look at this motherfucker's face right here, man. This is insane. I mean, he's literally looking like this in a meeting. Like, I mean, come on. What's going on here? What is going on here? The man is snoozing during a fucking meeting. Yo. I'm sorry, but if anyone had a problem with Biden's age, it is impossible that you wouldn't see this as 10 times worse, 5 times worse. Look, I knew Biden was old. No one could challenge. You can't challenge whether Biden is old. That's impossible. Okay. When he was president, yes, the man was old. Okay. He's been a civil servant his entire goddamn adult life, basically. Right. So the man is old, but Biden, nobody made excuses for any oldness from Biden, even the smallest sign of something old. And that was the story of the week in the media, Fox News, CNN, everything. And that was the story on the internet. Everyone who supported Trump, that was one of their first talking points. If they don't have a talking point about, if it wasn't the economy, it was his age. Well, now you have a worse economy and you have someone who's sleeping even more than Sleepy Joe. I mean, this motherfucker's name should be not just sleepy. He's what's a deeper word? Because he's sleeping deep. You know what I'm saying? This is not your regular sleep here. This is like deep. They should call him Coma Trump. This motherfucker's in a coma during a meeting. Yeah. I'm sorry, man. This dude is fucking deep out, man. He's comfortable closing his eyes on camera for minutes and minutes and minutes. I mean, the nod father. Exactly. This dude.
Going for the nod father. The nod father,
bro. Exactly, yo. Alan was. This motherfucker is in there deep, yo. I mean, and he's proud of this shit. You know, he's sleeping. This was why you know he's a king, that he's not a president, because a civil servant would have citizens that give a damn. You know, a king could sleep anytime he wanted and you didn't have a word there was nothing you could say that would matter. Okay. Very simple. You are to be a subject. You are to follow the king's commands. You better not complain. Okay. People would see that as unloyal, but in a civil society, in a democracy, you're supposed to see this the opposite way. You're supposed to be like, no government official is supposed to be sleeping like this in fucking meetings, let alone the president. You know, but in any case, you guys want to say something about this? You think his health is okay? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
That this is a prime example of our lack of progression overall for our highest position in government. Right?
We don't do women. We don't do women.
Like 80-year-olds. We don't do women, right? We don't do men of color, but with the exception of Obama, right? And we do 80-year-olds, right? Like, think about this, right? How progressive are we when our best representation and leader of our nation, even in Biden, right? Like, so, you know, to play devil's advocate, right? Biden was 82 when he left office. Essentially, he'll be the same age. Trump will be the same age if he makes it to the end of his term, right? And so, you know, it's a reflection of our society and our two-party system propping up, you know, old values, right? Those old conservatives, those old Democrats, which are considered centrist, right? You know, that appeal to the boomers, to the older population who do vote on average more than our younger population, right? And so on both ends, for the people who are criticizing Biden's age and him falling asleep and him having his cognitive issues, we can do the same with Trump, right? And so let's not, you know, neither of them are an exception, but they are essentially the rule in what we have in terms of our major leadership and
old sleepy men.
Our country.
Yeah, old and if you're black, you better be able to dunk a basketball. Like, we don't want anything lazy out of a black man.
Obama could, right?
Right. And a woman, she's got to be able to do 2 jobs. Not just the president. She's got to be able to stand by her man too at the same time she's president. So she ain't got no time for sleeping. But the man, the other man, I won't say, you know, let's just call him the other man. This motherfucker is out here sleeping, bro. He's out here sleeping, and he's sleeping on top of a war. He has wars happening. The man can't even make it to fucking meetings and not sleep. Like, he's igniting wars across the world, and these motherfuckers have the nerve to be criticizing Biden. But it is a standard. You're right, though, because we should have better than Biden. I'm not dissing Biden, but we should have had better. He's not the most progressive. We needed more progressive. We're supposed to be the 350 million people of the U.S. We're supposed to be way more progressive with our policies and have way more expectations. Our people, but our people don't have any fucking expectations. So bad that it gets to that level. It gets to that level.
I mean, it starts and is reflected on, the Senate level, right? Who represents us in House, who represents us in the Senate, right? Where they're a reflection of older individuals, right? 70 and above. Look at Mitch McConnell. He's not retiring up until now, and I'm sure that's because the RNC has forced him out, right? After serving his position. We have plenty of examples, on the left as well, right? These are the individuals who represent, our larger interests. Remember, we are a republic, and these are the individuals who we are electing to represent us, and they look nothing like our working population. They don't hold the same values as our working population, right? And so I think that's where the major disconnect is, right? Even our closest thing to progression that we had was a Bernie Sanders, and unfortunately he is of age as well, right?
It's also of
we don't
age,
have
right?
that reflected in a younger perspective. Go ahead, Pete.
I mean, we have AOC, but she's a woman, so she doesn't count.
There we go.
There
we go. We have Ilhan, a woman, right? And a Muslim. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to your point, I think right now there's like 5 or 6 empty seats in Congress of congressional representatives who died in office of old age.
God damn! Right now,
imagine that.
Yeah, right now. So it's definitely a problem that we have, which is why we need term limits. I mean, I'm even good with saying 20 years. That's a normal career.
Right.
20 years should be the term limit. That's 3 terms for if you're in Congress is 18. That's 5 terms if you're in. I'm sorry, 5 terms if you're in Congress. 3 terms if you're in the Senate. And I think that's good. But this 40 years, 45 years in Congress, it's just this is why we're just so behind.
I think we need 2 things, right? We need an age cap. And we also need term limits, right? That in conjunction will ensure that, one, we won't have the same representative continuously for more than 20 years. And as well, once you reach a certain age, you are forced to endorse and find your replacement if you want your party's alignment with the public, right? We have some of these older senators and, Congress members, they would be forced to find their replacement and have those values that they share in order to keep their party's interest in the forefront, right? Like that's what it means to be progressive, right? To keep up with the times and, forcing them, with term limits and an age limit in conjunction, that would force the progression of our country light years ahead.
I agree, bro. And we got 350 million people to choose from too. So we have plenty of people that can step in and move forward, move the ball forward, but we're as a people, Americans, we're in terms of being progressive, we're afraid of that because progressive means woke. That's what it means. So it means policy has to have a color, essentially. That's what Trump and them ran on. Their views were wrong. They said that professional people across America, because they didn't look and sound or their names weren't a certain way or they didn't look a certain way, that what they were doing was wrong. The policies that they executed were wrong. Any president that actually used and worked with the vast amount of American people were wrong, and so were their policies. And that is insane. They just stripped people's health care. They fired over almost 1 million people from the federal government, right? Isn't it a million people?
More than a third.
Yeah, based on their gender or their color, basically, right? It is insane. They did the same thing to the military. Doge, and then they went in, did all kinds of other things, other departments to try to find people to fire. But here's the thing. It's all about their ethnicity, their color, their gender, and it is insane. And they were willing to throw staying ahead they were willing to throw staying ahead in the trash and likely falling behind if the color just looked right. It is fucking insane. It is fucking insane. You know, I don't understand it. Yeah, Biden, somebody said in the chat, Biden didn't do it. Yeah, Biden didn't take your health care. Biden didn't fire 1 million federal workers. Biden didn't do any of that shit, man. And it's like, yeah, unemployment is fucking up right now. Prices are up higher than Biden's. Nobody did that. Trump did that. Biden didn't. Biden is responsible for what happened when he was president. Trump is responsible for what's happening while he is president. And it has gotten worse. And if you can't deal with that, then you're not a part of any plan to make things better, you know, to be honest. Let's see here. Oh, but guess who is getting their way? Guess who's getting their way? Guess who's getting everything? We know the answer to who's getting everything. I mean, it is the same in the U.S.
In 1829.
Yeah, because it ain't, we know for a fact the United States, the American people, when it comes to education, it's not universal. So we're the Western country that no matter how your pockets are doing, we're not one of those countries that's no matter how your pockets are doing, you could afford school, get a new trade. Wrong. We're not that society. We're not the society that says, hey, no matter how much money you're making, you can get health care. Boom. No problem. That's other Western democracies. That's other Western capitalistic democracies. That's not the United States. We're the only one that says, if you don't have enough money, you can't get health care. If you don't have enough money, you can't get an education. If you know, there's so many things that are not baked into our tax system, but the people that do get everything they want.
Fur trapper named David Jackson was making his way through the American West, one of thousands of working men who fanned out across the frontier to hunt and trap and survive off the land. Jackson kept returning to one particular valley in what is now Wyoming.
Hello?
It was a deep, wide
V,
valley.
I can't hear you, V.
Yo, you can't hear me?
Oh, okay,
lost
now I
me.
can.
Yeah, I'm here.
Completely
Yeah.
ringed by mountains, so enclosed, so dramatic that you don't just enter
Yeah,
it, you descend into
I agree with everything you're saying. We're fucked.
Yeah,
And I mean, well, one thing I want to make a note on is like Donald Trump just had a rally, I think last week in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the players from the team came, I guess, and there was a big outcry about that.
Yeah,
So
quarterback on the Jets, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead.
yeah, they're keeping him in this bubble. Like, we know how shitty it is out there. The media is, but Donald Trump only watches Fox News. And he really doesn't realize how shitty things are.
No.
And why this matters is because this is how the Ukraine war started. Putin was living in a bubble. And they were like, Vladimir Putin, you are the greatest. You can do anything you want to. You can take Ukraine in a week. Here, I am taking my uniform to there because I will walk into Kyiv as the hero for us. And he was smelling his own farts. And they're all smelling and saying, your farts smell good, sir. And they set him up for failure. And I got a funny feeling Xi is the same way. They're around and telling him, you can do this because Donald Trump's people are boosting him up. They're lying to him. They see the world's falling apart, and I think that they're keeping him in a bubble, and he is unaware of how crazy it is until it all comes crumbling down. He won't even pay attention.
Yeah, it's by design. It's by design. Yep.
I think China is a little bit more progressive on that manner, and I'm sure they have Xi's replacement, right? Like the greater China, and I think that, you know, the idea behind what, you know, Chinese ideology is no one person is greater than the country, right? I think Russia operates a little bit more strong-armed, where Putin is that strongman ideology.
True.
Xi just played that figurehead where he does represent that, right? And anything that goes against what, you know, China's main government wants, obviously you'll disappear.
Right.
But when it comes to Xi, I'm sure they have his replacement left in place, right? Because China is all about China as a whole, right? To maintain that flawless leadership at the expense of no one leader. You know, and to circle back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, if I'm not mistaken, I saw this chart that showed that in the past 12 years before, in the past years before Trump's election, you know, we had about 12 political commentators that ever reached the political stage. And now, since his inception, we have 40, right? So think about that, right? Individuals who had no prior political, you know, positions, just because they were platformed on places, mainly from Fox News, right, especially in this current admin, have now taken positions of power that they've leaped against people who have, careers in some of these industries. We can point to the Cash Patels, we can point to the Pete Hegseths, right, who didn't even serve at the highest of levels and now have the highest position, right?
Right.
And so imagine what that looks like. And now if you want to circle back to DEI, where is their merit? Right? Where is their due diligence done within their career that qualifies them for their position? It's oxymoronic, right? But
They
they've
have none.
weaponized
It's
things
true.
like DEI, right? They have none,
They have
right? They've
none.
weaponized the word DEI and recontextualize it into something that is only used against the left, but propagates the right when they find themselves being hypocritical.
Well, it is also it's misogynistic, it's homophobic, it's anti-black, racist, it's racist. Also, because to presume that everyone who is not a white male, to presume that everyone that is not a white male somehow didn't get their credits correctly or didn't do the same amount of work correctly, but to get that position is racist and bigoted, and to assume that if you turn it back on them and say, why don't you test the white males that are in the military? Let's test everybody fairly. Let's just start over and test everybody the same. To assume, because that's what they've done. They've made it to where they've been able to develop this mechanism, this anti-DEI, not just to remove other women, and everybody else, but they've been able to do it and just say, you know what, and we're not even worried about whoever else is here. The white men, we don't even need to test their proficiency in anything. We will just assume that they all got there fairly. That's the crazy part about it. So they're not strengthening the population, they're weakening it. Because if you wanted to strengthen it, you would give everybody a same test. Let everybody compete equally. Make sure everybody's taking the same test for the same roles, and then you would see how proficient.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? But they're saying one group of people shouldn't have to compete at all. And that's,
if I'm not mistaken, it's loosely tied to studies that show by 2047, the population majority won't be white for the first time in history. Right, I think they'll drop down to about 47% in comparison to all the other major minorities in terms of collectively. So it's all by design, right? Like it is by design.
But you don't
right?
control.
It's the reason why we have these new border policies, right? And this new anti-immigration rhetoric, right? This new, the pushing of like the Islamophobia, even though Muslims make up 6% of America. Somehow they're supposed to form a jihad when we have 6% of Americans who identify as Muslim.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. I mean, it is crazy policy, and we're seeing the fruits of that policy. That policy has turned against the country. It was so insane. It's not even that it's lifted up white men. That's the crazy part about it, because their bills are more expensive like everybody else's, right? Just because you have a job doesn't mean you want to pay more for gas. You don't have a new job. You have the same job. Just because they fired people from the federal government doesn't mean they're hiring more people. Yeah, go ahead.
So one thing I want to touch on this is that one thing you guys should take a look at is a lot of this has to do with AI, because and Elon talked about this a little bit. They ran all these programs and stuff, and AI was telling them what the future looks like. But it's just based on statistics, like you're saying, the America is growing so much that eventually the white population will actually consist of about 36%. It's way lower than just 45%. It's going to really shrink down. The Latino population is going to explode in the United States. It's already exploding, and this is what they're looking at. But this isn't unique. They're getting this from Russia, right? And the reason why is that what's declining is the population in general in the United States. The white population is declining. In Russia, the white population is declining. And in China, because of the one-child policy, I forget the main group of Chinese, but their population is declining too. So Xi, and by the way, Xi's 72 years old. He has no plans to retire. He's made himself president for life. You know who's made himself president for life? Vladimir Putin made himself president for life. And Donald Trump's trying to make himself president for life because Russia had to fight this war right now because their population is declining so badly that in about 10 years they wouldn't be able to take Ukraine. And China is going to get to the point now, like the guy was saying in the thing, it's 1.5 now. They're estimating by 2045 it's going to be like 800,000. So they can't take Taiwan by then because they estimate they're going to lose 500,000 men in this conflict. So these declining populations is what they see this as a threat. But AI, because remember, so AI is woke in the military. The military's AI was woke, and it told them what the future was, and that's why Pete Hegseth came in there and says we're going to get rid of all this woke stuff. He's talking about what AI of the military was telling you. Hey, look, you're going to need more female leaders. Hey, look, you're going to need this diverse population to win these wars, and that's what they're fighting against. They're literally fighting against the future. Not just him, so is Putin, and so is Xi, because Xi has no desire to leave power. The plan for the future is I'm the future. He's 72. He plans on seeing China turn 100. That's his goal. Boom. See it turn 100, and he sees himself as the next Mao Zedong, like Trump sees Putin sees himself as the next Stalin, like Trump sees himself as the original Trump. Like there'll be no other president like me ever in history. So we're looking at a very unique time. I mean, we should be grateful that we got to see these three tyrants at the same time, and sad that we're living through it. Sure, we should be grateful. We get to see this.
Yeah, we're witnessing history, right? We're witnessing history that hasn't been seen since the likes of World War II, right? Like,
yeah. And so, but the question is, what's the outcome going to be? Because remember, Mao killed thousands of people, millions of people. Stalin killed millions of people, and Donald Trump is he's just, if history repeats itself or at least rhymes, a lot more people are going to die before Trump leaves office.
I mean, look at what we went through after World War II, right? We had a Great Depression, right? So that goes to show you.
Yeah, it's actually not. It's looking like we could be going into a depression. Sadly, right now, the way things are going. I mean, but again, there's a lot of trolls that like that pose as American citizens and folks chat and shit. But in any case, but look, they've come to this point where the rich are basically getting everything that they want out of the United States right now, right? Isn't that pretty much it? I mean, there's no other, the people that are not extremely wealthy can't brag about how good the economy is doing because it's not doing that good. In fact, the moment where you have farmers saying that the fucking economy is not doing good, then it's not goddamn good, right? But somehow there will still be MAGA folk, right, that claim that things are doing better than ever. But you see signs across the country of white people, the same people that would have voted for Trump or did vote for Trump before, now saying Trump ain't shit, like abandoned ship, So let's peep it.
One or two richest men in the world, depending on what the stock is doing that day. And there's been an interesting debate that's opened up about taxes, about tax fairness. Particularly different Democrats have had different proposals about tax fairness. And I want to play something he said about his own tax verdict and get your response, Mr. Plattner, and yours, Senator Sanders. This is what he had to say about the idea of doubling his taxes and that it wouldn't really help very much. Take a listen.
If people want me to pay more billions, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you.
Mr. Plattner, what do you think of that?
Oh, I think it's abject nonsense. Now, I think that's what somebody says when they don't want to see their taxes go up. There's absolutely no question that if we target the wealth where it has been hoarded, frankly, for decades at this point, and we pull it back into our system and put it into social programs like healthcare, like childcare, like paying teachers what they are worth, we will absolutely improve the lives of working Americans and, quite frankly, improve our society as a whole. I think what he is pitching is propaganda. It's meant to protect himself and protect his crony friends. And we're going to come after them for it.
Senator, he also pivoted to an idea of like cutting taxes. No one in the bottom 50% would pay any taxes. There's been a lot of Democrats, interestingly, proposing things along that line, big exemptions at the bottom. I think Senator Booker has a version, Senator Van Hollen. People, I think, who talk about this progressive. Congresswoman AOC has come out against it, saying, look, the best way that we build a kind of society and tax system that works for all is that everyone's paying in and everyone's benefiting, more like what we see around Social Security, Medicare, more what we see in Europe. Where are you on that?
Well, what I know is that today we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country, much worse than the so-called Gilded Age. And I know that at a time when the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%, when people like Bezos and Musk own more wealth than, so many Americans combined. Musk himself owns more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. Meanwhile, the effective tax rate of billionaires is lower than that of a nurse or a truck driver. So, of course, we need to demand that the wealthiest people in this country, the billionaire class, start paying their fair share of taxes, which is why I've introduced legislation calling for a 5% annual tax on the wealth of billionaires. That's less than 1,000 Americans. And Chris, if we do that, we raise enough revenue to provide a $3,000 check for every man, woman, and child in families under 150,000. We can make sure that everybody who was thrown off of health care by Trump gets reinstated. And we can do enormous things for the American people. The point is, there is so much inequality right now that taxes on billionaires can transform life for the working class of this country, which is right now struggling to pay the bills.
Mr. Plattner, you're trying to make the case to the folks in your home state of Maine to vote out a 5-term incumbent, someone who's been a real, I think it's fair to say, an institution in Maine life and comes from a sort of political family and has been there for a very long time, probably has name recognition north of 99%, I think it's fair to say, in Maine, who has beaten back other challenges. Why do you think, what is different this time? What is the case for why Mainers should turn away from someone who has been such an institution in that state through Democratic and Republican institutions?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, because as an institution, she has overseen the deterioration of material conditions for working people in this state. I mean, where we are today is worse than where we were when she entered the Senate. We have fewer hospitals. We have fewer schools. Housing has become an abject nightmare for younger people in the state, and elderly for that matter. We have seen people living on fixed incomes see their benefits continue to stay small while the price of everything else goes up. She has been in the U.S. Senate through all of this. And more importantly, she has votes on her record time and time again that show that she is not willing to go out of her way to either stand up to Donald Trump, stand up to the Republican Party, or stand up on behalf of the working people in her state. She had a charade for a long time that she was an independent. I think that charade is very much come to an end because of the reality that we're living in. But it's not going to keep the people that support her from dumping in as much money as they possibly can. The billionaire backers of Susan Collins, they know the stakes of this race. Any road to a Democratic Senate goes through the state of Maine. They're spending accordingly. And I will say for those watching, if you want to help out, grantforsenate.com. We can really use it.
Senator, your thoughts as someone who's known and worked with, I mean, obviously across the aisle, but you're one state over. You've known Susan Collins for a long time. What do you think about Mr. Plattner's chances?
Well, I think Graham is going to win. And I think he is going to win because the people in Maine, the people in Vermont, people all over this country understand that right now the economy is totally rigged. So what's going on right now? People on top have never, ever had it so good. While working families struggle, or elderly people can't afford their prescription drugs, while young people, everything being equal, will have a lower standard of living than their parents. So what kind of economy is that? And the people also understand, as Graham just said, that the political system, campaign finance, totally rigged. Does anybody in their right mind think that it's a good idea for our democracy that billionaires can pour unbelievable amounts of money to defeat candidates like Graham or other progressive candidates around the country? That's a corrupt campaign finance system. And nibbling around the edges and establishment politics and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, we're beyond that right now. The system is broken. The system is corrupt. The system is dominated by the billionaire class. People want real change in Maine, in Vermont, and all over this country.
All right. So I want to ask, you guys still here? Friars, Michael, you still here? Oh, okay. Maybe they logged out. Did I cut them out? Let me see here. Let me just make sure I get them back here. Now check this out. Put a 1 in the chat, right? If you believe that the tax system in the U.S. is rigged against American people, that is rigged against the taxpayers. I mean, what I'm saying is this: the idea that you pay taxes so that big projects get handled. The big projects that require the government.
I'm here. I don't know how I got disconnected, but I'm here.
Okay.
Right.
I think it was me, man. Sorry about that. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the system is rigged against the taxpayer, meaning that we don't get shit. The way the tax system is made is to suck all our money up and to actually not handle any of the big projects that we need done. The military gets a lot of money. They're always getting taken care of. But who are you defending? All our tax dollars go to these wars, regardless if we agree with it or not. But isn't it more important that the tax dollars that you pay always affect your life positively in a way you can see every day when you leave your house, or feel direct ways? You see what I mean? Because look, you can't always depend on the war being, the military being the most component in your life, right? There's loads of Americans that can't even afford health care, while in every other Western country, it's baked into the tax system. That means everybody gets covered with their health care. With every other Western country, education is baked in the tax system. That means everybody gets access to the education they sign up for. And when that education is when that field of study or that that field of work that they have is obsolete, then they can go right back to school and get a new education in a new field, right? That's baked in the tax system. As soon as you leave the U.S. and go to any other Western country, that's what they're getting. The United States, we're the ones that operate differently. We have people paying taxes, and the way the media talks and the way that the congressional members talk and the senators talk. Look, the congressional members, they get health care through the tax system. The senators, they get their health care through the tax system. Us, we pay for that. The Supreme Court justices, their health care is paid for by the American people. It's guaranteed for the rest of their life, right? The only people who pay into a system where the judges, the elected officials, get better taken care of than the actual people they're supposed to actually rule for and make decisions for, the only place that doesn't do it that way is the United States of America. So I'm just curious, it doesn't matter if you think, obviously, this is not a Biden or Kamala Harris or Obama or Trump question, because this has been the norm. This has been going on for a minute now. It's not like other Western countries just added healthcare and universal education into their tax system yesterday. No, this is a generation. These people have had 1-2 generations since the mid 60s, when the United States was having its revolution for its civil rights movement, because people didn't want African Americans voting, right? While the U.S. was involved with this and other minorities, right? The class war never happened. The class revolution never happened. There was never done anything in the tax system to address the class system. And the U.S. still has that same system in effect that it had in the 60s. You see what I mean? It never changed. But in the rest of the Western world, it changed. Coming out of the 60s, they had already resolved that. Everybody has education. Everybody has health care. And that's written into the tax code. Part of what you pay in taxes goes to make sure everybody has education. Part of what you pay in the taxes make sure that everybody has access to health care. Why don't we have it that way in the U.S.? And it's ridiculous. But do you think we need to have a change? I mean, do you all think we need to have a change? And hop up if you think the situation that everyone shouldn't be guaranteed health care and everyone shouldn't be guaranteed access to education. Hop on up and express yourself. I want to know. Let's see here. And I don't want to know, it's so funny because people talk about, they want to talk about, you see this question, who's responsible for Jim Crow? Fuck all of that. I'm asking you, what do you want now? What do you want now for your tax dollars? Huh?
Progressiveness, right?
That's what I would want for my tax dollars, progressiveness.
To piggyback off what you said, I would love, for some of the potential conservatives in the chat to understand what the definition of a public option is when it comes to healthcare, right?
Yeah.
A public option means that the government competes at a fundamental level with your other insurers to ensure that we are getting the most affordable health care, right? If the government is providing health care at a lower cost and a more effective cost than your other private options, the private options are forced to compete within a market. This is capitalism, right? They are now forced to compete with the largest budget of a country, right? They have to compete within our country now for our for our dollars, right? For our dollars, while our tax dollars gives us the public option. If and this is to be devil's advocate, if you don't want universal health care, you should at least be a staunch advocate for the public option, which forces these insurance companies to compete with the government for the price of healthcare, effectively lowering healthcare, diminishing the ever-increasing cost of healthcare through competition, through market competition. This is basic capitalism, right? But as long as we as a country don't even compete, let's not even insert the universal option, let's insert the public option. The public option allows for us to lower that cost effectively through the market, through capitalism, through competing, through forcing these private insurers to compete with the government for who can gain our dollars. Is it the government that's going to gain most of these dollars, or are these private insurers going to compete within our capitalistic market to lower those prices and make it enticing for us to have our dollars for their health care?
Well, and what's happening right now is that you pay into a healthcare system through your taxes. Most of the tax money you pay on the federal side goes into healthcare, right? Isn't it isn't healthcare one of the biggest things that the money's going to?
Yes, essentially Medicaid, Medicare, right? Which obviously Medicare is loosely tied with, disability and retirement. Social Security is another expense, but it is essentially Medicaid and Medicare. Medicaid is the low cost option, right? Is the low income option that affords individuals essentially free healthcare or extremely low premium monthly cost, right? And that does cost us the most, right? And now if we were to expand that, right, because that's an option. If we were to expand that to higher incomes with essentially higher monthly potential rates for the higher income individuals, now that's essentially a public option, right?
Right. But we already paying loads of money, but for some reason it's not covering everybody. It's covering 40 million less people. Like, for example, every other Western country is paying less for the same services we get. What we're being charged for our services in the U.S. is like 5 times more than what it might cost in another Western country. For 3 to 5 times more, right? And so 3 to 5 times more in another Western country. It could be more outside of the West, right? That we're bringing the bill up, right? And where does that money get lost? It gets lost in the administrative fees in the U.S. So they're caught up in a lot, like 1/3 of the money you pay is not even going to a service. It's just going for someone behind a desk or an executive to get rich off of, right? It's going to pay corporations. It's not actually going to a service. So why do we need the healthcare industry to mark up its fees that much in the administrative? Like the administration fee is like 30% in the US of what you actually pay. In Denmark, it's like, in Europe, it's between 5 and 10% of what your fee is. So the costs go down right there. Then on top of it, you don't have it people exploiting the system. Like you don't, because it's managed by the government, even though it's privatized, a lot of it. The parts that are privatized are still managed by the government. So they have oversight. So they're seeing how much you pay for sterilized water, for example. We discussed that here before. In Denmark, a sterilized water might cost you what, $2 to $3 a liter. In fucking US, sterilized water is costing people $100 in some places. What the hell? That's insane. We're talking about for medical purposes.
It's the upcharges, right? It's the upcharges that come along with us effectively taking into account what these private insurers charge, right? A big part of that is what these private insurers charge on average, and so we'll charge the same to our tax dollars at our own detriment, right? Because otherwise, if we don't, these hospitals would refuse our government option in terms of healthcare. They would refuse Medicare. They would refuse Medicaid, right? They would refuse to accept these insurers if we don't pay out these premiums equivalent to what these other insurers charge. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I got you. Exactly. That's
So essentially, it ties back into us not being an effective competitor on the healthcare market, because even if we were to take that initial hit of slowly but surely year over year, those prices would go down, right? Because now we're the largest option. And then, to circle some of the discourse in the chat, right? If they're saying, why don't we give the individuals the money? That is the most dumbest idea, because now you separate the people, right? Now the people, they're the government.
That's what we're doing already. That's basically what we're doing already. That's why the costs are up, because there's no way to regulate the corporations. So when they say just give the people the money, that's not going to solve the price. That's going to make the prices go up because there's no regulation. Yeah.
And also that regulation comes through cohesiveness, right? The more people who get insured under a public option, by default, that gives you more bargaining power. That's what people don't understand. Right? Where you have the most insured people, that creates the most bargaining power. Now you can say, if you want access to my individuals covered under my healthcare, which is more than half the country, you have to capitulate to what I'm willing to pay versus the prices you're charging.
Right.
Well, go ahead, B.
Well, it seems to me, I agree 100%. It seems like what we've done in the U.S. is sabotage our healthcare system. For some reason, they don't want it to work. They want it to be overpriced, and they do everything to make sure that it stays overpriced. So no matter who comes into power, one party says, okay, we want to provide this for the public, and then the other party says, yeah, you know what, you're going to have to make concessions. We still want it to be run like this. You have to guarantee it's going to be managed this way. And essentially what they're saying is, make sure that the administrators get to charge an arm and a leg for the same service that somebody else pays 3 times less for in another Western country. It's just insanity. We're actually spending more money ourselves on healthcare and providing less. And it's a taxpayer healthcare system primarily. It's crazy.
And that's what ALC talks about this. If anybody wants to go listen to what she says, like I support the single payer plan, which is basically that there's me, the patient, there's my doctor, and my doctor has a bill, and my doctor gives a bill to the government pays the bill, and that's it. There is no insurance company. So like you said, I think it should be illegal to make a profit on education and to make a profit on our health. And that's the first thing I think needs to happen.
Yeah.
And if you do that, the first thing that has to happen, because like all the pharmaceutical companies should go out of business. That should be nationalized, because who pays for the research? The government
The
does, or
government
we
does.
do. Our
Yep.
taxpayers pay for it, and so we pay for the research. They take the product, and then it costs like 5 cents to make, and they go, "We're going to charge $5,000 for this because the government or an insurance company will pay for it, and we keep all this money." And so that's the first thing that needs to happen. Nationalize.
Yeah, we're
the
bankrolling the billionaires. We're bankrolling them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Nationalize the pharmaceutical companies, and that's one problem. And then, like AOC explains with the single payer plan, as much as we're paying right now, if we just simply pay a little more in taxes, the difference between what we're paying right now at while we use the service, will be more than if we're just tax it from the beginning, and that there's no cost because all the middlemen are gone. So that's what needs to happen. We need to get rid of the middlemen for insurance. We need to get rid of the middlemen for the pharmaceutical companies and for education too. We need to get rid of that. It needs to be between us and the government. The government pays your bill to the school, and that's it. And so, that's why our country used to be so good, because medication, it didn't cost that much to go to the doctor, and then education, you could graduate from school for like $1,000.
Right.
Compared to where now it's like $100,000 to
Now it's
$50,000.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
It's totally out
And
of people's reach. It's insane.
out of people's reach. And that's what made us great at one time, and that's why we're declining as a nation. So it's an easy fix. Bernie says the same thing over and over again, and he just redefines it a little bit more every time. It's kind of like Mom Donnie does that. Mom Donnie learned that from Bernie Sanders. Mom Donnie said the same thing over and over again, and after a while, people were repeating what he was saying. We're doing buses. We're doing the grocery stores. We're taxing billionaires, and so Bernie's right on this. I'm glad he's still here, and I only hope we start listening to what he's saying about this, because every person deserves universal health care. Every person deserves a decent education. Oh, the one thing I would also add, I think that we should lift the cap on Social Security. Because I think that right
that's
now,
one of the biggest things, right? We'd have the Social Security issue solved if we lift the cap over, I think it's about 300 plus K, right? Where the earners over 400K are going to get taxed a progressive tax just like everyone else up until, the 300K mark, right? And to circle back to everything you guys said, I completely agree with everything the both of you, Friars and V, but I do think from the common uneducated, not even just the mildly educated American, we need to start with the public options of our government competing for educating people, competing for healthcare, right? Competing in these markets, right? Because Americans view everything through the lens of capitalism. Capitalism is great. It's great. It's great. It's great. Continue capitalism. And in order to get these people into it, we need for our government to at least have the public option, so that way we can compete with these larger corporations, with these larger companies, and show them that through market competition, and eventually that will lead towards the government option essentially being the best option.
Yeah, but with the public option with education and healthcare, that's the way that you compete against other nations. That's the way you compete out in the world. You can't just say something as vital as education should just be private. It should be measured by how much money the corporation makes. That makes no fucking sense. And it's the same thing with
I completely agree.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with the healthcare. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think corporations have up until this point made so much money on our education and our medical thing. I want them to be done. Me personally, I would end all the insurance companies would be done. There's no more healthcare insurance.
I agree with everything you said. Remember how much lobbyist money and how much your average American still advocates for these very same companies that disenfranchise them, right?
Yeah,
and the first step is because they'll call it socialism, they'll call it communism without a comprehensive understanding what either are the difference of socialism versus communism, socialist policies versus capitalistic policies, or within a capitalistic economic system. They don't understand the nuances, right? So it's our government's job, or at least to bring, because we have to bridge the gap. right? Like there has to be options that will bring those people even to the middle. And right now, with us saying, and look, again, I am playing devil's advocate because I agree we need universal health care. I agree we need universal education. We can point to something as simple as Israel, which has both, right? And we fund them on a military basis that allows for them to not use that money on military and use it for universal health care and universal education, something we Americans don't have, right? So essentially, we're subsidizing Israel, to get universal education and universal health care, right? And they just redirect those funds to education and healthcare versus their military, right? So I do agree with you guys wholeheartedly, but I think here in America, with such a divide, to bridge that bipartisan gap, we at least need a strong backed public option, right? Public option for both. I understand. I agree with everything you guys are saying, but I do think that in order to make that a reality, we have to show the people who are so bought into over capitalistic country that we as a country can create what that market looks like. And in fact, the government is doing its job by benefiting us through competition, and maybe it should be a universal option eventually, right? But if we go straight over to that universal option, we will never meet in the middle with some people who just don't understand the basics of economics, policy, and fundamental, the foundation of what America or what makes a great country, which is healthcare and education, right? They don't understand that, and they're not willing to understand that, right? I would love, it is more far-fetched for us to believe that we're going to get a president tomorrow who's going to do that. I don't believe that we'll get that, anytime soon, within the next 20 years, maybe. We have a few presidents to even come to that. We still have individuals who are 80 years old representing us in Senate and the House, right? So if we can't even meet there, we have to at least get some sort of, and that's what I mean by progressive, right? We have to have a progressive movement that starts from where we're at, not where we want to be, right? And in order to get there, I do believe that we need at least the public option, right? We need to start sewing in the idea of a public option competing on the market, so we can show the country and its people, the consumers, that there is a market that can compete, and the government is also allowed to compete on that free market and be the best option, right?
Right. Yeah, so I feel you. I agree, man. Yep. Go ahead.
Let me just that real quick, because and we can. I tend to disagree, and I'm going to disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. This is the reason why. I think, first off, the next president on the Democratic side who runs, if you want to get the vote of the Progressive Party, your platform has to include single payer and tuition-free college. Period. Where you're not even going to get a vote for that. So number one. So I think it's going to come faster than we think, and this is why it's important.
In a two-party system, that's how we have a Trump.
But hear me out. Let me finish. Now we have time for different races. I will get back. We'll get back to that. And right now, what you have is, if we have it so there's an option for both ways, what'll happen is the insurance companies those making profit on it will poison the other system, and they'll spend billions of dollars to poison the other system against people's minds.
Right? We have the biggest budget regardless, right? There's no budget that can compete with the American government. Remember that. We have the biggest.
Hear me out. What needs to happen is we need to implement those, because first off, we almost didn't get Obamacare, and once we had it, but by one vote, John McCain, it stayed. Even though people were being saved, and that one vote saved it. That's how far detached the right is. You can't listen to them, trust them, ask their opinions. It doesn't matter. Bring them kicking and screaming and give it to them. And when they have it for 8 years, right, then try to take it away from them.
Then they understand it. Yeah, that's true, because
then they get it. Oh shit, this is what it's like. Once their kids
rallied around someone like Trump, though, right? They've rallied behind him because these have been underlining sentiments of the right and the centrist, even, right? Like, that's how he got in, right? As many people didn't vote, they didn't vote because, one, they didn't believe the Democratic, candidate in Kamala represented their values, or they didn't believe that they wanted to support someone like Trump. But the individuals who, you have those independents who did switch over to, that Republican side and, are playing that center ground, right? Like, I don't disagree with anything anyone's saying here, right? Like, my values are as progressive and social as possible. But in order to bridge, we need a solution that bridges something, right? Like, how we can't force something if no one gets elected. If our candidate doesn't represent them, we cannot vote. But look what happened without voting in this past election. It got Trump elected, right? We know this, right? Like, the amount of people who didn't vote was almost a historical level, right? But go ahead.
But we can't base it on that because Trump didn't run on like Trump said in his first term, I'm going to replace Obamacare. He didn't. They have no options.
See, do you understand what I'm saying? Obamacare is the closest thing to a public option, right or wrong, right? Like, Obamacare is the public option.
No.
Right?
Okay, I think but hold on. He's not saying that. I think I get you. It's like he's damn, my fault. I'm tripping out here. But damn, Michael, he's saying that you could have had it, right? That Republicans challenged Obamacare the entire way. Actually, the reason why it's the way it is today is because the Republicans would only give in if Obama, or quote unquote, if the Democrats made some adjustments. Now, the adjustments that are killing us are those very adjustments that should have been left out before, right? Isn't that essentially it?
If Obama had done a single payer option to, like, he had done the single payer option instead, most people were going for the single payer option. I'm saying once people have it, they're not going to want to lose it. You can talk them out of it all day long, and I'm only talking like Democrats, because Republicans are going to not want you to have it. They're not going to want the immigrant to have it. They're going to deny their own kids because they don't want somebody else to have it.
Yeah,
so they realize what?
Who was the president after Obama?
Trump.
It was Trump.
Exactly, right? Like, I understand what you guys are saying, and I'm not disagreeing in any level, right? Like, I am playing a bit of devil's advocate, but I'm also trying to see it in a contemporary progressive manner that includes that lens of the right? That includes that lens of the uncertain centrist, right? Look, you will catch me, I was at almost every Bernie Sanders rally possible that I could make it to, because I agree with the idea that backs it, right? But when we look at it, Democrats capitulate to the right for a reason, because what happens is we get a person like a Trump in office, right? And then even as major of a win as we've had with Obamacare, now slowly picking it apart through repealing things like, the penalty and other things like that slowly weaken it from the inside. Now we either deal with Obamacare or nothing, right? They don't have a comprehensive plan. Obamacare is the prime example to show that even if Republicans wanted to replace it, even with the rhetoric that they can replace it, they haven't, because they know that is the option that is better for the consumer, and that consumer just so happens to be the American citizen, right? And we need to continue to push slowly in a progressive manner that shows them, hey, look, this is better in your life. Hey, look, this is the cheaper option. Hey, look, you deserve this, right? Because clearly, no matter how we show them, even in the form of Obamacare, people are willing, especially on the right and in the center at times, are willing to disenfranchise themselves at the cost of the assumption that someone else that doesn't deserve it is benefiting. Right?
Let me ask you a question.
We bring that cohesiveness in. There has to be some sort of middle ground, is what I'm saying, right? I'm not disagreeing with either.
Yeah, there's no cohesiveness with them. Let us be crystal clear. If tomorrow Donald Trump came and says, I'm going to introduce single payer plan, how many Republicans do you think would be against it? None.
Every single one of them.
No. If Donald Trump came in and says, I'm going to bring single payer health care, and the government's going to pay for it, and you have free healthcare, not a single Republican would be against it.
If that was the case, why didn't he
Look at
propose
this.
that
This
instead of
hold on.
proposing,
Let me just interject
instead
here.
of proposing giving that money to the individual taxpayers, right?
Yo,
Go ahead.
can you hear me? Yeah, let me just interject here. It says here, right? Free market Republican ideology generally opposes government mandate price controls. When drafting the AHCA, which is Obamacare, right? Repeal and replace Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. The Republican strategy was to strip away the federal regulations that dictate how insurance companies price their plans, aiming to lower costs through market. So they thought that if you just let the insurance companies do whatever pricing they want, that competition would make them lower their prices, but that's not what happened. So then, look, what else? Republicans refused to give up on what they changed. Instead of keeping price controls, the House Republican caucus fought hard to pass a bill that included the following: the age tax, loosening age-based price caps. Under Obamacare, insurance companies had a strict federal price control rule. They could not charge an older consumer more than 3 times what they charged a younger consumer for the exact same plan. Republicans fought to change this ratio to 5-1 or higher if the state requested a waiver. They refused to back down on this, arguing that allowing insurers to charge older Americans more would dramatically lower premium prices for healthy young adults. This is bullshit. You see, this is where they did it. This is they're the ones who fucked up Obamacare anyway. You know. They picked it apart. What the Democrats were proposing was different from this, and the Republicans said, we don't want, although this plan will get more people on it, we won't concede, we won't vote along unless you make sure these things happen. State waivers for pre-existing conditions. To win over the conservative wing of the party, the Freedom Caucus, the Republican leadership added the MacArthur Amendment. This provision allows states to opt out of Obamacare's strict price controls regarding pre-existing conditions. This is what we're talking about every day. Under the change, if an individual had a lapse in health insurance coverage, an insurance company in a waiver state could charge them significantly higher premiums based on their medical history. Again, raising the prices for everybody indirectly.
You can't trust them.
Exactly.
You can't trust her.
Look, but look, just to make it clear, all the things, the Republican talking points that you hear Republicans and MAGA people when they try to diss Obamacare, they're dissing what their own Republican Party did to it. This is them. They're the ones who did this shit. They're the ones who made it so pricey. This is how they did it.
That's what I'm saying. You just have to, of course, screaming.
So
got to put a president's got to come in with a Congress and put it in place, just like Obama did, but do a single payer plan and do the same thing with tuition-free college, and then run it for 8 years. And with college, that means that you'll have 2 generations that will fully graduate with college and have no debt. Yeah. And now they'll be, and then their kids will be at voting age. And I think that'll be hard to. There's a reason why you can't take away healthcare insurance from people in Nordic countries, because they know what it's like. They know how good their lives are. Right. There's no way a guy's gonna come along and go, "Hey, I got an idea. Let's get rid of all this stuff." It just won't happen. And we have to get to that place in the United States because we're so propagandized. The right does not. I mean, as much as you want to think that MAGA looks and research, they don't. They'll do whatever Trump says. They don't. They won't argue.
That's that cultist mindset.
Yeah, and the Republicans and the Republican base in general, they don't research this. Whatever their leaders say they're going to do, as long as we're screwing over the libs, we're going to do it. And that's all they care about is just we want to outdo the libs. Yeah. They don't care. So you can't. I don't trust their judgment. I want to look out for the kids who have no say, the kids who can't vote.
I agree with everything you're saying, right? And I think in order for what we want enacted, it would take another presidency like Obama, right? A supermajority, and we would have to force everything that we are discussing now as a mandate, right? And that person can hopefully, and we can hope for this, right? That the U.S. sees the benefits that person now gets reelected, right? And at least at minimum
Exactly.
has 8 years of that before
Exactly.
there's some sort of opposing challenge, right? Like that's what we could hope for,
Yes.
because that's what we got.
That's
We
what
got
that's the plan.
we have the smallest glimpse of that in Obama's tenure, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But you know what?
And
If people
it could have
don't
done
vote,
more.
but if people don't vote, you ain't going to get them. You're not going to get that majority. So people have to get out there and vote. People got to
I mean, look
register
at
to
the
vote.
redistricting. Yes, you're right.
But if it
We
had been
need to vote.
Bernie,
Please
but if it had been
register to
Bernie,
vote.
yeah, but if it had been Bernie, and if the Democratic Party hadn't pushed Bernie yet, Bernie was beating Trump like 54%
Yeah,
to
we had a
36.
chance. It's true. We had a chance with
We had a
Bernie.
chance. So it's not just coming out to vote. People have to have something to vote for.
Right.
And so the Democratic base has to make sure that, like, they can't say, "Hey, we're going to get back in power. We're not going to give you Obamacare. We're going to just keep the insurance companies there. We're going to try to forgive some student debt, and we're going to be side with Israel." No one's going to vote for that, because it's not just Democrats, Republicans. It's that independent voter that only comes out for the general elections because they're not registered with either party, so they're not in the primaries. That's
Well,
what you
I
have
think,
to appeal to.
I think to piggyback off what you're saying, that's why we're saying register to vote, right? Because it happens on the local level, right? So speaking from someone who's from New York, we're able to see that in the form of Imam Dani, right? He's 35 years old. He has a very long political career ahead of him, and he took one of the biggest stages in the country by being the mayor of one of the largest, if not the largest city in America, right? And enacting progressive policies such as free child health care, free 3K, right? And, other affordable housing initiatives that when he now, if, potentially runs for governor, if that changes from governor to, maybe a vice president or president, if we ever get progressive enough where we would allow someone who isn't of Christian values here, in at least that high up, right? It starts on these local levels, because if we're impacting, these states and cities within the red states, because remember, as much as Republicans want to complain, all of their major successful cities are what? Blue cities.
Right.
Blue cities. We look at Dallas, right? We can look at Miami, right? As red as Florida is, Miami's blue, right? Miami has a Democratic mayor, right? Dallas, right? Like, these are all, and the reason why is because they have somewhat progressive policies, even surrounded in red, right? That continues to have the economic lifeblood of these states in places like Miami and Dallas, for example, in red states, to be the thriving example within those states. Right.
Facts. Yeah.
And so, I completely agree with you guys, right? Like 100,000%, right? But it starts at the local level. That's why we're saying go vote.
Yeah.
Because we need those progressive people to have the example of what progressive leadership looks like.
Exactly. And you know what? It's I know the Democratic Party is by far way more progressive than the Republican Party. Progressive. No problem. And that's the proof. What you just said is the proof to the pudding, right? But we can be more progressive. In the reality, just the data, is what's demanding it. The data itself is demanding it, because still, as progressive as these blue states are, the federal government is fucking blowing a hole in everybody's fucking pocket right now. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, but when it comes to tax dollars, the federal tax dollars we pay are a hell of a lot. And they're supposed to be not fighting against American people. They're supposed to be supporting, fortifying those positions that and those progressions that states are able to make on their own. You see what I mean? Through their own policy, right? Even cities, right? They're supposed to be able to fortify those successes. Instead, we got a federal government that's fighting against it. But in any case, if you haven't registered to vote, you can do it at vote.gov. If you're an American citizen, all you have to do is go to vote.gov, and you can go down and you pick what state here are you a member of. If you're a citizen of DC or a resident of DC, you type DC, and then boom, DC comes up, and you go to the DC page and take it from there. It will advise you on what you need for DC. Right, as it does here. Check your registration. You get to that next phase, you can check your registration, you can get registered, and you have enough time. Now, don't wait, because time, as it says here, look, Online registration deadline 21 days before election day. District of Columbia, and that's soon. You see that? Must be exactly 21 days from the next election. That's coming up. There's only a couple of days to go from this. So you have to register. If you're from DC, you have to register now, right? Also myself, I got to take care of that today. But in any case, if you are registered and if you're not, once you get registered, you need to vote. Because voting, the congressional elections, the House elections for the Senate and the Congress, that's where the power lies in the country. That's the power center. So that is there. Those congressional members and those senators, they can fix any other problem in the country. If you got colon sellout ass fucking goddamn, what is his name? What's his name? No, I'm sorry, Clarence Thomas. Damn, I almost said it wrong. I'm sorry, Clarence Thomas. Can we all agree in the chat that he is a waste of space? Put a 1 in the chat if Clarence Thomas needs to sit his ass down. Put a 2 in the chat if you like Clarence Thomas. I just want to see what people think. And if you,
I'm curious about that one too.
Yeah, and if you don't,
I placed the link in the chat. If you could look at that shows the amount of spending that we've had under Democratic presidents versus Republican presidents.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Sure.
Only one president has balanced the budget. Only one president got rid of our deficit, and that was Bill Clinton in modern history. So.
Right. And Mom Donnie, he balanced the budget. He's balanced the New York budget, right?
Yeah.
And provided
and
provided health care and child care to New York taxpayers at the same time.
I think Mom Donnie is the future of the American Democrat Party because of what he's doing. He's saying
the fourth progression on a Democratic level.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
He's doing it the way this. He's not asking, "Oh, what do you guys think about having a store in East Borough?" He's just doing it. And once he puts everything in place and it's in place, and they have it for 4 or 5 years, good luck of trying to take it away from New Yorkers. They will beat you unconscious. You won't be able to walk in public sectors. So I'm saying that's the way it has to be done. You have to because these are good policies. Tuition-free college, single payer plan. Having taxing billionaires. Lifting the cap on Social Security. All these things are necessary, and I don't want to have debates about it because you're going to find a lobbyist that's going to be able to support some guy that doesn't want you to have it all day long.
Right.
But I think once we give it to people, I think it's going to be really hard to take it away from them.
I agree with both of you. I think we all on the same page with this. Now, this is the spending.
Yeah.
This is the spending of Democrats. Now, Michael, what were you saying? This is the spending of Democrats and Republicans over how many years?
The difference in presidents, right? So it follows the presidents from Johnson on to current and shows the how the debt grew, our national debt under which political party, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Goddamn. 1976 Ford. Then it is let me see, can I make this a little bigger? Right. Then there's Reagan. Wow. 76% under Reagan. He killed it, boy. Reagan just, oh my God. Then right, look at this. Then a Democratic president. This is like, there's no comparison. There's no comparison. Republicans waste fucking money. Republicans waste fucking money, bro. They blow a hole in everybody's pocket. And I'm sorry, you cannot have a nation that survives with this type of behavior. It doesn't work. And on top of that, we're spending this money without providing our citizens shit, bro. We provide our own citizens in the United States far less than any other Western country provides their citizens. And they don't even have to have strong economies. You know what I mean? It's like, we have the richest, supposedly, right? We're the most powerful, but yet we've done the least. We've done the least. This is embarrassing, bro.
So like you guys are saying essentially here, the spending when it comes to, the Republican presidents in comparison to the Democratic presidents is also coincided with major tax cuts for, the top 10%, not necessarily the 1%, the top 10%, and also wars, right? Those two in combination are what grows the debt the most, right? Because we're able to receive less in funds while also spending so much with wars. But yeah.
All the debt is Republican, basically.
I mean, yeah, in comparison, yeah, like you see the difference in the spending, right?
Yeah.
You see the difference in the spending, right?
Exactly.
And it's because of those two major things, right? Major tax cuts and wars, right? Those two things, right? When we are collectively getting less money in return for the services we provide, while also spending more money and printing more money to fund our wars, right?
Yes, Brand. Yeah, thanks for giving that to me. Now, let's go on here. Let me see. Let's see what else Bernie Sanders is talking about here.
That is why Graham is going to win.
I saw an article yesterday. We were starting to get some of the money filings for these independent expenditures, right? Who are the biggest donors in this cycle? Mark Andreessen, who's a big right-wing tech guy who is one of the most sort of like zealous boosters of AI. And right-wing politics, and says things on podcasts like no one should ever engage in self-reflection. It's an actual thing he said. It's a real quote. He's actually the number one donor in this cycle so far. I think it's $115 million he's given so far. And Senator Sanders, the last thing for you, because you've been spending some time talking and thinking about AI in ways I found interesting. I've watched some of your videos. I've listened to some of what you said. The Pope, first American Pope Leo, had a very interesting address on AI, sort of talking about the possibility and the peril of it, and comparing it to the threat of a biblical Tower of Babel. How do you think about that interest as it sort of lingers and over this campaign?
I think it's a huge issue. I think every American should be thinking, what does it mean when the very wealthiest people in this country, Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg, Ellison, and others, are spending hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars to develop and implement AI and robotics? What does it mean when Jeff Bezos is putting together a $100 billion fund to, quote unquote, automate factories? What it means is that tens of millions of jobs in the next decade will likely be disappearing. And what happens to the working class of this country then?
Now, put a 1 in the chat if you're part of the working class. I'm part of the working class, although I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. Although I'm an American citizen, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. Been living here like 20 years, basically now. So I don't live under these type of policies. Luckily enough, thank God. Thank God I don't. But yeah. People outside of the U.S. are viewing AI and they understand it needs to be controlled. Automation needs to have limited role, not just no prohibition, no control, no regulation. No, it needs to be heavily regulated. And let me see here. So, okay, but look at this. Crazy, you didn't answer the question, Crazy. So I want people to answer the question. So yeah, it's important that people answer the question, right? Just straight up. I just want to say it that way. I don't want to chime people out. But stay with us so we can keep the chat open. Yo, madam, I appreciate that. Good looking out. Oh, my goodness. Wow, I appreciate that. Very informative. Yo, well, let's thank also Friars and Michael for being here, because obviously we wouldn't be able to. It's like 5 hours. It's damn near 6 hours now, y'all, and but between us, we got a lot of information, so it's working out well. And yeah, so big up for Friars and Michael. Yo, everybody put a thumbs up for Friars and Michael. They're the main contributors here outside of myself, and we have a few others that's coming through. So big up to everybody. It's really working out well, and the good thing is we can sustain it. So we're not doing more than what we can do. We're not going to get tired or anything like that. So on that note, I appreciate that. Big up to you. Now let's continue a little bit with Bernie's, and then I want to segue. There's something about the political environment right now that people need to understand. Now, this is one of the things, this flip side. Why do we have policies that are extreme forms of capitalism. It's not that capitalism is the issue. We talk about this all the time. It's how extreme is your version. Does your version of democracy, is it something, or capitalism, is it something that allows people, the average person, to thrive, or is the average person being beaten up by the capitalism? So if it's one that is used and it works as an engine and pushes everybody up, that's no problem. The question is, when is it becoming extreme to where it's forgetting who it's supposed to work for, right? And it's supposed to work for the people. Otherwise, the people can vote your ass out and vote in a new policy, right? Well, this is what Bernie is kind of getting at. And it's sad because in the U.S., we're a generation behind. The rest of the West moved ahead already in terms of their tax, in terms of how progressive their tax system is and the rights, the connection between the civilian population, the voter, and what the system is supposed to work for. Like outside of the West, the government is generally working for the average everyday working class. That's where they're praised. Inside of the United States, it's only working pretty much for the wealthy elite. Everybody else is crying about it unless you're a troll, because if you're a millionaire, you damn sure can't pay everyone in your family and everyone in your community. You can't take care of their health care and their housing issues and their child care issues if you're just a millionaire. No, you would want the system to work for those people too, right? You would want the system to do its job. So when you leave the house as a millionaire, you don't have to engage with a whole bunch of riffraff around you. Without real policies, our entire community is going to turn into a problem zone, and all they're going to do is try to spend money on policing it instead of spending the money on lifting you up. Childcare, basic things, Dylan, what's up, bro? Yeah. Childcare, healthcare, housing, right? Education. They're going to spend the money, you can see. And in some ways, they're even more happier to spend the money throwing your ass in jail than they are keeping your kid in school. Like, it's just crazy. But let's hear a little bit more and then flip over to one of the other issues that might be there in the electorate.
What it also means is that we have to worry about our politics, putting stuff on television where people, or on social media, people will not know the difference between what's true and what is made up and false. We got to worry about the existential threat, Chris, because scientists tell us that as AI becomes smarter than human beings, it can become independent of human control with potentially catastrophic results. It is a huge issue. And the billionaires and big tech say, hey, we don't want any regulation. And Trump says, we don't want any regulation. Let us do whatever we want. The hell with what happens. Well, I think the American people disagree. It's an issue of great importance in this campaign.
In fact, final little note is that last week they're going to put out their first ever regulation on it, which is going to be voluntary. And the president's number one AI man, David Sachs, called him at the last minute because industry didn't want it, and they canceled it. Lo and behold, so that did not get issued.
Musk did as well.
Yes. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner here on this Memorial Day, and they will be doing that rally later today. I appreciate you gentlemen making time for us on this day.
Okay, hold on. Let me see something.
There is no problem of racist speech on campus. There is no problem with...
Sorry about that. Here's the next thing. Now, flipping over to the flip side of this. So Jasmine Crockett is getting a lot of heat, essentially. And again, I don't know myself where I sit with this. I do understand the issue of AIPAC in the political environment, the funding. And again, not just funding candidates they support, but more so funding candidates that are running against other candidates, and they could be progressives. AIPAC is doing a lot of that. Things that would be candidates that would be progressive regarding national policy inside of the U.S. AIPAC doesn't necessarily care about that, the effects of how they spend their money. So they could end up funding someone that's extremely conservative about policy in the U.S., right? Extreme in terms of anti-healthcare, anti-housing, fair housing, anti-education, fair education, or childcare. They could actually fund someone who is anti all these things that are normally beneficial to taxpayers around the West. They could be funding policies that are anti those things just because that one candidate promises to support the Israeli government, right? in whatever shape or form, So this is about money because the United States is the biggest supplier of arms to Israel, right? Am I correct about that?
Yes, you are. V, a good segue to this would be to quickly look up what party receives the most lobbying money, and then segue right into this. You'll definitely see the bigger. The chat will see the bigger picture.
Yeah, what party receives the most lobbying money, or from a specific lobby?
The most lobbying money. The most lobbying money.
Okay, the most lobbying. Right. Yeah, because
it's definitely the Republican Party. There's no doubt about it. The top 11 on the list are Republican.
Let's pull that up, right? So they can do this.
Yeah, you can pull it up.
Yeah, it's true. They receive the Republican Party receives more lobbying money. Period. And they receive more AIPAC money. Period. Right. But here we go. When looking at the overall flow of political influence money in the United States, neither party has a permanent monopoly on the lobbying money. Instead, the flow of money is dictated by a few predictable rules of political gravity. Data from nonpartisan tracking organizations like Open Secrets show that who gets the most,
Yeah, Open Secrets.
Yeah, Open Secrets shows that who gets the most money depends heavily on who's in power and what kind of money is being spent. Here it is. Okay, yeah, because it might change, from year to year, right? Or no, depending on who's in power, right? So the majority party rule, the incumbency advantage. Lobbyists are pragmatic. They want access to the people who write the laws. Because of this, whichever political party holds the majority in the House of Representatives and the Senate almost always receives the most lobbying attention and PAC money. When Democrats control Congress, corporate and trade groups shift a larger portion of their donations to Democrats to ensure that they will still have a seat at the table. When Republicans win majority, the money quickly swings back towards them. Corporate versus labor spending. If you look at the sources of the money, there's a clear partisan divide. The Republican edge in business money. Corporate PACs, trade associations, and big business interests like defense, oil and gas, and traditional banking spend the vast majority of all the lobbying dollars there, right? Historically, these groups favor Republicans. Okay, so these are the biggest ones, period. That would be defense, oil and gas, and traditional banking, they're the biggest, right? So historically, these groups favor Republicans because of the party's stance on deregulation and lower corporate taxes. For example, during the federal election cycles, business PACs consistently tilt their giving towards Republicans, usually around 55% to 45% split, depending on who holds the majority. The Democratic edge. In labor and ideological money, the Democrats receive the vast majority of their organized funding from labor unions, trial lawyers, and ideological groups like environmental organizations and pro-choice groups. However, because business spending outpaces labor spending by an enormous margin of 15-1 or higher, Republicans generally have a higher baseline of traditional corporate support. And so that exists on top of corporate media, legacy media. So, the industry has the advantage in legacy media anyway, just like it has the advantage here in spending, right? Now, campaign contributions versus direct lobbying. It is important to separate campaign donations given money to help a politician get elected from direct lobbying, paying professional lobbyists to influence a bill. All right, because those are two different things. Campaign donations can lean heavily towards one party depending on the election year. For instance, in some presidential cycles, Democrats raise more overall campaign cash, while in other Republicans hold the edge. Direct lobbying. Most massive corporations and lobbying firms split their direct lobbying efforts relatively evenly or hire bipartisan firms. They want to ensure they have a high level of lobbyists who are close friends with both Democrats and Republicans. Meaning both parties are consistently being heavily lobbied regardless of who is winning elections. Who gets more? It tilts back and forth. Republicans generally receive more overall money from the dominant driving driver of lobbying corporate interests, right? However, Democrats routinely close or flip that gap using. I mean, is this what you wanted to know? Because obviously it wasn't. You're talking about what kind of lobbying are you talking about exactly?
Well, no, you can look at that last source that you have there.
Quant.
So essentially, it shows overall. Yeah, essentially, it shows overall that the majority. This is being nuanced, right, in terms of Gemini.
Yeah, it is.
But it essentially, Republicans do receive the most in terms of the amount of money when it comes to percentages, right? Like, and that happens because who has more money, right? These private entities, these corporate, these big oil, right? We have big oil. You have a plethora of other, a plethora of other lobbyists, right? But the majority of that money does get sent to, especially when we see, our current political state where the lobbyists are being funded by the majority of. Go ahead.
Well, look at this, man. It says in 2024, business PAC direct to candidates, right? That's 390 million, right? Let me see here. And then when you go down, 390 million, then you have so you have Republicans at 45%, but it's so funny because it's not really telling you the overall numbers. I wonder if they present that way. They don't want you to have the actual gross, right? Or
no, they don't, and a lot of it obviously through like hidden packs and other things like that kind of skew those numbers heavily.
Right. Let me
You
see.
can go to Open Secrets and look up individuals and see how much they made. Like if you look up the wealthiest members of Congress, I think that's one way to do it. And then look up who's enriched themselves the most since they've been in Congress. And then you can also look up who's made the most in stock trading in Congress. And there was a guy that started tracking that. I think he named it after Pelosi because it was all right wingers that were doing it initially. But Pelosi was like number 9th on the list. That's the part that he didn't mention. She's number 9 on the list. But I mean, don't get me wrong. They're all, a lot of them are corrupt on both sides. Dianne Feinstein enriched herself dramatically when in Congress. She was actually one of the ones. It wasn't her. It was her and 3 other Republicans that dumped all their stocks when they came out of an Intel meeting and when they found out about COVID-19.
Right. This one says right here, Democrats get roughly about 10% less, right? Something like that on average, maybe a little more depending. It could be. Well, in 2020, Republicans got 20% more than Democrats. It's more than 10%. It's more than 10%. Look, 2024, Democrats got 10% less. 2022, Democrats got 14% less. 2020, Democrats got 20% less. So Democrats get less. That's basically what it comes down to, right? And
that's pretty close.
Yeah, and then you don't share. But look, bro, 20% of $1 billion, that hurts. Look, you talking about 20% less of $1 billion. Then you're talking about 14% less of $1 billion. Then you're talking about 10% less of $1 billion over a 4-year period, bro.
Essentially that's why the Democrats overall tend to reach across that aisle and lean more center to even that division, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, look, we can play ball. Hey, look, we're not so progressive. Please, let's work together, right? Let's get that corporate money. Right. And it's what continues to propagate this two-party system.
And I think you were right to look to this because a lot of times, let's think about this. Right now, when we get back, right now we're about to segue into what Israel's PAC has going on, right? They're not the only PAC, but obviously, and we say this all the time, people need to not just be concerned about the Israel lobby. You need to be concerned about PACs, period, right? But when you look at this, it does kind of illustrate something. It shows you that Republicans basically are getting more money as a norm, right? 10% up to 20% more as a norm, right? Every year for they're spending, they're getting more money given to them to run their campaigns. Then anywhere from 10 to 20% more, right? Depending on the year. Now, at that same time, we are talking about AIPAC, and we pretty much only put the earnest on, progressives put the earnest on the Democrat Party to give up AIPAC money, essentially, right? Because Republicans, MAGA people don't give a damn, right? Or is that going to start happening too? What do y'all think about that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, is it also happening with MAGA people, or is it just that the right wing is so fucked up they don't even care what, even if MAGA people did have a problem with AIPAC, the representatives don't give a fuck anyway, right? It's more so. Okay, go ahead.
From what I understand, like in this last election, a lot of AIPAC money was on the right, and so all those candidates won.
Mm-hmm.
On the left, it was a lot more problematic, and some of the candidates won, some of them lost. But anyone on the left that's seen taking AIPAC money it's like poison, it's like a pariah. On the right, it's kind of getting that way. But Macy, for example, he was against AIPAC money, and in Michigan, all the candidates that were like hardcore MAGA, half of them took AIPAC money. The other half are like these, Tucker Carlson kind of like we hate all Jews. We don't want any of your money kind of thing. So they're taking money from Turning Point USA or from AIPAC. It's not either or. It's one or the other. So there is a dividing line on the right they're starting, but it's the white nationalists versus those that just want to get a corporate. And on the left, it's the progressives against,
all Republicans take AIPAC money. All Republicans take AIPAC money, right?
It's changing. It's changing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like I was looking at some of the candidates. Some of them did.
I'm talking about
money.
Messi is just an example of one. He's just an exception. Messi.
He's an exception, but there's a new kind. There's a new breed. Okay. There's a lot of these guys that are these U.S. Turning Point USA. They're taking money from Turning Point USA. Okay, and they are anti-Zionist.
Okay, so
not anti-Zionist. They're anti-Semitic. Let's be crystal clear.
So what you're telling me is that, anti-Semitic, right? But how does it play out now? How does it play out? Because
it means that they can't take money from AIPAC because then they're seeing it with laying in the bed with Jews.
No. I think let me try to make sure I'm getting that. You're saying because Turning Point USA, they spend money, right?
And they don't, and their candidates don't take money from AIPAC.
So the ones they support, they cannot receive any AIPAC money. That's what you're saying.
You can, but if you go to a Turning Point USA event, you're going to get yelled at. Now,
but does that matter? Does it matter if you get yelled at?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It matters.
Well, the reason why I'm saying it is because, all right, what's left from this reasoning is that while we have Republicans that get 10% to 20% more in lobbying money, period, right? We're expecting Democrats to not take AIPAC money.
We would like them to, but again,
I'm not saying this now. I just want to make sure I understand it. I'm not saying that policy should have something to do with money, but
there's a new breed in the Republican side. Like there's going to be these Tucker Carlson Republicans. There's going to be these Nick Fuentes Republicans. Okay, and if you can't hang with them and take money from AIPAC, see what I'm saying? Because
I agree it's happening on both sides, though, right? So
on both sides.
I think, but what's happening is they're going to and they are already currently doing that. They reframe anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, right? And when they do that, they recontextualize the meaning of what Zionism is into anti-Semitic, right? And so if you're against either or, then you're anti-Jewish, and that's more rhetoric that resonates honestly with the right. When we have leaders like Chuck Schumer, who's obviously of Jewish descent, he's always going to take, whether he champions it, whether he puts that megaphone on and says, yes, I take AIPAC money, he's still going to, right? Versus the right. So I can see where, obviously the both of you lie, right? Where both perspectives do live, right? So where Friars is saying is the right is more blatant, right? They have more of a less tolerated level for things like that, right? Because they essentially not only are anti-Zionist, they're anti-Semitic, right?
Right.
They right?
Yes.
So they dislike them enough to say, hey, look. And that's where the MAGA fracture starts to begin in smaller pockets, like this Zionism versus Semitism rhetoric, right?
Yeah, exactly. They can give a fuck about. I mean, they're also Islamophobic. So it's not like they're looking out for the Palestinians.
And both of these
that's what they are.
populations make up less than 6% of 6% on the Muslim side, and I think it's about 8% of all of America is either Jewish, and 6% is all of 6% is Muslim within our whole country. But they seem to be the spotlight, right? The headlines of our political news.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Now let's hear a little more. So let's hear what they're saying about. I mean, right now people are. This is another thing. I'm not sure where I sit. We talked about this before. I think Keith Edwards, he discussed this issue with Jasmine Crockett. He didn't mention AIPAC money, but he did side with Tariel, right, over saying that he could win in Texas, Jasmine couldn't win. But then there were people that said, yeah, well, Jasmine's not going to win because the AIPAC thing is going to work against her, right? And so now that there's been some weeks, a month or so after she lost that election, more people are talking about the money that she receives from AIPAC. So I haven't heard a lot about this, so I just want to hear what this sounds like here. Let's
Crockett,
see.
who is responding, defending herself against claims that she endorsed the AIPAC candidate. Let's give you this viral video posted by Rogue DNC.
Right. Actually, they went further than just saying she got AIPAC money. They're saying that she endorsed AIPAC candidates. Now, that's very specific framing because that means it's not what the person is talking about. It's only you're endorsing them only because AIPAC is telling you, essentially, right? There's a difference there, right? So let's hear what her response is.
Seemingly showing Jasmine Crockett endorsing Wesley Bell. Here's the video.
Make people go out and vote again. Do not get comfortable at all. We are living in unprecedented times, and I can tell you that there is no one better for this moment for Missouri 1 to keep his eye on the prize, which is you, the people, than Wesley Bell.
That sounded emphatic. It sounded clear to me, but there's more she wants you to know, more context. Despite the viral video, Crockett claims she has not formally endorsed Wesley Bell, which is somewhat confusing after what we just heard. But here's what she wrote on Threads. Y'all are hilarious. So now we're the Chappelle Show. Come on now. It's 9 a.m. where I am, and I'm awakened to the same overly pressed paid losers talking S. Now that I've got your attention, at the Fire Pack lists all of our formally, all caps, endorsed candidates. When a member of Congress invites you to their district on behalf of an organization to speak, we aren't SE towards the member, as some of you seemingly want a person to be. Maybe research how I was when Corey introduced me at the NAACP Freedom Fund dinner in St. Louis when she was a sitting member in June of 24 and being challenged by Bell. Maybe see how I was when I was in Rashida Tlaib's district in 24. Maybe y'all's nosy asses would like to know that neither candidate has solicited my endorsement, and the forms are open on the firepack.com. Let the fundraising continue as she climbs out of this. Full transparency, my endorsements won't ever be about a singular thing. The Progressive Caucus didn't endorse in Texas 33, but one of these people will become the member. And I will always evaluate a totality of things to hopefully get us to the best outcome. As people ask, how do we get here? And them sit in the minority, I'm going to need y'all to find a little energy for the Repubs. I've helped the entire caucus. I've raised about 5 million and given away about 500,000 because, well, I didn't want us in the minority. Not every person running everywhere will be a progressive or meet specific litmus tests y'all have, because it isn't always progressiveness. Same trolls during my primary never cared that my voting record was left of someone else's, and that person never joined the progressive caucus. You still sore about Tallarico? Okay. I will be honest about who I've seen a member to be when they've invited me in. I've done this for countless members from all parts of our Dem coalition. I've got millions of miles to back this fact up. This is the conclusion of my TED Talk.
Yeah. This is TTT. So obviously she's not a fan of Jasmine Crockett. So you can tell by how she's reading this. I mean, I don't even read shit this way, bro. But in any case, let's listen to the substance. Go ahead, y'all. What do you think now, Fries? Come on.
Jasmine Crockett did go against Cori Bush, and Cori Bush is the exact person we want in there. She was part of the Justice Democrats. When the progressive wave came through in 2018. So that's, I mean, again, everything she's saying is accurate to a degree. Like, Jasmine doesn't come to progressive events. Jasmine doesn't support progressive ideas. So she's right about that. I like Jasmine Crockett. I actually voted for her, but that was before I saw her turn it. And I saw the clip from when she's speaking, and she's like, basically, she was just shitting on Cori Bush and saying, this is the guy that we want. And it's, period. So it's what she did. She did it. And I don't think she's going to stand with Tallarico. I really don't. I would like to hope that she can. But again, I make mistakes sometimes too. And I supported her, and I don't anymore.
Well, I think, that has to do with what we just covered, right? PAC money, right? Like, if they don't receive at least a good portion of even APAC money, now they're more than 20 to 10% less funded, right? And so when we look at, the central DNC, that core DNC, it is the reason why we have, a part of the reason why we have a two party country, right? Because it's either you back this agenda or we don't fund you. And when you're facing millions of dollars in funding difference that the people cannot make up because of wealth, things like wealth inequality, you're fighting against the grain, and that tends to be really hard, right? And so, not to make excuses for Jasmine, but I'm sure Jasmine is I say that to say Jasmine is more aligned with, your regular DNC agenda and party, right? And not that it's bad, but it's not as progressive as we can and should be.
Yeah, it's not the most progressive, and it's not where obviously we know that it's a conversation that needs to be had from the 2024 outcomes, right, of the election. It's a conversation that needs to be had so people don't get caught by surprise later. I mean, for me, I'm cautious. I'm cautious about this, just labeling people this way. However, if your policy, if you have a record of like backing things that are obviously don't give meaning. I mean, are you going to criticize Netanyahu or not? Does Jasmine Crockett criticize Netanyahu? No,
absolutely not. And I think that's a part of the larger narrative of the Democratic Party.
Our money is going there right now. Our money's going there right now. Our money's going there, right? We just opened the show up. Yeah, but we opened the show up with just this thing about missiles. We use more of our missiles than Israel used. Semiconductors, missiles they need semiconductors. We used loads of ours. Israel reserved theirs. They still have theirs. But we don't have enough to defend ourselves. So let me see. Go ahead. Continue. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I think that, in order for the Democratic Party to progress, we need to be able to call out people like Netanyahu and the leadership of Israel, and where they lean politically, whether that be far left or right, we need to be able to call that out because currently, that Israeli regime is looking more right wing than anything,
Right.
and to back Netanyahu is to back a far right or right wing government. Do we want to do that as a Democratic Party? And we can criticize Israel while still funding them, while preaching what we want with this funding, right? Preaching what we want with their ideals. Go ahead.
Well, we should be able to, because at the bottom line is that's our right to do that. That's freedom of speech. That's democracy. That's what has to come with it. But it says here, this is different, man. I got some different information back on Jasmine Crockett. Let me see. What it says here is, yes, Representative Jasmine Crockett has openly criticized Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government on multiple occasions. Her public stance and official actions show a distinction between supporting the state of Israel and opposing Netanyahu's specific leadership and policy. Okay. Public declarations. Yeah, go ahead.
Look up, is Jasmine Crockett called Gaza genocide?
Okay. Yeah, all right, I'll do that too. Let me see here. But let me just read the rest of this. I don't think it's too long. Public declarations against Netanyahu, right? Against Netanyahu's government. In her platform and public statements, particularly during her run for the U.S. Senate, Crockett has explicitly stated, "I have made it clear that I do not support the Netanyahu government." She has emphasized that while she supports Israel's right to exist and defend itself, she simultaneously supports self-determination for the Palestinian people, opposes illegal West Bank settlements, and has expressed opposition to sending offensive weapons to Netanyahu's administration. Direct letters confronting Netanyahu. Crockett has
just look at just make sure we cite that source, right? Where did that source come from? To be transparent.
Yeah, Jasmine Foros. That's her own. That's her own page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me
All
go
these
back
sources
here.
are from her own page.
Yeah, this is from her own page. Yeah, exactly. No, but that's on point. All of these are from her own page. It says, all right, direct letters confronting Netanyahu. Crockett has used her legislative pen. But let's see here. Let me just 2 seconds. This is housecrockett.gov too. So this is also her page. Let me see.
Because I might get that wrong, but what I know for sure she did, she never criticized the operation. She never called it a genocide. I'm almost positive about that. Because she got some criticism for that.
No problem. We're gonna look it up real quick. Because we're almost at the end of this. I just wanted to close out with this part. Let me see here. I mean, there's all kinds of fucking crazy news with the U.S. government right now, bro. Like, there's way more, but goddamn, 6 hours, we're not even through 25%. But let's see here. It says, yeah, that's insane, right? I don't have more hours left. Now, these are the same sources. Yes, tracking Representative Jasmine Crockett's official statements, legislative record. Okay, a record. Official House press release, legislative votes. Okay, this is her though. You can look directly at Crockett's official congressional press archive to track her explicit policy. For instance, her official statement on November 2nd, 2023 details her vote against the Republican-led Israeli aid package. In it, she directly states her refusal to support packages that exclude humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza, and called the legislative maneuvering a morally bankrupt political stunt. Her subsequent voting record on foreign aid supplemental and her public statements following the January 2025 Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal consistently emphasized the heavy toll on Palestinian civilians, highlighting her. This is still Crockett.gov. I'm not dissing it, but it's still her own .gov, right? So let's see here. A media interview. CNN. Crockett frequently appears on cable news discussions foreign policy issues within the Democratic Party. April 2024, following a massive House vote on foreign aid supplemental package, she gave a detailed interview on CNN explaining her vote. In it, she articulated the exact balance of her office maintains defending Israel's right to security against Hamas while vocally demanding stringency, oversight, and humanity. Yeah, okay. So let me see here. Public verification. Okay. So now you said you want me to look up. Hold on. Wikipedia, explicit notes, internal tightrope walks documenting both her alignment with security leadership on baseline. Okay, both her alignment with democratic leadership on baseline Israeli security, the dome. Okay, Iron Dome. Now you said you wanted me to look up what was that?
Has Jasmine Crockett called genocide a? Has Jasmine Crockett called Gaza a genocide?
Let's see here. Alrighty. Okay, it says yes. No, I'm joking.
Really?
I'm just fucking around, man.
No,
I'm joking,
I was
man.
Say, really? I guess I was completely wrong. That was looking for that one.
It actually says she did, man.
Okay. Let me know when she said that.
No. It says no. Representative Jasmine Crockett has not publicly called the situation in Gaza a genocide. While she has been highly critical of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his military strategy, voting against certain unconditional Israeli military aid packages, and repeatedly advocated. Yeah, I kind of see where the debate shifts here. Crockett faced stiff challenge from progressive wing of her party, specifically from Texas State Representative James Tallarico. There you have it.
And we call it a genocide.
Yeah, and the progressive contrast. Unlike Crockett, Tallarico and other progressive challengers explicitly use the term genocide to describe the crisis in Gaza and campaigned heavily on completely cutting off weapons funding. Yeah, Crockett's position maintain a more mainstream democratic. Yeah, she might this is probably going to backfire on her, bro. But let's hear some more, man.
It did backfire on her.
Yeah.
It did backfire on her.
Yeah, it did backfire on her, right? And again, it's like there's more elections, so there's more to come. And if you don't position yourself morally, I think after a while, by the time every day to 2028 is a countdown. Every day for the Democratic Party with regarding this midterm in November, right? The mass midterms. It's a countdown too. Now, but let's hear some more. I'm curious about how much this is going to matter, though, particularly with this midterm. Like, do you think there's going to have big consequences in this midterm? The position people take on Gaza and Israel.
I don't think not so much Gaza. I think more so us backing Israel in general, right? We have, this Make America Great and isolationist sentiment mixed with anti-Zionist and anti-Semitism, right? And so I think that the combination of all those create for, a less appealing candidate who is funded in any way, shape, or form. But the hypocrisy lies in, Trump, one of his major donors, is a person who is heavily backed by the Israeli government, right? They won't speak on that, right? Because he touts America first, and so he gets to play that hypocritical stance. Right. But I do think for every other politician, aside from Trump being, the exception to the rule, I think it will play a major part. And I do think that, without publicly calling them out, you do have candidates who stand a chance of just losing, right? Losing without
in the primaries, in the primaries, particularly, right? I mean, whenever there's a primary, that's two Democrats that are competing against each other, where they call these things out, right? These things come out, and the same thing is going to happen with the presidential election in 2028. The question of regardless of who's running, right? Isn't that something? I mean, this is not going to get away from the Democratic Party. Especially it may not matter as much with Republicans, but it's not. The Democrats aren't getting away from this.
And I think the closer we get to the primary for the election, it's going to matter because the best example is Mamdani. When Mamdani was on that stage and they were asking them, so when are you going to visit Israel? And they're all sucking ass. I'm gonna visit this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. And he says, I'm gonna stay right here in New York and reach out to the Jewish community here. And that changed the course of that entire campaign right there, because that's what people wanted to hear. And so on the Democratic side, that's what people are looking for. You if you don't say that, personally, I don't think you're going to make it on in the Democratic primary. On the right side, I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens because we know where Trump stands with it. So
Right.
if Trump's alive, that's the way you go. But if Trump's not alive, that's going to be the question. If Trump doesn't run, I don't know. There might be a Tucker Carlson, there might be a Nick Fuentes type person on the right that's saying, "I'm not giving a dime to Israel because of America first," and that's going to really resonate with them a lot more. So it'll be on both sides, but it'll be for different reasons. I think that whoever agrees with not funding Israel's genocide anymore is going to get the nominee for each party.
Yeah, that could be a big difference. That could be a big talking point because it has a lot to do with finances in the U.S. also. Money. Yeah. Our deficit. Also our foreign policy. Period. Like how did it improve our foreign policy? How did it improve our stance on the global stage? How did it improve it?
Yeah,
it didn't. It undermined it. If anything. But all right, let's play. Let me just hear more of their criticism here. I'm just curious.
Now, please rush out and ask both candidates which one solicited an endorsement from me. P.S. Texas and Cali are the only states with formal endorsements so far. I won't tell y'all which state is next, but it isn't Missouri. Those endorsements she referenced, including Colin Allred, Benton Jones, Dr. Jared Williams in Texas, as well as Xavier Becerra in California. Wesley Bell normally posts endorsements on his social media. There were no formal endorsements from Crockett listed there or on his campaign website. The most recent post Bell made about Crockett was a Facebook post with the caption, "It was an honor to welcome my friend and colleague Jasmine Crockett home to St. Louis Saturday night." Jasmine is one of the most effective fighters in Congress, and she had the St. Louis County Democrats gala fired up and ready for the fight ahead. But speaking of endorsements, Cori Bush has received some high-profile endorsements from the likes of actress Jennifer Lewis, and I do love her. I got to spend a day with her one day. I was doing her life story, and boy, she was something else. Made us sing at the piano at the end, which didn't go over too well, at least with my voice. We love you, Jennifer. She's endorsed Cori Bush. And you know who else has? Oh, there she is. Powerhouse, a heavyweight, a real one. Senator Nina Turner, on the record, not retracting it either, standing by it, aren't you, S&T? You showed up here today. You knew we were going to do the story, okay? Listen, I like Jasmine Crockett, but I don't like her response here. I don't like what she did. And I'm willing for you to correct me where I've perhaps not seen something here. But if you're going to show up and say something, I don't know why you can't be 10 toes down with it. If this is what you believe, if this is what you're doing. But again, and maybe I'm being short-sighted here. Maybe I'm part of the troll she was lecturing. But I'm not going to sit my ass down as she told us to do. Love you, Jasmine, but I'm not going to do it, okay? I'm not going to do it. Not like that bad-built butch body, whatever she said. She shut her up, but I'm going to keep talking, Senator. Give us some perspective here on what this means. Is too much being made of it? Because she's very upset about it.
Sharon, you are too much. I mean, oh my God, you definitely are the straight character in any comedy. You have me rolling all the time. No, you're not making too much of it. You hit the nail right on the head. Thou protests too much. She protested too much there, which means that, ouch, they got her. So, you know what, Sharon? It was AI. That video, I got it now. She's absolutely right. She didn't say that there's no one better for this moment in Missouri 1 than Wesley Bell. She did not. That, my friends, that was AI. AI said that. So it was not a formal endorsement. That was either AI or her stunt double, or one of the two. That's what we're going to blame this on. It's ridiculous. The woman said those words came out of her mouth or her stunt double's mouth or AI's mouth on her behalf. And now she's hopping mad, obviously, and that's what those posts are all about. So no, you're not making too much about it. Listen, she certainly has a right to endorse whoever she wants to endorse. But yeah, stand on it. And stop trying to spin your way out of it. If you want to endorse Wesley Bell, you endorse Wesley Bell, but stop making excuses and deflecting on other people because people are upset. The consciousness of the voter has been pierced, especially since 21 when I ran for Congress, and people are more aware about AIPAC and other groups like AIPAC and groups that say that we should put Israel first before we put the people of the United States first. And people just tired of it, Sharon. And so they looking at her like, what are you doing? Another thing, when they were messing with Jasmine Crockett over gender and race, some people came at her when she was running for the Senate. Now, I didn't endorse Jasmine Crockett, had no desire to, but I tell you what, I wrote several articles so they can go check the receipts about how when they were being the people who were critiquing her differently than they did Tellerico on the same issue. I said, wait a minute, now they got the same position. So is it a position or is it that she's black? Is it a position or is it that she's a woman? Is it her position or you just don't like her? Which is it? Because you can't have it all the ways. So I am uniquely positioned to call BS on her in this moment. Yeah, just own it. Just absolutely own it. Just own it.
And you know what, S&T, here's what I think. And
that's an interesting point right there, because me myself, I'm also sensitive to that issue. I like the fact that women are participating in the process. I support that 100%, and I do know what it's like because I can imagine what it's like because women have to deal with these. Look, Trump, this is the guy that's in power right now. The president of the United States, the most powerful man on earth, is someone who's accepted as talking like this.
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even want to.
Hello?
You're a star.
Yeah.
You can do it. You can do anything.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
Stop talking. I hear you talking now.
Yeah. I'm just playing Trump's words. You can't hear that when I play that back? You didn't hear that? You couldn't hear Trump's words?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now, exactly. Now, this is Trump. You know what I mean? So Trump is a misogynist, and he got elected because basically the people didn't care that he was a misogynist. They didn't care he was Jeffrey Epstein's friend for 15 years while Jeffrey Epstein was doing the most espionage he's ever done, child rape he's ever done. People didn't mind that. They didn't mind the fact that he had been sued for assault, right? They didn't mind any of the misogyny. So a lot of the people in the United States, they just don't give a goddamn. They are misogynists. I get that. So for me, I do have a hard time. I'm cautious criticizing women, particularly that work very hard. And it's obviously Jasmine Crockett. She worked a lot. But it's good to see other women, stand out, because if I criticize her, I just feel a little bit apprehensive just because I know how many men are just going to say fuck her just because she's a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard. But on this issue about AIPAC, that's what this is about. Now, what do you think about what she just said?
So I love Nina Turner, and I'll say right now that Biden's biggest mistake, that's who he should have picked for his vice president. Now, if he picked her for his vice president, I think he would have won by 83 million votes, the largest in modern history, and wouldn't be able to be beat. And when he decided that he was going to drop out 107 days left, if she ran his campaign, she would have gone to the small towns and that stuff. But bigger than that, she would have stood with the Palestinian protesters. And she would have gotten those votes that Biden had before. They would have probably won with the same amount, 83, 84 million votes. So they wouldn't have been able to be cheated out of the election. So that was the biggest mistake they made, is that, like you hear how she's talking. Can you ever imagine Vice President Harris talking the way that she talks? No.
So what do you mean though? Like, what do you mean? Like talking away?
Listen to how she's talking about AIPAC money.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never hear Harris talk about AIPAC money. That makes a difference to people. Like Nina can bring people out they would have come out to vote for her. Mm-hmm. The progressives that stayed at home or voted third party would have supported her. And I also don't think that the genocide would have gone the way that it did. I think that she would have either resigned and said, I'm not supporting this, or she would have convince Biden that we can't stand with Netanyahu. We're not going to stand with this. We're not going to be in his pocket on this. So I just think that as a vice president, Biden needed somebody in his ear, not going along with all that stuff. And I think that's Nina Turner. So I think if that had been his vice president, and again, it wouldn't be able to use the excuse, it's because she's black. They won the first time with the black female vice president. Why couldn't you win the second one? Because of that APAC issue.
So I do think that a person like a Nina, she's not as palatable as a Kamala, right? And that's not to say palatable in American sense, right? She is a darker woman of color, right? Like I do think that we have to remember that we have racist ideology throughout America, regardless.
Oh yeah, they would have jumped all over her. They would have.
Right?
Yeah.
But again, we heard the rhetoric behind Kamala, right? Like, what do we think the rhetoric has been 10,000 times worse for Nina, right? And it doesn't mean she's not progressive. I do think she's progressive, but let's also remember in a two-party system, the central DNC most likely wouldn't allow her to even be that candidate, right? They would not, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it may not be the MAGA.
If she was vice president, if he says I want her to be my vice president, she would have had the like. I'm telling you, I'm from California. There are so many Bernie bros, the dudes who are like, I want her to be my president. She has a huge following, and that was the biggest mistake.
The red states, though, right? Do you think the red states that predominantly want to, limit civil rights, even in the current climate, would back or even pallet someone like Nina? I don't necessarily think so. Not that I disagree, because I think she's a great progressive candidate, right? But I think America and the central DNC mixed with almost exclusively the Republican Party as a whole wouldn't back that idea. It would not be palatable, no matter how much of a representation you have in Biden, to have that, right? Like we can look just even as far back as Obama, right, who had Biden as his vice president, but his wife was the main topic in conservative media every day.
But you know what?
Right? And she's an amazing representative of the community.
You can't rely on the Republicans are doing what the Republicans are going to do. That's not the problem. The problem is Biden had 81 million people come out and vote for him and his black Vice President Harris. So all you got to do is just not lose that base right there. They lost their base because their base is like, we don't want anything to do with this genocide. And he wouldn't
remember Kamala's mixed, right? She's Indian and black, right? So she obviously was able to play on her black heritage, right, to gain that black vote.
Well, you know what? I think it's I don't know, Fries. I'm more with you on this one because I think there's a difference here. American people that voted for Kamala Harris and Biden, they don't care what this lady's darker complexion is. It's the centrist Democrats that might have thought something like that. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but you said it also, Michael, like maybe the centrists wouldn't find her more palatable. But I think that's fucked up because they need to get past this point. Like, they need to get past whether it's palatable because of her complexion or the way she speaks, whatever they mean by that, right? They need to get past that because the facts are is that on the issues, we should be talking about the issues, right? And we need to move away from these stereotypes. So like move away from, people will have this stereotype of a black woman and just be like, fuck that. We want elected officials that know the issues. It's the same game they try to play with Mom Donnie. I'm not a Muslim, right? I'm also not Indian. Right, I don't have any Indian or I don't even. But at the same time, I don't understand why they can't see that this guy's just a New Yorker. Though he's just a New Yorker. You know what I mean? And so, go ahead.
Yeah. An Indian Muslim from Uganda.
And this lady, she's just an American herself. Nina's just an American.
Yeah, an American than a lot of individuals, but we have to understand identity politics is a very big factor in today's current political climate, right? Identity politics is what has Trump in office, right?
No,
Identity
it's not.
politics.
That's not what I trust
It's
in
a huge
politics.
part of it, right? Like the narrative of disenfranchising white male figures and white individuals is
Yeah.
what got DEI rolled back.
But they did that. But they did that.
That's
Yeah.
what they want you.
But
That's
they
what they
did
want you to think. Okay, that's what they want you to think. The truth is,
I mean, it's what's shown in current narrative and rhetoric of people like Trump and his base, right? This is some hypothetical. We're currently living in, right? When we have white supremacists that propagate and are pro MAGA, right? We know where the white supremacists align, right? And they're front and forward. We have people like Chud the Builder, this influencer who goes around publicly shaming and degrading black individuals. It's become commonplace, right? And for a reason, because it's popular, right?
No, and here's why. 82 million people voted for a black female vice president. Okay, and they could barely tolerate her, but it was there.
Because
right?
she's on the ticket of a Biden who is a white hetero Christian male.
But hear me out. Well, who's also the vice president of the first black president? That like Biden in 2008, Biden pulled 2%. Nobody wanted Biden, and then Obama was killing it. All right, and then he picked Biden up. He should never have done that. All right, that's the reason why Biden was like now, was because he was the president. He was the vice president of the first black president for 8 years. That was Biden's appeal. Okay, and Biden gets in there and he shits the bed. He has Kamala Harris, the first black president. And if that had been Tina Turner, she can go to those small towns. She'll go on Joe Rogan. She talks just like Bernie Sanders. And she can go to the small towns and talk to those people, and they're like, "Oh shit, I don't like her aesthetics. Like she's Mamdani, but it's what comes out of her mouth. Mamdani has no appeal to white races, but you know what appeals to them? What he says, and that's what Nina Turner is unique.
Well, you can't compare the diversity of a New York City to our country. That's a false comparison in my view, right? Not to say that you're wrong. Again, she is as progressive as they come. She deserves a platform. I'm just saying from looking from the lens of current American politics, right? There's a reason why Biden got voted in after a Trump term, right? And it wasn't on the back of Kamala, right? He just so happened to be a part of that, right? She just so happened to be a part of what he was representing that opposed Trump, right? And it's not a coincidence that he is, again, a white, hetero, Christian male example of what America, or the majority of America, which, obviously statistically is white or identifies as white, right? Represents. And that shows where the MAGA first mentality comes in now, right? Like that MAGA mindset exists in America. And to deny that is to deny our current political situation.
A wet dog could beat Trump. Number one, 82 million people voted for him, and it was like progressives voted for him. They didn't vote because they liked him because his policies. They voted because Bernie said vote, and Nina said voted for him. That's why they voted for him. And 77 million people voted for him. It's all they had to do was get the exact same amount of votes that they had before. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm not worrying about identity politics. I'm worrying about who you did not reach out to.
No, but America is worried about identity politics.
No,
right? Like this is where we have
people didn't vote.
These candidates on the right that are continuously getting reelected or staying in position of powers is through the narrative of identity politics, right?
Michael,
this is where you have things like DEI being rolled back and accepted.
Michael, 86 million people did not vote, okay?
Yeah, but there's a reason for that, right? What do you think is the reason for 86 million people not voting, right?
Well, in the autopsy, if they'd done the real autopsy, the number one reason, whether they like it or not, was the genocide. That drove away every single progressive who says, we're not going to support you. And that's the base that they lost. All they had to do was get the exact same number they got last time. That's all they had to do. Get 82.
So
82
you think
million
that
again.
fundamentally would switch purple states to red states?
Well, it's chipped off the edges. They lost 5 million people, okay? And they should have actually gotten like 83, 84 million.
But identity politics is what switched these purple states to red states. right?
was not.
Like that's a big part. It wasn't a genocide. And you can find
It
me
was.
where these purple states just
It was a
automatically
genocide.
voted for Trump, right? Or turned those
How
states
many
into
more
red
Trump?
states because
How many
they
more votes did Trump
disagreed with the conflict in Gaza. I
How many?
strongly disagree with that.
How many more votes did Trump get in 80 in 2024 than he did in 2020? How many more votes? I know the number. I want to know if you know the number.
But we're not discussing that, right? What we are discussing is
That
why
matters.
did he
That
win
matters.
and
That
what
matters.
led to the less amount of votes,
Okay.
right? Because that's where I'm
How
coming
many
from, right?
more
I'm coming
votes?
from the perspective of identity politics played a significant role, and not to say that someone as progressive as Nina is. We have progressive individuals like AOC, Ohan. We have these individuals who are progressive that we should be championing, but we're not, especially as the DNC, because they know that identity politics plays a major role in the centrist and independent vote.
Okay,
That's all I'm
how
saying.
many more? Okay, so how many more people voted for Donald Trump in 2024 than in 2020? In 2020,
Again, how
about
many
3
more
million.
people versus how many
About
people didn't vote based off of their beliefs and what the role that identity politics played in flipping purple states into red. That's the
so you
larger
think
picture, right?
so you think people didn't vote because Kamala Harris supported trans people?
No, did I say that? I said because she is a person
That's
of
identity
color,
politics.
and
That's identity
along with
politics.
her progressive policies, right? Like
What progressive policies?
transgender
Name
ideology,
one.
right?
She didn't have it. No, she didn't have any trans. She never even talked about transgender people.
She
All
doesn't
this
have
person
to,
was
right?
white.
What identity politics meant is that the right was going to disenfranchise them like they have. That's a part of
Okay,
identity politics, and that was what
it's
a part of what Trump ran on, along
but
with
it's what
Christian values, along with re-enfranchising white hetero males, right? Reinstalling family values. These are all identity politics that played into the larger picture of Trump's rule and
then
empowering
why
his
didn't it work in
base, right?
2020? Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work when he ran the exact same things in 2020? Why didn't it work in 2020?
It didn't work in 2020 because those weren't the contemporary identity politics in the moment, right?
He ran the same thing.
Once
He ran
we
the
started
same
passing bills like
bill.
bathrooms being utilized in terms of all gender bathrooms, things like that slowly
That
started
happened
playing
in
into a role, right?
2018. Nope, that happened. That started in
Exactly.
2019.
It
So
started
in
playing a
2020,
role, right? And
in
building that
2020,
narrative,
all that
right?
was already
Which is
there.
why we have people who try to insurrect, right? These are all based
Let me
on identity
interject here.
politics.
Hold on. Let me interject here. Yo, everybody in the chat, make sure you click the like button and subscribe, okay? Because I'm gonna put the chat in subscriber mode for the last half an hour here. Yo, I'm enjoying the debate. Go ahead, y'all. Keep it up. Go ahead.
Yeah,
And again, that's what they want. That's what they want you to think. But the thing is, and the reason why they want you to think that is they want the party to go left. I mean, go right. They want us to bring on Liz Cheney, and that's what they think is going to win. That's not going to win. That's going to lose it even worse. If you don't,
I'm not saying it's what's not going to happen. I'm saying that it's a part of the reason why we have a majority Republican House and Senate, right? Like identity politics played a large role, and the people who Trump supported, who backed these identity politics, are essentially what got him elected. Am I saying do we continue that narrative? No, I do think that we also need to play more strategic. But as long as the central DNC, as long as the DNC and its main core continues with their view while still pandering to lobbyist money, they won't support the most progressive. Right now, if you tell me Nina goes to go run for something like a political office that's more general, more local, I'm more in support because that builds her resume, right? That builds her resume. At the end of the day, Kamala played a big role in California, did she not?
Yeah, no.
Right? Did that not give you insight to Kamala's management style by her playing a role in politics?
No, it didn't. It made people hate her because I'm from California, bro. No, it's not.
Yes,
Okay,
was she not a figurehead in California?
Let me speak. I will break it down to you, okay? When she was in San Francisco, she was the prosecuting attorney there, okay? And she was hated left because she was prosecuting black mothers, okay, over juvenile kids, okay? She becomes attorney general and she won that race. but she turns around and she's against cannabis reform. All right, so she's not liked. Okay, she becomes a Congress.
That goes to the centrist ideology that they want to maintain in order to be in alignment with the DNC.
I'm answering your question. I'm telling you, she was not liked. I'm from California, okay? She got in there, and then all of a sudden, the first thing she does is she goes after cannabis users, and she's like, I want to stop this bill that she spoke about it. She didn't do much to stop it, but she did not like the fact that the governor before him, Governor Schwarzenegger, criminalized only for up to like an ounce. So you can have an ounce and pay a small fine. She hated that. All right. So this is who she was, and then she becomes senator. That's cool. But when she goes in the debate in 2020, she was initially for Medicare for all, and then she changed, and then she got destroyed, and she got crushed.
Because whatever the data showed her that they needed to pull back. Right? They run campaigns off of data. Right, she didn't just switch her rhetoric just because.
How many delegates did she have? Do you know how many delegates she won in that debate? None.
No, please tell me.
None. Okay. She won no delegates. So no, she wasn't liked.
Was she visible in California? Was she a visible politician in California? And did that not play a direct role into her being the candidate for vice president?
No, I don't think it did. And I'll tell you why.
Who
because
else would they have chosen aside from her? Right? The DNC chose her for a reason. Right? California is one of the largest states. Right? One of the biggest donor states in terms of taxes. Right? And so they felt like they needed a visible face of color in the form of Kamala. And whatever the data showed her is what she ran off, because she's going to run in alignment with whatever Central Democrats want. Right?
Well,
and is that the right answer? It isn't. It isn't.
No,
right?
I mean, to be honest with you, it was kind of a mistake. Like the truth is, it's like a wet doll could it be Trump? If they had picked Buttigieg would have won too. That would have won. They were kind of going for optics, and I mean that's what they went. They went for optics with her. But again, does she have the qualifications? She was a prosecuting attorney. She was a prosecutor for San Francisco, and she was a senator. So she was definitely qualified. Don't get me wrong. However,
if you think a woman of color can run under a vice president banner without having any qualifications, while current America has issues with DEI, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so understand that on the other side, Sarah Palin ran, and her qualifications were she was a governor for 6 months, and then she quit. And before that,
she a woman of color?
Well, no, she wasn't a woman of color, but no. So
is she running for the Democratic Party, which is the progressive party, the more progressive party of the two?
The Republicans had no problem with making her vice president.
There
Remember
you go.
that.
The Republicans, right? The Republicans have no problem putting people in position that were on media news, which were on Fox Media, who hold no qualifications. So we're not talking about that standard, right? We're talking about the standard it takes for America on a Democratic side and on a centrist side to accept a person like a Kamala, which needed her resume to be the way it was. Nina's doesn't match that, and she would need to start at one of the more basic levels in order to build that resume, to build the argument in order for America to see her visible. Not me and you, not me, you and V, right? It's America, right? We want to view things in the wider lens of America and not our perspective in which we hold our beliefs, right?
Hey, Matt. Well, as a California progressive and a Bernie California progressive from LA, I'm trying to tell you that Nina was on the campaign trail for everybody, and she was still hot at that time. If they had picked her again, I think they would have even won with a larger margin, because Nina's very unique. Like, what is Mamdani's had one job? But when you listen to him talk, people are like, I like what he's saying, and I believe in him. People believe in Nina, and that's what America doesn't have. Even when Harris was out there, a lot of people were very skeptical because we know her. Like we know who you are, Kamala. We've listened to you for these years. We know, but fine, we'll come along for the ride. But we haven't forgotten your past in California. So no, dude, she wasn't that. She was known in California, and of course, her sorority like her.
Before Nina, we would have we would have had an Elizabeth Warren before we had a Nina as a representation, because even a person like Elizabeth Warren, who isn't a woman of color, still was a senator, right? Right? Like, I think that's what I'm trying to get at, right? Those qualifications matter in politics, especially in contemporary politics, right?
Nina was a
And
senator.
we're talking from the DNC perspective. We're not talking from the Republican Party perspective, because we clearly see people get placed in positions like the Kash Patels, the Peace Hassels that we have spoken about before, right? The Janine Shapiros, right? Who will get placed in, because that's a cult-like mindset, and they're gonna, Trump is gonna propagate whoever he feels needs these positions. But from a more centrist Democrat view, right? Again, it doesn't mean that she wasn't active on these campaign trails. It doesn't mean that she wasn't championing the right progressive views that we need as a Democratic Party. But for America to accept her, I truly believe that she has to run the gambit. She has to run the gambit in order to be viable.
I'm trying to tell you, she already ran the gambit. And first off, the reason why it had to be a black person.
What position did she hold in politics? What position did she hold in politics?
She's a senator. I'm pretty sure she's a senator.
Nina, so, right? And so what has she done throughout her time, and what has she done before and after that, right?
She was a state senator. So I think it was state senator. But remember, South Carolina is when Biden won, and he won because I forget the guy's name, but it was a black congressman, and he got him the black vote in South Carolina, and that's the reason why Biden picked Harris, because he wanted to clinch the black vote. And that's what he thought was going to clinch it for him. So I'm just saying that if that's his logic about it, it would have had a stronger long-term choice would have been within Nina Turner at the time. I think that window's passed now, but again, the entire progressive movement would have come out and voted for her, and on the second time, the entire progressive movement would have voted for her. Identity politics wouldn't matter.
The progressive movement. My second question to pose to you is: the progressive movement the movement that votes in higher numbers, or are those centrist Democrats and boomers who vote en masse more?
No, look. The best example again is Mamdani.
You're using New York, which is an extremely diverse in terms of race, ethnicity, and ideology, right? Like here in New York, right? It's coming from someone who comes from New York, right? We have one of the most diverse cities, right? And we also have one of the most diverse incomes and just working career paths, right? Like we come from all walks of life, right?
I know, but hear me out. This is what I'm trying to say. New York matters more than you realize. It was about age. 18 to 45-year-olds mainly voted for Mamdani. 45 to 60 actually voted more for Cuomo. So
yeah, I know. I was on this campaign trail. Like I was here advocating for him all day, every day, right? But this is this is not a microcosm of like America, right? America as a whole inherently votes. Our older individuals vote at a higher rate than our younger individuals, which is the main reason why Trump is in power, because our younger individuals decided not to vote while our older individuals voted for Trump.
Okay, so that's again, it does matter. I'll tell you why, because that's going on across the country. Younger voters are coming out and vote. Right now, they're saying the largest demographic for voting is going to be in 2027 is going to be Generation Alpha, which will vote for the very first time, and Gen Z. Okay, that's not about race. That's not about anything. That's about age. So across the country, it's the same thing. You have a bunch of young progressives all over the country in these small rural towns who would have come out and supported her, just like they did for Bernie, or just like they did for Biden, because Bernie says, "Come out and support this guy." We need to come out, and so they came out. The 18-year-old came out to vote for one of the largest turnout in 18 voters in modern history, and that's what we would have gotten again in 2024, because we're going to get it in 2027. They're coming out, right? Across the country.
Ideally, right?
Not ideally. I'm telling you, it's already a statistic that they're talking about, because they're looking at it from this election.
But who is the candidate right now who is the most progressive, that represents the Democratic Party, who is a front runner in the current Democratic Party and political climate right now?
We don't know. It's
Because
not.
right
He's
now we're
not one of.
naming Gavin Newsom, right? Because Gavin
No,
Newsom's
no,
who the Democratic Party is highlighting as
no,
our next potential president, right? He has
no,
frequently
no,
been platformed on all of left wing media as that candidate, right? Because
no,
if you can enlighten me, I don't see any
no.
other person with major qualifications that has been combating Trump, right?
Again,
As
I'm.
that next leader to potentially take that race on, right?
Oh no, I'll tell you why. Because initially it was Gavin, but Gavin's been shit in the bed lately.
But my
Gavin's
question
been
is,
out there.
who else?
Well, that's the thing about it. Mom Donnie didn't come out until the last minute. We didn't even know he was out until like May. Like I knew about him. I heard about him early,
No,
but
I knew about him when he first started initially running, right? And that's because
yeah,
I'm on the progressive side, right? So I'm looking for those progressive candidates, right? And so
but
with
we
that
don't.
short time frame in New York City, yeah, he was able to catapult to popularity, right? And
And the same thing's
obviously
gonna happen.
against in a
The
major
same thing's gonna
hyper
happen.
blue city, right? Hyper blue and progressive city like New York, yeah, no doubt. But when we start speaking about the backwoods of Ohio to get those individuals to vote, that's a different story.
Well, again, it's all about like progressives are everywhere, and especially and 18-year-olds are everywhere too. And these first-time voters. And so if we capture them,
Yeah,
if they're
of course.
listening, then I mean it's like this. Either they're going to be like a lot of these kids have never voted before, but they've been following this whole genocide thing, and a lot of them are really opposed to it, and it's their number one issue. Believe it or not, that's what they're looking for. Just like when Mom Donnie says, "I'm not going anywhere." There's a lot of people that say, "I'm voting for this guy," just because of that. And then they listen and they go, "Oh, he's like this and he's this and this." So I'm saying that we don't really know who's going to be the front runner right now. We believe it's going to be Gavin, as the numbers say. There's also possibly it could be AOC, but we
But
really don't. We really don't
remember,
know.
as we get closer to the midterms, right? When Trump was campaigning halfway into Biden's presidency, it's a part of what also lost Kamala the race, right? Not being able to start from earlier on as the known candidate who we were going to push on the Democratic side, right? If
Yeah,
not,
open the race.
we're always going to be tripping over our own feet, right? So I do
She never
believe
had her
that
own
there
feet.
has to
All
be a
right.
progressive movement strong enough to propagate a candidate who we can start pushing right now, right? The midterms are now. They're not tomorrow. They're not next year. They're now. They're happening,
Yeah, the midterms
right?
are
And
now.
so
It's true. It's true.
exactly, right? And so we need,
They
right,
know
out of these
November.
But
midterms, if we don't have a progressive Democrat, where are we going, right? It would look like Newsom is that front runner, right? And again, we just circled back with lobbyist money and PAC money, right? Like the money's gonna back them. That's what's gonna win
well,
the
this
next Democratic
I'm gonna
Republican.
let you guys. You know what? I gotta set something up where you guys actually debate this as a main topic. That's got to be soon because I see there's so much to be said about it. But I hear a lot. I agree with a lot of both of you guys' points. No question about it. And I'm more in the cautious realm. I sit myself in the cautious realm. I don't want there to be a repeat of what happened in 2024. Kamala Harris would have been a much better president, full stop, than Donald J. Trump, period. Right? We would be in a much safer position. Our families would be safer. The economic situation would have been much better. And so I don't want the extreme, not extreme. I don't want the progressive side to outmaneuver everything else, man. Yeah, because look, a lot of people, maybe they didn't like Kamala Harris, but let's be honest. If you're a progressive and you like the outcome of the 2024 election, you like Trump becoming president, then that means you needed to throw your weight behind Kamala Harris. That's what that meant. That's the only possibility. And so,
let's be clear.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're not even sure she lost, bro. I mean,
we're not even sure she lost. Yeah, we're not even sure. It's possible it was stolen too, right?
Yeah. So there's no need to go down that road. For the most part, she could have actually won. And then literally that's what Elon Musk was doing. He was going and tweaking the corners in all the swing states.
Right.
So we really don't know.
No, we don't know.
It'd be nice to say
no, we don't.
But that's why
Trump
we
only
need.
got
Yeah, go ahead.
Trump only got 2 million more. He got 76 million. He got 74 or 75 million votes in the first election, and he got 78 million votes in the second election. Right, and they got 81 million in the first election, and they got 77. So we do know he got 3 million more votes in 4 years. That's it.
Right.
That's not a lot.
I say all
That's not a
that to
lot.
say we need an overwhelmingly popular figure to overcome all of that. And the closest example we have to that is Obama.
Yeah,
True, man. True, man. That's crazy, right? That's I
what I
mean,
need.
as far as a known figure right now. But yeah. But listen, guys, we got to come to an end today, man. It's been wonderful hearing you guys debate. I've never heard you two debate, actually. This was a good topic to debate because it's serious, right? This is a serious topic. The issue over Palestine, Gaza versus the election, right? And and the positioning, the ethics behind the Democratic Party, and where the population, where Americans want things to go, and how we're going to navigate that, because we don't want that to become the issue that lets JD Vance become president next time, or lets another one of these psychopaths become president, right? So we got to be very clear, and the only way we're going to be clear is if we discuss these things truthfully, and I'm so sick and tired. Look, I'm gonna tell you, no matter whose side you're on, no matter whether you are for Jasmine Crockett or whether you're not for her because she gets AIPAC money, whatever the issue, the most important thing is that we tell the truth about these people, that we don't lie about them. When you look at what happened to Kamala Harris, she not only did she have to compete with criticisms, she had to compete with outright lies. People lied about her ass, bro. And that shows you kind of I believe we got to be very cautious about that this time. Progressives, yes, criticize, but do not take up the talking points of the lying right. The line I've heard people say all kinds of shit, man, that is not told, wasn't right, man. We got to examine that. And we also got to examine the disinformation online trying to get us to, rip each other apart. You see what I mean? Because that's going to come. The closer we get to these midterms and probably even 2028, the more disinformation is going to come. The more they're going to try to fuse in different groups into their talking points, try to slip in certain talking points into the left and the right, and so we need to be mindful of that, because that's how we got Trump. That's how we got fucking Trump. And yeah, I agree with somebody. Hazelfly said, how is Gaza doing now? Exactly. I was one of those people to myself that I was like, listen, I believed, although Kamala, because politics is not static. And you have to follow it. And I was not a believer that Kamala Harris was going to do worse on Gaza than Trump. I believe Trump wanted to exterminate them, and I believe Kamala Harris did not. Very simple. I believe Kamala Harris cared, although she may not have talked about it as an running for office. We got to contend with that too. Politicians don't always tell you everything. They don't always tell you everything, because politics is politics, And you think Obama would have they would have elected Obama if he said, I want to make a peace deal with Iran? He didn't run on that. You know what I'm saying? That came out of left field for Obama, and people end up praising it today. You see what I'm saying? So it's not always going to be up front, straight in your face, what is going to happen. So we got to give some room. But, and on that note, I think people do need to pay attention to what's going on with the PACs. So let's leave it like that. It's not just is the Israeli PAC that has consequence to our election system. It's the PACs. It's the big money, and we need to be dedicated to following up on who is spending the money and who is receiving the money, who gets mostly their money from small donors, and who is getting, half and more from big ass PACs, you know what I mean? To push policy that's negative for the average working class people, So, but in any case, that was a good little discussion you all had there, Friars. Michael, wow, man, I don't think I've heard a better debate on that, to be honest. And that wasn't even intended. That wasn't an intended debate. That just happened. That shows you how important this issue is and how key this issue is, right? With with AIPAC and with the donors and with the moderates versus the progressives, right? That's a serious topic.
Yeah, I think it's going to make the difference in the next election. Like, Tallarico is not taking any corporate money. Mamdani didn't take, he took PAC money from individual PACs, but not corporate PAC money. And I just really think that whether you realize it's not a Michael, you are in the golden zone. You guys are ground zero for everything that's going to happen in the next 10 years in this country, whether you realize it or not.
Yeah, Michael's in New York.
I think here in New York, we are the mecca of the country, right? I think we are but also not to disregard, that New York City isn't New York State. And that's similar to, how I see our current dynamics in the country, right? Like, the state of New York, the outer state is red, right? Where New York City, where its population is just so heavy, mixed, and nuanced, we are progressive, right? And we are the leader of all the major cities in the United States. I definitely agree with that. And I do agree that we set the bar for every progressive going forward, every progressive candidate, right, with the policies that Mamdani enacts and the youth that Mamdani brings, the transparency that Mamdani brings, and we can hope that reverberates, and it should reverberate, right? We see the Tallaricos, we see all the other progressive candidates that are forced to be progressive in the Democratic Party, right, in order to compete with the current, right-wing Republican rhetoric and ideology.
Facts. No doubt. Well, on that note, y'all, it's been a great discussion. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, if you haven't
Thank you guys.
No doubt. Big up to Friars and Mike. You guys, Friars, also put a comment in the chat because I need to mod you up. But listen, say thanks to Michael, everybody, and Friars for coming in and chiming in. Damn, it's like been over 6 hours, y'all. That's 7 hours, y'all. That's insane. But what the hell? It's my day off, so I mean, shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, damn, you guys wanted to talk like this? It's crazy, man.
I think it's great discourse, right? It keeps the audience growing. It keeps our discussions growing. It allows for the nuanced conversations that need to be had to keep America as progressive as possible.
Yeah, exactly, man. No doubt, and it works, man. So so big up to you on that one, Mike. Yo, see you guys later. I will be back. No, I'm off today, so it could be anytime. I got some things to take care of. Some paperwork and then some phone calls and then blah blah blah, but later on this evening I will be back, so before the regularly scheduled program. So I appreciate everybody for coming out. Yo, I'm gonna catch up with you all real soon. Share the video also if you haven't shared the video, and also the most important thing here, if you didn't get anything else that was said out of this broadcast, understand you have to do this. Go and register to vote. Go to vote.gov, because this is your money. This is your tax dollars. This is where your blood, sweat, and tears goes to. And if you are not registered to vote, you are not playing a part in how your tax dollars that you pay to goddamn Clarence Thomas, Donald Trump, Hakeem Jeffries, Schumer, MAGA Mike Johnson, and every other politician, J.D. Vance, Caroline Leavitt, you have no say over how your tax dollars are being spent. You're just funding these other people's luxury lifestyles. And at some point, you got to get tired of that. So on that note, I'm out. I'm going to catch up with everybody real soon. All right. Appreciate y'all. One. See ya. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Release the Epstein files. You heard?
Cause the others, they ain't got what's necessary. The necessary ingredients. But we do. Check it. We got what you need. You want it. We know what you want. We got it. We know what you feel. You want it. We got what you want. want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life, the brand new thing. So gentle the soul we're capturing in this distance. The alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it. What? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you're due a little love, and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel. From our hearts just past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, tonight. tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat in Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist, giving all the power to the industrialists, giving giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality
And
this
yes, you know
day.
the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true,
And yes, you
man.
know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong.
I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, so boy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relax behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. Yo, it's good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? But still, but on only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. To follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.
I wrote this one cause I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want
to
love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want
hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax. 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 Just relax.
Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God, eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days.